Zhao Qinggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. He felt like his own heart was about to explode. In the silence, every second felt like a year to Zhao Qinggan. "I already know." That cold voice sounded out again. Zhao Qinggan's entire body shuddered. Cold sweat already drenched his entire body. "Please mete out punishment, Father. I didn't think. This was a test that this emperor gave you, for you to be able to arrive. Here, you've already passed the test." When Zhao Qinggan heard these words, he felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. No words were more pleasant to the ears than these few words. As the fierce Gale world's sole boundless realm powerhouse, even a fool knew the Wind Emperor's terror. But Zhao Qinggan was even more deeply aware that the Wind Emperor's terror was not just strength. This person himself was the most terrifying. "Thank you, Royal Father," Zhao Qinggan said agitatedly. "Don't be in a rush to give thanks. This matter was incited by you. You think of a way to resolve it. Even I don't wish to provoke Old Man Star Abyss. You actually dare to yank his beard." Although he sounded calm, Zhao Qinggan could hear the Wind Emperor's fury. "Yes, this child knows his mistake. Royal Father, please point out the right path." Zhao Qinggan perspired heavily. "You go think about it yourself. This is also a test for you. All right, take your leave." When the voice faded, there wasn't any sound in the Great Hall anymore. Coming out from the Great Hall, it was like Zhao Qinggan had experienced a life and death great battle. His entire person was like he was lugged out from the waters, utterly drenched. Returning to his residence, Zhao Qinggan secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Fortunately, he did not harbor any hopes of chance in his heart and admitted his fault to Royal Father. Or else, his outcome would surely be very tragic. The Wind Emperor had never had any consciousness of the saying, "A vicious tiger would not eat its cubs" towards his own sons. He also never had a compassionate heart. He caused such a major problem this time, and it was even at the critical juncture of the great army moving out. If this matter could not be settled nicely, he would still die very horribly. Thinking up to here, Zhao Qinggan could not help getting a headache. Just what should he do to make that old fellow, Star Abyss, rescind the sanctions on the royal family? These few days, Zhao Qinggan more or less understood Star Abyss's personality. Through many inquiries, this old man was normally still very amiable. But once you touched his reverse scale, his terror was that even the Wind Emperor could not withstand it. Very clearly, he had already touched his reverse scale. Zhao Qinggan's thought involuntarily turned to Yi Yuan. Could it be that he really had to apologize to that punk? But the moment he thought of Yi Yuan's haughty look, Zhao Qinggan shrunk back. Again, he felt that even if he went to apologize, Yi Yuan definitely would not accept either. Just how should this be gone about doing? In a blink, an entire night passed. Zhao Qinggan sat there woodenly for a night without moving a single muscle. The skies were about to brighten when Zhao Qinggan suddenly clenched his fists and stood up all at once, seemingly like he made some sort of resolution. It was already daytime. The streams of people in the central capital streets were bustling about. It was forever that busy. All of a sudden, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and turned to look towards a direction, only to see a young man bearing his upper body, carrying a bundle of thorns on his back and walking forward step by step. This sort of thing that cut a wide swath was not frequently seen in the capital. It naturally drew the eyes of many people. What's this person doing? What's he carrying a bundle of thorns on his back for? Is he sick? Those are sawtooth tree branches. The branches are covered in blades. Having it wrapped around the body, sinking into the flesh, is not much worse off than getting 1,000 cuts. Shoo! Do you want to die? That is His Highness, the 7th Prince. My God, who could make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do such a thing to admit fault and ask for punishment? Doesn't he wish to live anymore? Heh, who knows about this kind thing? The 7th Prince is the person most likely to inherit the great position of the Wind Emperor. The person able to make him do such a thing is bound to be extremely formidable. Looking at the direction he's walking in, it should be Qixia Mountain. Only that lord has the qualifications to make His Highness the Seventh Prince do this sort of thing, like carrying a rod and asking for punishment. You're saying, Sovereign Star Abyss? What did His Highness the Seventh Prince do to actually provoke and enrage that lord? Hee. That isn't what you and I can know. The people surrounding to watch were getting increasingly more. There was already an extremely large procession following behind Zhao Qinggong. But they all know the Seventh Prince's prowess. They just followed far away, and did not dare to get too close, while Zhao Qinggong himself looked steadily ahead, walking in the direction of Qixia Mountain step by step. By the time he walked to the foot of the mountain, there was already a sea of people behind him. One would be unable to see the end with a glance. Ji Qing, I, Seventh Prince Zhao Qinggong, came bearing a rod today to ask you for punishment. Zhao Qinggong enunciated each word, and he actually directly kneeled down. His voice, Zhao Qinggong, revolved essence energy fully. The entire Qixia Mountain should be able to hear it. Behind him, the crowd let out a huge hubbub. The exalted Seventh Prince, His Highness, actually kneeled down. Who is Ji Qing? I've never heard that there was such a character in our central capital. I haven't heard of him before as well. Doesn't Sovereign Star Abyss only have 7 disciples? There doesn't seem to be Ji Qing this character, right? Ignorant and ill-informed. A few days ago, the Shao family and Tong family organized the Grand Pill Assembly. Originally, the Shao family's defeat was already set. It was precisely this Ji Qing who turned the raging tides, defeating the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchong, saving the Shao family. Furthermore, this Ji Qing did not win by a narrow margin, but he crushed Tong Wenchong in an overwhelming manner until he could not even lift his head. I heard that he is already locked up by the Tong family and completely became an invalid. Ah? There was such a thing? I was just saying that recently the Tong family's shops increased anew again. Such a major incident actually happened. Like this Ji Qing is truly a character. Could it be? That's right. He's already taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss under his tutelage, becoming his 8th disciple. But why is His Highness the Seventh Prince doing such a thing to apologize to this Ji Qing? That I don't know. TSK, the dignified Wind Emperor successor, actually suffered such an unprecedented shame. The days to come in the capital will probably be very fun. On top of Qixia Mountain, Shihauran looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, Little junior brother, this move from Master is really ruthless. It actually forced the arrogant Seventh Prince to this state. Yi Yuan laughed and said, He has nobody but himself to blame for it. Shihauran nodded, firmly agreeing. Yi Yuan had already explained the entire course of the incident to everyone. Making a move to kill somebody due to a single word of disagreement, only a person like the Seventh Prince could do it. Except if he killed some people, then he killed them. But there were some people who were not those he could afford to offend. This punk deserves it. But when are you planning on going down, little junior brother? Asked the plump second senior brother Tang Ji with a laugh. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, What's the hurry? Let him kneel for a while. First, let's discuss alchemy skills in depth first. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggong's face became progressively darker. He had already kneeled for a full 6 hours. Qixia Mountain's gates were still tightly shut. There wasn't even a person who came out to say hello. He was the dignified Seventh Prince. Wasn't Qixia Mountain this group of people taking him too lightly? Zhao Qinggong really want to stomp off right now and then gather the swift wind guards to come and slaughter all of these guys. But when he thought of the Wind Emperor's faint voice, a gust of cool air welled up from the bottom of his heart, instantly extinguishing all of the flames. Bearing the rod to come and ask for punishment was something that he made the painful decision to do after he thought for one night. Before coming, he already planned out well. No matter how much humiliation he suffered today, he had to push through it. Yet, when it really came down to it, he had no choice but to admit how great the difficulty was. His Highness, the seventh prince, has already kneeled here for many hours. The skies are almost turning dark soon. I heard that the Lord's personality is very nice. What on earth did he do to make that Lord on Chisha Mountain become so enraged? He ignorant and ill-informed much? That Lord's personality is pretty good. But once he truly becomes furious, even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has to make a concession. Oh? Is there still some story in between this? That person briefly summarized the third prince's incident and said, "My guess is that seventh prince likely had a conflict with that person called Ji Qing and nearly killed him. There was actually such a thing? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Seventh prince is famously tyrannical in the capital and frequently kills people because of some small issue. But this time he kicked a metal plate. You can say that again." There had never been a lack of meddlesome people in this world. No matter how long Zhao Cheng'an kneeled there, they would crowd around to watch. After several hours passed, everyone pretty much guessed the entire sequence of events. Zhao Cheng'an tried his best not to listen to these discussions, but the sounds of these comments still barged inside his ears ceaselessly, making it even more tormenting for him. If not because today's matter was of utmost importance, he would definitely explode and kill people. Right at this time, a 16 to 17-year-old azure shirt youth appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhao Cheng'an, stretched his waist and gave a yawn as he asked with a curious look, Isn't this His Highness, the seventh prince? What are you doing here?" Zhao Cheng'an forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said solemnly, "This Zhao Cheng'an specially came here to admit his fault and ask for punishment. Young Master Ji, please inflict punishment." As he said, Zhao Cheng'an pulled out a thorn from his back and delivered it before Yi Yuan with both hands. Yi Yuan received the thorn rather playfully and asked with a smile, "What fault does your highness have?" Ji Qing doesn't quite get it. That day didn't your highness say that those who oppose you are all already dead? I wonder how your highness can seek the forgiveness of a dead person. That day, it was this little prince who was momentarily muddled and offended. Young Master Ji, so today, I specially came here to apologize and seek punishment. Zhao Cheng'an was long prepared for this and answered, "Oh, like this, huh? Your highness is unsurpassedly overbearing. I wonder if I'll die in the streets tomorrow after I forgive you today," Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Zhao Cheng'an was secretly alarmed. He really had this thought. He was prepared to find a chance to finish Yi Yuan off after this matter blows over. Of course, he would not make a move himself. There were too many ways to kill people. Personally, making a move to kill people was naturally the dumbest method. Getting stench all over yourself for nothing. Who would have thought that his idea was seen through by Yi Yuan at a glance? What is young Master Ji talking about? This little prince really sees through his error. That's why I'm apologizing today with such a serious attitude about this matter. I was truly too reckless on that day. It will never happen again. In the future, Zhao Cheng'an hurriedly said, "Oh, is that so? I've just arrived here and don't really have any enemies in the capital yet. So, if anything happens to me in the future, this liability will be counted on your highness's head." Zhao Cheng'an was full of hatred in his heart. Who said that you did not have enemies? You just offended the entire Tong family a couple of days back, all right? These words from Yi Yuan was clearly borrowing his influence to suppress the Tong family. Furthermore, whoever Yi Yuan provoked in the capital later on, he even had to make an appearance to settle it. What the hell was this? But at this critical juncture, Zhao Cheng'an had to swallow it too, even if his teeth were shattered. That's of course. As long as anything happens of young Master Ji in the capital, it can all be counted on my head. At that time I'll apologize for my crime with death. Zhao Chenggan clenched his teeth and said, such a major incident, it was naturally impossible for those surrounding and watching to be ordinary martial artists. There were bound to be many people, from large families and large influences among them. Him making such a promise in front of so many people was virtually pinning a death exemption medallion on Yi Yuan. No matter how large these factions were, how many dared to oppose the Wind Emperor? Even if the seventh prince could not represent the Wind Emperor, and even if the seventh prince lost such a tremendous amount of face today, he was still the strongest among the princes and also the person with the greatest likelihood of inheriting the position of Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, there are so many people here today. Everybody be a witness. This small life of mine is all in the hands of His Highness, the seventh prince. If one day any mishap happens to me, Ji Qing, it cannot be free of relation with His Highness, the seventh prince. Obviously, no one dared to really answer, but Yi Yuan did not need their response. His objective was already accomplished when Zhao Chenggan said these words. Haha. Looks like your highness is indeed 100% sincere.
Yikwink, necharali.
Can't fail to appreciate kindness as well. Please return, your highness. This matter will end here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Chenggan said hesitatingly, young Master Ji, then? The medicinal pill matter. Medicinal pill? What medicinal pill? Yi Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Chenggan was fuming inwardly. He did not believe that Yi Yuan was unaware of the Alchemist Association's sanctions on the royal family. He was feigning ignorance right now, but in front of so many people he could not say it too obviously either. He was stifled until internal injuries were about to erupt. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would invite him in to talk. Who knew that? Yi Yuan made him return right away? Ha. And nothing, Zhao Chenggan said embarrassedly. Oh, nothing, huh? Then I'll head back first, your highness. Seniors are still waiting for me to learn alchemy, Yi Yuan said with a beam as if he and Zhao Chenggan were friends. Ah? Haha. Go ahead. Zhao Chenggan did not know if this was considered completing the mission either. He also did not know what Yi Yuan planned on doing. His heart was still palpitating with uneasiness. If Star Abyss did not withdraw the sanctions, it would still be hard for him to escape death. After returning to the mountain, the group of seniors gave a round of fierce praises to Yi Yuan. Her, little junior brother isn't old, but you're extremely adept in handling things. I think after that Zhao Chenggan goes back, he'll also have no appetite for food and drinks these 2 days. Sure, Howren said with a big laugh. Yeah, that Zhao Chenggan is used to being rampant and domineering. Today he lost face all the way home and even had to gift little junior brother a death exemption medallion. It's truly losing one's wife as well as one's soldiers, Yu Guang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not at all. This matter is still ultimately Master's sanctions. That's impressive. It's true that Master's sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang Ji said with a laugh. Haha. Second senior brother is too kind. I was also just claiming some interest. I didn't think that this seventh prince could actually endure such humiliation for an important goal and doing such a thing like bearing thorns. To ask for punishment, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. It was indeed contrary to all expectations. That child knows when to yield and when not to, and his martial strength is also extremely formidable. Indeed, not what the other princes can compare to. Absolutely the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Barring no accidents, the next Wind Emperor is very likely to be him. Hence, you should still be more careful in the future. Little junior brother. In case this boy uses some underhanded tricks. Sure. Howren warned him. The incident this time also let everyone have a brand new understanding of Zhao Qinggan. The high and mighty Wind Emperor successor actually did this sort of self-belittling thing, making entire capital drop their glasses. But thinking about it carefully, this method of doing things was the best way to handle things at present. Even if Yi Yuan was way less understanding of what was good or bad for him, it was also not possible to let this sanction carry on. Otherwise, the Qixia mountain lineage would also become unreasonable even with justification. With Zhao Qinggan's status, doing everything to this step was already his limits. If Yi Yuan still refused to budge, that was being unappreciative. If the royal family and the Alchemist Association, these two giants, really ruptured completely, neither side could bear the consequences. At that time, the one who would be put in an awkward situation would not be the Wind Emperor but Star Abyss himself. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan's way of handling things was grasped perfectly, it could gain the greatest benefits and also reflect a magnanimous heart. As for Zhao Qinggan's apology, Yi Yuan simply paid no attention to it at all. How could he possibly be deceived by this sort of superficial act? The more sincere Zhao Qinggan's apology was, the more intense his hatred towards him. This sort of high and lofty, ambitious, fierce person would never feel that they were wrong. Rest assured, eldest senior brother. I have a score in my heart. Oh right, seniors, from today onwards I'm going to enter seclusion for a month and won't be able to expound on the alchemy path with seniors anymore, Yi Yuan said. Entering a retreat so soon. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to enter seclusion, the few people felt a great sense of loss in their hearts. These few days they truly reaped no little benefits by exchanging knowledge. Together with Yi Yuan, there were even more gains compared to listening to Star Abyss preaching the Tao. Carrying on at this speed, them having some breakthrough in alchemy were inevitable. But Yi Yuan actually entered seclusion at this time. They were naturally quite reluctant to let go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, I sense that I'm about to break through, so I've decided to enter a retreat to pour all my efforts into breaking through realms." Like that, eh? All right then, Sure, Howren said. Yi Yuan returned to his own residence. A streak of white silhouette suddenly assaulted towards him. The white silhouette speed was exceedingly quickly. Yi Yuan was actually unable to evade with his movement technique. Violent blaze transforming dragon. In a hurry, Yi Yuan execute a violent blaze transforming dragon, colliding together with the white silhouette. Bang! The white silhouette directly flew out, while Yi Yuan also fell back 2 steps from the enormous collision force. But Yi Yuan was not astonished. He became overjoyed instead and said, "White light, you actually broke through."
Yes.
Big brother. A slightly choppy and tender voice transmitted into Yi Yuan's mind. It was universal beast language. Have you unlocked your inherited memories? Yi Yuan was astonished again. Yes. This time, white light was clearly way smoother when talking. Haha, you brat, your breakthrough speed is too rapid. It's almost catching up to this young master. Seeing white light open his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan was also very glad. White light smiled and said, "Big brother, you're the real freak. Your breakthrough speed is too fast, completely without bottlenecks. Just a few-year-old little kid. You're actually calling me big brother," Yi Yuan said huffily. "If I don't call you big brother, what do I call you then? I don't want to call you master. Proud divine beasts will never become a human's lackey." White light raised his tiger head with a prideful look. Yi Yuan was also tickled by his appearance and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to call me master, but I can be your uncle with my age, right?"
Come.
"Call uncle and let me hear." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White light nearly stumbled to the ground. He said, sulkily, Knock it off. Don't you humans all address each other using cultivation realms? Now that I broke through to tier 3 as well, what's wrong with calling you big brother? This really does seem to be the case. Fine. Big brother then.
Ye Yuan's.
Heart stirred and he inquired, "Oh, right. Do you know your origins now that you unlocked your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was very curious about White Light's origin. He was clearly a descendant of the flowing light white tiger, yet he had treasure-seeking abilities. It was too weird. But White Light shook his head and said, "Don't know. I only unlocked a very small portion of inherited memories. The rest are still sealed and completely can't be opened up yet." Yi Yuan said disappointedly, "Like this, huh? That's too bad. If we know your origin, we can maybe suit our methods to your situation. Who knows, you might be able to break through to Divine Beast Realm." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light was also quite disappointed. Yi Yuan suddenly asked again, "Then, what kind of inherited memories have you awakened? Let's have a look." To divine beasts, inherited memories were something extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, they would never tell it to humans. But ever since the death of his mother, White Light treated Yi Yuan as his only kin, or else he would also not have fought Zhao Qinggong to the death. Under the situation where he was aware he could not contend with him to protect Yi Yuan. All some random and messy stuff, such as this kind of thing like the universal beast language. To say the most useful one, it will be a cultivation method that was awakened. But it's only to the 3rd level too, White Light said.
In?
What kind of cultivation method? Yi Yuan asked curiously. White Tiger Dark Light Divine Art. White Light said. It's actually a divine art. Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Although Yi Yuan also cultivated in a divine art, this did not mean that divine arts were common wares. The birth of each divine art would stir up a bloody struggle in the divine realm. But a little white tiger that Yi Yuan found in the lower realms actually had a divine art in his inherited memories. This was too inconceivable. Although Yi Yuan had not heard of this set of divine art, its power was beyond all doubt. Yeah, I didn't know it myself, but actually I've already started cultivating this divine art long ago. It's actually like a part of my body. White Light said. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and could not help being greatly astonished as he said, "Could it be that when you swallowed those medicinal pills, your body automatically revolved the White Tiger Dark Light divine art?" White Light nodded and said, "Yes." Yi Yuan's expression became peculiar. "Then the 3rd level that you awakened is not that. You can also raise your realm by swallowing medicinal pills, right?" White Light had an innocent face as he said with a frank nod, "Big brother is indeed incredible. Guessing it in one try, I guess. Your head Yi Yuan forcefully stifled back a swear word. Eating medicinal pills and sleeping, raising realm unconsciously. This was the cultivation process that so many martial artists dreamt about. But even if Yi Yuan's cultivation did not have bottlenecks, it was also not possible to reach such a state. Cultivation was like sailing against the current, either advance or regress. On the matter of cultivation, no martial artists dared to slack off. But White Light's cultivation method, any martial artist who saw it would have an impulse to beat him up. Yi Yuan was no exemption either. Seeing that dim gaze from Yi Yuan, all the fur on White Light's body stood up. Suddenly Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he vanished. White Light immediately felt that something was wrong. But it was already too late. Yi Yuan caught hold of him. What White Tiger Dark Light divine art? What can even cultivate when sleeping, maddening your big brother to death? How can there be such a perverse divine art in this world? Yi Yuan rubbed White Light's tiger head furiously, rubbing until he was dizzy. By the time Yi Yuan stopped, all White Light could see were stars. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan was also panting, dog-tired. Messing around was messing around. Not that Yi Yuan was jealous of this. cultivation method, it was just that he felt somewhat unfair. The cultivation method that white light awakened should be a divine art that was tailor-made for the same kind of divine beast. Humans were unable to cultivate it. Even if Yi Yuan asked for it, it was useless too. Doesn't that mean that I'll have to provide medicinal pills for you nonstop in the future to let you cultivate? Yi Yuan looked at white light from the corner of his eye. Hearing these words from Yi Yuan, white light gave a flattering low roar and rubbed his face against Yi Yuan's cheek, saying, "Ha ha! I know that big brother is the best. Best my asterisks. Don't kiss my asterisks. Who did I provoke to become a pill refining coolie?" Yi Yuan had a gloomy look. Hee. How can you say coolie? Big brother's alchemy skills are unparalleled. In this world, find happiness in it. Furthermore, I white light still have some capabilities. I'll definitely find more treasures for big brother. White light said fawningly. Yi Yuan said huffily, "I say, how did you know to follow me back then? Could it be that you already know that I knew alchemy back then?" I don't know either. I just felt especially cordial when I saw big brother, so I followed you in a daze," White Light said in confusion. "All right, I'm scared of you. I'm going to begin close seclusion to cultivate. This time, I'm going to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in one stroke," Yi Yuan said. White Light trembled and nearly slipped off from Yi Yuan's shoulder. "7th level crystal formation realm. Big brother, are you mistaken? You're only at the 2nd level crystal formation realm." White Light was taken aback by Yi Yuan. "Not mistaken. It's 7th level crystal formation realm. This time, Zhao Chang'an, that punk almost killed us, making me very peeved. Each one of you, all bullying that my realm is low, right? I'll break through for them to see," Yi Yuan said annoyedly. All along, Yi Yuan's adversaries were all way stronger than him. This made it very disadvantageous for him every time he fought. Even if his essence energy was much thicker than other people, the disparity in realms could not be made up for. Although Yi Yuan defeated his opponents in the end, it had the feeling of walking on a tightrope practically every time. A few days back, if not for Shurhauren making a move, he would already have been killed by Zhao Cheng'an. While Zhao Cheng'an's strength was decent, it was still too far away compared to Yi Yuan. The reason why he was formidable was because of his realm. Zhao Cheng'an comprehended true intent. For Yi Yuan to want to cross a major realm to win him, it was too difficult. Hence, Yi Yuan resolved his heart this time to enter close seclusion for a month and planned on breaking through 5 realms in succession. This was an impossible mission to others, but to Yi Yuan it was merely a question of time. Day 2, the rear of the mountains where Yi Yuan was in seclusion. Shurhauren passed a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said, "These are the tier 3 medicinal herbs that little junior brother you requested. It's all prepared properly." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. What's there to thank? Merely just some tier 3 medicinal herbs, not a big deal. But you made me prepare so many portions for you. You're not planning on refining pills alone, right? Could it be that this 1 month you're planning on refining a batch of tier 3 medicinal pills?" Shurhauren asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wanting so many medicinal herbs is naturally to use to refine medicinal pills. But my close seclusion this time is in order to break through realms." Shurhauren asked very curiously, "Even if little junior brother, you refine pills without sleep or rest to refine so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills, it would probably take more than a month. How will you have time to break through realms?" Her little brother naturally has a plan," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Clearly, he was unwilling to say any more. Shurhauren suddenly recalled little junior brother's monstrousness and thought to himself, his pill refining speed should be faster than ordinary people, right? Or he did not even plan on refining finish these medicinal herbs, but to keep them for refining next time? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, it was naturally inconvenient for Sir Howren to ask any more, and he took his leave. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand. The square cauldron and Yuan Fei appeared before his eyes at the same time. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan, he bowed and greeted, "Young master." He had already followed Yi Yuan for close to a year. From the initial half-belief and half-skeptical to now it was already prostrating on all fours. This 1 year he practically ate demon crystal pills like candy. He was already peak tier 3 now and only a step away from tier 4. A year ago he did not even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I plan to refine a batch of medicinal pills. This close seclusion to break through realms. You're already not far away from tier 4 at present. Back then you promised to follow me for 10 years and I'll refine the demon manor pill for you. This promise can be fulfilled now." Yuan Fei's entire body trembled, and his agitation could not be any greater. Is what young master said true? When have I teased you before? The demon manor pill isn't some impressive medicinal pill to me. I can already refine it now. It was just that I always didn't have the time. After refining finish the demon manor pill, our debt is also considered settled. You can choose to leave me and return to the endless forest. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can return to the endless world. Evidently, Yi Yuan did not have huge confidence in returning. With the passing of time, the war between the two worlds would get closer and closer. There were bound to be even more powerful people guarding the realm passageway. Wanting to smoke his way through it like last time was already not very likely. Yet, when Yuan Fei heard these words, he shuddered and hastily asked, "Does young master not want Yuan Fei anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't overthink things. This 1 year you have been following me. You should know my temperament as well. As long as I've acknowledged that person as one of my own, I absolutely won't hold anything back from him. You rendered much help to me this 1 year. I've treated you as a friend in my heart. How can I not want you? It's just that I still have to ask about your choice out of respect to you." Yuan Fei did not even think and directly said, "If not for following young master, Yuan Fei would still be in the endless forest right now living muddled and simple-minded days. How could I have the chance to advance to tier 4? Following young master, the one who benefited isn't just Yuan Fei alone but the entire Long-Arm Stone Ape clan. Yuan Fei and clansmen are willing to pledge allegiance to young master to the death and to never forsake you." After following Yi Yuan, the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. Back then, when Yi Yuan saw Yuan Fei, only he alone was a tier 3 demonic beast. And now, there were already 20 to 30 tier 3 Long-Arm Stone Apes. One could say that the collective strength of the Long-Arm Stone Ape clan went up a level. Such a huge transformation was something that Yuan Fei could never have imagined before following Yi Yuan. Now, asking Yuan Fei to leave Yi Yuan, he would not even know how to survive. "Haha. You willing to stay on? Of course I welcome it," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei's answer did not exceed his expectations. In truth, he already predicted this outcome when he solicited Yuan Fei back. Then, "Old Yuan wanna keep on eating the food, right? Haha. Following big brother. Forget about tier 4. Even taking form isn't something hard." White Light suddenly scoffed. Yuan Fei's old face turned red first, then immediately turned pale with great shock as he said, "White Light, you are actually tier 3 already. How is it? Incredible, right? If you don't work hard, I'm going to surpass you very soon." White Light still had a child's disposition as he said with a proud look, "Stop talking nonsense. The one who wants to keep on eating the food is yourself, right? Don't bully Yuan Fei for being honest." Yi Yuan taunted with a smile. Cough, cough. "Big brother, can't you just let me be happy for a while? All right. I know that we both owe it all to you. Okay?" White Light said helplessly. "Good that you know." All right, this matter brooks no delay. I'm going to start refining pills. You guys help to guard me by the side, Yi Yuan said. The Demon Manor pill was a Tier 3 demonic pill. It was not much of a challenge to Yi Yuan, and he finished refining it very soon. The instant that Yuan Fei took the Demon Manor pill, he was so agitated that he could not speak. He was stammering for some time, stifling until Yuan Fei's face was black with a touch of red, getting ridiculed by white light. Ha ha ha, old Yuan. One Demon Manor pill can make you agitated until like this. Such a good-for-nothing. White light burst into laughter. Being interrupted by white light like this, Yuan Fei cooled down a little. Instead, this brat's bloodline is invincible. How can you know the significance of the Demon Manor pill to me? Making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks when you don't understand my plight. White light laughed and said, following Big Brother, this is just the beginning. Don't talk about a puny little Demon Manor pill. So what if it's a shape-shifting pill? You're like this now, wait until Big Brother refines a shape-shifting pill for you. Wouldn't you be so agitated that you would breathe your last? Haha. Then that would be fun. Hearing White Light's words, Yuan Fei could not help shuddering. Shape-shifting pill. He had truly never thought that he would one day successfully shapeshift and advance to a Tier 5 demonic beast. Tier 5 demonic beasts, which was also a sovereign-level demonic beast. It was another beginning to demonic beasts. But now he was about to step into the ranks of Tier 4 demonic beasts. Would Tier 5 still be far away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what White Light said is right. It's just a Demon Manor pill. You don't have to be so agitated, Yuan Fei. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Tier 5 Demon Sovereign, Tier 6 Demon Ancestor are all nothing difficult. Yuan Fei's emotions finally calmed down a little. He clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan Fei understands. Encountering young master is Yuan Fei's greatest fortune in this lifetime. Yuan Fei naturally would not forget the words that Yi Yuan said back then. That time, Yi Yuan was still just an Essence Chi realm youth. Opening his mouth to say Tier 5, Tier 6, Yuan Fei still more or less doubted it. But a year's time had passed. That Essence Chi realm youth already grew into a
Cristal Formation Realm Expert.
Yuan Fei only knew what a fortunate thing it was to encounter Yi Yuan back. Then, in retrospect, haha, what are we still talking about these between us for? You make your preparations. Make use of this 1 month to break through to Tier 4, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Yuan Fei acknowledged and went to another place to enter seclusion. When Yuan Fei left, Yi Yuan put out all the medicinal herbs in the storage ring. The originally sparse and empty room immediately became full. Big Brother, there are so many medicinal herbs. How do you plan on refining? White Light asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course it's refining all of them together. As he said, all the essence energy in his body seethed, firing one seal after another into the square cauldron. The square cauldron initially looked like a metallic product, but at this time, it actually lit up gradually under Yi Yuan's seals. That appearance actually looked like a divine object, dumbfounding White Light, who was watching. After over a dozen breaths, Yi Yuan was also exhausted until he panted heavily, while the square cauldron's luster gradually stabilized too. Huff! With my present strength, activating an array formation inside a profound artifact is also so taxing, said Yi Yuan powerly, while swallowing a condensed fragrance pill. Wow! This huge cauldron looks so impressive. Big Brother, what you doing here? White Light asked doubtfully. Although this treasure was found by him, he was utterly clueless about the functions of this treasure and was filled with curiosity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you look properly, only to see his essence energy seethe once again. A large pile of medicinal herbs actually flew inside the square cauldron just like that. The next instant, the square cauldron gave off an immense brilliance, releasing a dazzling radiance from the mouth of the cauldron. It was also uncertain what was happening inside the cauldron. After 15 minutes, the radiance dissipated. The square cauldron returned to normal again. White Light was very nosy and scurried to the mouth of the cauldron right away, a pair of tiger eyes becoming wide saucers. Is this all medicinal embryos? My God, how did you do it? White Light exclaimed in shock. Haha, it wasn't done by me. It was this profound artifact's own array.
Formation.
As long as one activates the array formation, it can automatically extract and refine medicinal embryos.
Ye Yuan explained.
So amazing? Hehe. Indeed, the treasures that I find are extraordinary. White Light flattered himself again. But so many medicinal embryos, you aren't planning on refining them all at once as well, right? White Light suddenly asked again. Of course. How troublesome is it to refine one by one? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Tisk, I'm really curious about Big Brother's origins. Your alchemy skills completely roll over the lower realm alchemists. That sure Howren's strength already seems to be very strong, but it isn't even enough to refine so many medicinal pills in a month's time. You're only at the alchemy grandmaster realm and can actually refine so many tier 3 medicinal pills in minutes. Simply heaven-defying. White Light sighed with admiration. Haha, of course I have some background. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. As for now, don't inquire too much, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Not that Yi Yuan did not trust White Light, but this road to revenge of his was too arduous. A single misstep and it would be the outcome of eternal damnation. He did not even have any guarantee whether or not he could succeed in the end, so he did not wish to drag the innocent White Light in. Fine then. I won't inquire. White Light curled his mouth and said. After Yi Yuan regulated his breathing for a while and his essence energy recovered to the peak condition, he started refining. The medicinal pill that he was refining this time was called Jade Spirit Pill. It was naturally a medicinal pill used for raising essence energy. The effects of this medicinal pill compared to the ones used by ordinary lower realm martial artists was way higher. The cleansing sandal sacred flame spat out lightly, instantly igniting the square cauldron. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he simply had no way of unleashing the full functions of the square cauldron. Otherwise, he completely did not need to waste strength to refine this batch of medicinal pills. He was still using the Tri-Origins Samsara art. Following one seal after another being struck into the square cauldron, the body of the cauldron radiated splendor once again. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The square cauldron's radiance gradually dimmed, recovering back to a metal lump. After finishing the refinement, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground. Such a refinement was a tremendous test to both soul force and essence energy. There was basically nobody who could accomplish it in the lower realms. Only an existence like Yi Yuan, whose control of soul force and essence energy was brilliant to the pinnacle, could complete a refinement like this. Big Brother, it's done like this? White Light asked in surprise. Still not done? Do you want to tire me to death?
Ye Yuan
said crossly. Cough, I didn't mean that. But this is only half a day's time. White Light felt like the scene before his eyes was not quite real. After breaking through to Tier 3, White Light awakened inherited memories and had a much greater understanding of this world. In his inherited memories was knowledge on the aspects of alchemy. Refining so many medicinal pills was absolutely a colossal project. But Yi Yuan completed it in half a day's time. After resting for a bit, Yi Yuan finally caught his breath and said, My present strength is still too weak. If I have peak 9th level crystal formation realm strength, refining these toys can be done in 2 hours. White Light gave a low roar and said scornfully, You're indeed a freak. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Go help me take a look. How's the quality of the medicinal pills? My realm breakthrough this time is all on these toys. White Light scurried over to take a look. Inside the square cauldron was full of medicinal pills, probably hundreds. He observed those medicinal pills closely and was filled with astoundment in his heart. "How is it?" Yi Yuan asked impatiently. "You're indeed a freak. Refining pills like this, and it still resulted to such high quality. The vast majority inside is all high-grade medicinal pills. There is still quite a fair portion which is superior grade. Only a very tiny portion is middle grade. Ha! Not even one transcendent grade. Fail," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. "Transcendent grade. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills." White Light was thoroughly defeated. Actually, the refinement this time, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was still essence energy. A refinement like this was a tremendous test of the alchemist's essence energy. Without late-stage crystal formation realm essence energy, it was very hard to sustain. Only Yi Yuan's way of splitting one portion of essence energy into two halves to use could support his refinement to succeed. If there were even a trace of waste, it would also not be possible to have the present results. "All right, I'll recover my strength first. You play by yourself. Wait until I break through to late-stage crystal formation realm, then I'll help you refine." "Demon crystal pills," Yi Yuan said feebly. White Light was overjoyed upon hearing it and said, "Ha ha! It's indeed big brother who dotes on me. Little brother, I will definitely break through to Tier 4 quickly. At that time, I'll protect big brother." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "It will be pretty good if you don't drag me down." While he said that verbally, Yi Yuan knew that White Light's strength could not be underestimated. Previously, when facing off against Zhao Chengan, White Light actually wounded the Sea Transformation Realm Zhao Chengan with Tier 2 strength. His might could be seen at a glance. If White Light had Tier 4 strength, dealing with Zhao Chengan should be a cinch. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that White Light would explode with extraordinary strength under certain special conditions. His speed would be unbelievably quick. Regarding that final strike against Zhao Chengan, even he did not see clearly what happened. Also, when White Light's mother was on her deathbed, White Light dealing with the 7 evils flowing cloud python was like so too. Looking at this, White Light's strength indeed could not be underestimated. The second day, Yi Yuan already recovered to his optimal condition and prepared to break through. He casually grabbed a bunch of jade spirit pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yuan started to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang. Divine art. Their medicinal properties were rapidly refined, flowing into the dantian. The small crystal in Yi Yuan's dantian continuously expanded. After a day, Yi Yuan directly broke through to the 3rd level crystal.
Formation Realm.
Another 3 days passed. Yi Yuan's momentum met no resistance the entire way, directly smashing the barrier between early-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage crystal formation realm, breaking through to 4th level.
Crystal Formation Realm.
Time flowed like water. In a twinkle, a month had passed. On this day, the essence energy inside another secret room surged and was abnormally violent. Haha, Yuan Fei has divine beast bloodline when all is said and done. His talent is actually not poor. It's just that the lower realm's resources and environment made it very hard for him to mature. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. TCH. Isn't it just breaking through to a Tier 4? What's the big deal? As long as I have Big Brother providing demon crystal pills, I can surely break through to Tier 4 within half a year. White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow said it as if he owed him. I say, don't you feel ashamed? Yuan Fei's improvement speed is indeed inferior to yours, but he didn't spend much time to break through from middle stage Tier 3 to peak Tier 3 either. If you didn't have the support of medicinal pills, you might not even be faster than him. Yi Yuan said huffily. Cough, cough. This tiger is a descendant of the 4 great divine beasts. How can a stone ape with a dilute bloodline be compared with me? If he has the capabilities, you make him not eat medicinal pills and compare cultivation Speed with me. Heh, actually, talking about improvement speed, we can't catch up to Big Brother even if we whipped our horses. In a month you already broke through 4 realms consecutively, reaching the peak 6th level crystal formation realm. Although White Light saying these words looked a little like licking his boots, he was really very astonished in his heart. Yi Yuan's bloodline did not have any special aspects. His body was not even the most ordinary spirit physique. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was not any bit slower than him, a divine beast progeny. This was the most freakish. While they were talking, the dilation of essence energy at the other secret room already calmed down. Yuan Fei walked out of the secret room. The aura of Yuan Fei who broke through to Tier 4 was already completely different. It was only to see him conceal his splendor inwards with not a trace of essence energy escaping his body. One clearly could not sense his essence energy, but it gave people an extremely powerful feeling. This was still him just after breaking through a realm and not able to release and withdraw it as he pleased. Wait until he finished consolidating his realm. That sort of soul-stirring threatening force would not emanate out, and he would look no different from ordinary demonic beasts. Yuan Fei was similarly a divine beast descendant. After breaking through to Tier 4, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle of the 3 realms. His divine beast bloodline would also trigger. His combat strength became exceedingly formidable. The Stone Ape clan was originally extremely skillful at fighting. Their combat strength even far surpassed same-rank demonic beasts. It was just that Yuan Fei's divine beast bloodline was not activated in the past and was unable to unleash shocking combat strength. Haha, old Yuan, how's the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4? Looking at your appearance, it's like you're going to totally destroy the room, White Light said with a laugh. He and Yuan Fei were old friends already too. Seeing Yuan Fei broke through, he was naturally very happy as well. But Yuan Fei gave a silly smile and said, just broke through. Essence energy is still unable to be controlled freely. I've incurred young masters ridicule, but the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4 is truly excellent. Feel like my entire body is filled with strength and that I can punch through a mountain in one fist. Evidently, breaking through to Tier 4 made Yuan Fei very excited. After all, this was something he simply could not imagine before meeting Yi Yuan. Haha. Looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh, young master has good eyes. After breaking through to Tier 4, I've awakened another part of inherited memories. Furthermore, I feel an extremely powerful bloodline strength hidden inside my body, Yuan Fei said with joy. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, indeed worthy of being the equals. Heaven Sage Ape's progeny. As long as you can draw out this bloodline strength, you'll surely be an extremely formidable existence in the future. After a moment, Yuan Fei calmed down from basking in his joy and suddenly realized something not quite right. Yuan Fei gradually went from pleasantly surprised to astonishment. Haha, old Yuan's reaction is really slow, only noticing now that something was off. You only broke through 1 level in a month's time. Big Brother is going to break through the 5th level very soon and advance to the late stage crystal formation realm, White Light said in derision. Yuan Fei was filled with shock. Breaking through 5 levels in a month's time? Yi Yuan was at the crystal formation realm now, not the essence chi realm or spirit condensation realm back then. Wasn't such a breakthrough speed overly terrifying? Actually, logically speaking, the difficulty of this level that Yuan Fei broke through was far more challenging compared to Yi Yuan's 5 levels added up. But the problem was that the time used was too short. To some ordinary martial artists, a month's time was just barely enough for them to use to consolidate their realm. Even for those genius martial artists wanting to break through a level in a month, that was something impossible. But Yi Yuan broke through 5 levels in succession within a month? Alright, it's late. Since Yuan Fei already broke through, you guys help to guard me. I'll break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Right now, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yuan Fei felt indescribable shock in his heart. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan catching up to him was just something soon. Although Yuan Fei had long known that Yi Yuan's cultivation had virtually no bottlenecks, but to break through 5 realms in a month, such a speed was too unbelievable. Yi Yuan swallowed large quantities of jade spirit pills again and started to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in full force. Even if Yi Yuan did not comprehend so many realms in this lifetime directly, breaking through 5 realms was not a big deal, and his current realm comprehension already greatly exceeded the current standards. It was just that since he reincarnated, he had practically been on the run, constantly all along. There had been completely no chance to rest properly and cultivate essence energy, resulting in his realm being too low. Now, him breaking through 5 realms was actually just water flowing, unhindered when the conditions were right. When the medicinal pills entered the abdomen, an essence energy tempest gradually formed, plunging the entire hidden room into a violent storm. Yuan Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. Did young master break through realms like this during this 1 month? Of course, big brother breaking through realms has this tiger grandpa's, my style. Both of us eating medicinal pills like candy. Ha, White Light said, with a loud laugh. Thinking about these 2 freaks, Yuan Fei was speechless for a long time. The Stone Ape clan indeed had powerful physiques, but even he did not dare to consume medicinal pills like this. He would be stuffed to death. The joy from previously breaking through to Tier 4 was already struck down at this time and badly mangled. He was deeply aware that before long, he would be thoroughly surpassed by these 2 freaks. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that even if he broke through to Tier 4 now and awakened divine beast bloodline strength, in a genuine life and death battle, he might not be Yi Yuan's match either. After half a day, the essence energy inside the hidden room returned to serenity. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Currently, the aura from Yi Yuan's body was much stronger compared to while being at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Hee. How do you feel right now, big brother? White Light asked with a flattering face. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, if I meet Zhao Chang'an again, even if I can't kill him, giving him a violent thrashing should still be achievable. White Light shook his head strongly and said unhappily, big brother, you broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you still can't take care of that fellow? I know that you're pissed with him, but his strength is indeed very mighty. To be able to comprehend true intent at his age, this is not what ordinary people can accomplish. Even if I already broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm now, I'm still a major realm lower than him. To be able to defeat him is already pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph. Anyway, I'm just very upset. I don't care. Big brother, you quickly refine candy for me. I want to break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible, then viciously trample that fellow to death and let him know that this tiger grandpa isn't nice to provoke. White Light said irately. Haha. There are plenty of chances. My soul force has already reached alchemy. Grandmaster perfection realm now. Refining demon crystal pill is but lifting a finger. I'll find a time to refine medicinal pills for you, but I've already been in seclusion for a month. Star Abyss's side should have some news too. We have to quickly exit seclusion. After all, we entered the fierce Gale world in order to rescue senior apprentice brother Yuntian and the rest. Yi Yuan said. Although White Light was playful, he still knew how to prioritize what was important and what was less urgent. He had already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and knew Yi Yuan's personality, so he stopped talking. Yi Yuan put Yuan Fei away in the spatial spirit artifact and exited the hidden room with White Light, but he saw that Shihauran was already waiting outside. When Shihauran saw Yi Yuan walk out, he came forward to greet with a smile. But when he saw Yi Yuan, His smile immediately froze on his face. Little junior brother, you? You. 7th level. My God. An alchemy. King expert like Sherhauren was also somewhat incoherent in speech currently. Haha, little brother was lucky to break through several realms. Elder senior. Brother doesn't need to be so shocked, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. He had long known that exiting seclusion would incur his senior's shock. But he could not be bothered with so much either. He could not break through in order not to let Sherhauren and the rest get shocked, right? Furthermore, in the fierce Gale world, it was riddled with dangers everywhere. If Yi Yuan still did not raise his realm, he would not even have the capital to protect himself. Lucky. How? How can I not be shocked? Little junior brother, I thought that you were in retreat to refine pills this 1 month. To think that you actually broke through 5 realms consecutively in one breath. Sure. Hauren said with a bitter smile. Haha, refining pills is naturally for breaking through too, Yi Yuan said. With a chortle. Sure, Hauren's expression because peculiar again. He said in surprise. Those medicinal herbs you can't have. You can't have. Seeing Yi Yuan nod his head with a smile, Sherhauren nearly bit his own tongue. You've got to be kidding? 1 month's time. Refining so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills and even breaking through 5 realms? Was this making a joke? Facing Sherhauren, Yi Yuan knew that he could not conceal it, so he might as well not hide it from him. Little junior brother, you're really a freak. Sherhauren heaved a long sigh and said, I previously warned you not to be in a rush to break through realms, but you just wouldn't listen. You breaking through like this will affect your future cultivation. Although breaking through 5 realms in succession was very monstrous, but it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This point, Sherhauren was very clear. Honestly speaking, when he saw Yi Yuan standing here perfectly well, he already felt that it was a miracle. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eldest senior brother, don't need to worry. Won't treat my own future as a joke. It was because I was scared that my foundation would be unstable that I only just broke through 5 realms. Sherhauren was speechless. Sherhauren really did not know how he should express his emotions. What was called scared that foundation would be unstable? What was called only broke through 5 realms? The cultivation of essence energy was a grinding process. Even more talented martial artists would not dare to break through realms like this. Sherhauren decided not to argue with Yi Yuan anymore. He was going to report this matter to Master and let Master come and urge little junior brother. Fine then, you win. Sherhauren was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is there some matter for eldest senior brother to wait here especially for me? Sherhauren nodded and said, Master instructed a few days ago to ask you to go find him immediately after exiting seclusion, saying that there's something important to discuss with you. I estimated that you should exit seclusion right about today, so I came here to wait for you. Yi Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were clues about the matter regarding his seniors? Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. I'll go see Master right away. Yi Yuan clasped his hand and gave thanks. Wait a minute, Sherhauren suddenly said. Does eldest senior brother still have anything? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Before meeting Master, there's somebody that you probably have to meet. In? Who? Yi Yuan was somewhat confused. He did not seem to know many people in the capital. Why would there be people coming to find him? You'll know when you go and see. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, he could not help having a foreboding feeling. Young Master Ji, I beg you to save second miss. Manager Tong grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and directly kneeled down, tears flowing down his old face. The arrival was precisely the Four Seas Building's manager, Tong Swan. Seeing his sniveling look, Yi Yuan's heart also involuntarily palpitated. He hurriedly supported Tong Swan and asked, Don't be anxious, Manager Tong. Talk slowly. What happened to Miss Ruyan? Tong Swan, choking through sobs, said, Second Miss She consumed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder this morning. At this time already. Already. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Go! Talk on the way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly pulled Tong Xuan and left like a gust of wind. Shi Haoran hesitated for a moment and tagged along too. Along the way, the three people moved as swift as the wind. But Yi Yuan more or less also understood the sequence of events. Ever since the Grand Pill Assembly, the Shao family acquired 70% of the management rights anew. The family situation also took a turn for the better. But the matter of the martial competition to find a spouse was already spilled. Water that could not be recovered. The Shao family did not have the confidence to withdraw the promise as well. Yet Shao Ruyan did not wish to marry at all. This 1 month she was all moody and depressed. In between this, Shao Ruyan even came to find Yi Yuan once. But Yi Yuan was in a close seclusion, watching helplessly as the day of the spouse finding martial competition gradually approached. Shao Ruyan also slowly became melancholic and low-spirited. Nobody would have thought that she would actually swallow the 9 nether soul shattering powder tonight. The 9 nether soul shattering powder was an extremely fierce quasi-tier 4 poison, could be said to kill upon contact with blood. By the time a maidservant discovered Shao Ruyan, she was already severely poisoned and incurable. Even Shao Chongfeng, an alchemy king, was at a loss on what to do. But Tong Xuan had a sudden inspiration and carried a just-try-it mindset to go and seek help at Qixia Mountain. To think that he just happened to bump into Yi Yuan, who left seclusion. This foolish woman. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth indignantly. Ever since Shao Ruyan stood up to support him in the Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan already treated her as a friend. Towards friends, Yi Yuan naturally would not watch her die passively. But he still felt very livid towards Shao Ruyan's foolish actions. Don't wish to marry, you could run from the wedding, could run away from home, could pretend to go mad. Why did you have to use this sort of silly method? When Yi Yuan arrived at Shao Ruyan's chambers, the place was already in a chaotic mess. In truth, Shao Ruyan's alchemic talent was even stronger than Shao Rufeng's. Her accomplishments in the future were bound to be extraordinary. But now, an alchemy genius of her generation, one of the peerless beauties of the capital's dual absolutes, actually passed away like this. This made many people sigh unceasingly. When Yi Yuan saw Shao Chongfeng, his eyes were red. Evidently he was heartbroken too. Seeing Yi Yuan, Shao Chongfeng was rather surprised, but he still came forward to greet. "I've seen young Master Ji." That day, the matter of the 7th prince bearing a rod to ask for punishment already caused a sensation in the entire capital. Everyone knew that the face of the 8th disciple that Sovereign Star Abyss took in was so big that it poked the skies. He actually made the 7th prince bear a rod to ask for punishment and kneel down to admit his fault. While in the capital, the ones who understood Yi Yuan best was none other than the Shao family. Shao Chongfeng even held awe and veneration towards Yi Yuan. In his heart, he, an alchemy king, was nothing in front of Sovereign Star Abyss. But Yi Yuan did not have any good attitude. He sneered coldly and said, "You, as her father, are truly of the highest grade, to actually have forced your own daughter to death." Shao Chongfeng's expression dimmed, but he did not refute. He heaved a sigh and said, "Although I'm the family head, I don't have much of a choice either. Who knew? Who knew that Ruyan Shi would actually be so resolute? Enough crap. Let me see Ruyan." Yi Yuan was not in the mood to talk rubbish with him. Shao Chongfeng nodded slightly and opened up the path. Yi Yuan rushed inside like a gust of wind. On the jade bed, Shao Ruyan wore an unadorned but elegant white outfit, lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Seeing Shao Ruyan, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. Her qi had yet to dissipate fully. As long as her qi was not cut off, Yi Yuan could bring her back. "All scram outside for me." Yi Yuan went forward to prop Shao Ruyan up and turned around to bellow. There were many Shao family elders crowding around the scene. Seeing the situation, their eyebrows all furrowed.
Yik vink.
Who the hell are you, to dare yell at us like this? That's right. You're no longer Shao family's guest retainer. When was it your turn to meddle in my Shao family's affairs? Put Ruyan down. Otherwise, we won't be courteous. The dead is the most important. You even dare to touch Ruyan's remains. Do you really take my Shao family to have no people? Many Shao family elders immediately refused to comply and made a row.
Ye Yuan lafet koldu inyartli.
He knew that the ones who forced Shao Ruyan to death were precisely these hypocritical Shao family elders. Shao Ruyan once complained tearfully in front of him that these Shao family elders all bullied her, selling her out like a commodity. Although Shao Changfeng was a little weak and indecisive, he still cared deeply for Shao Ruyan and would not go so far as to do this. But for the sake of the Shao family's continuation, he did not say much either. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror, which was why he did not have a good attitude towards Shao Changfeng. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Shao Changfeng's difficulties. But in Yi Yuan's viewpoint, even if the Shao family no longer existed tomorrow, he could not sacrifice his own daughter's happiness as a father either. Shao Changfeng, if you wish to see your daughter die like this, then let those dregs continue clamoring here. Yi Yuan's voice carried unspeakable rage. Shao Changfeng was stunned when he heard this. He said in surprise, You can bring Ruyan back to life. Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just said coldly, I don't wish for these flies to buzz around my ears non-stop. You, Ji Qing, you actually dare to call us dregs and flies? Changfeng, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. Ruyan is already dead by being poisoned. Even if Sovereign Star Abyss came here, he can't save her. 2. Changfeng, as the head of a family, are you going to watch an outsider raise a row here? For a moment, the Shao family elders all exploded, reproaching Shao Changfeng. One after another, Shao Changfeng's expression flickered non-stop. He was an alchemy king expert. He could naturally tell that Shao Ruyan was already without any vital activities, impossible to bring back. But Yi Yuan just had to say that he could bring her back. Should he believe Yi Yuan or not? So many elders were exerting pressure on him, demanding to chase Yi Yuan away. He could not disregard everybody's opinions either. For a moment, Shao Changfeng wavered. He looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's dazzling performance in the Grand Pill Assembly. Perhaps he really could. The elders were still talking all at once, making Shao Changfeng feel very irritated. All shut your mouths for me, Shao Changfeng roared, silencing everyone. All get out for me. Let young Master Ji try, Shao Changfeng said. Changfeng, how can you be so muddled? How can people revive after they die? This boy is clearly here to cause trouble, said a Shao family elder. Shao Changfeng glared and said, The one lying on the bed is my daughter. Can't I even make this decision? Am I still the Shao family's family head? Or not? Shao Changfeng's aura released. This time no one dared to speak. These elders exchanged glances but finally still withdrew out of the room. Yi Yuan watched indifferently, thinking to himself that this fellow was still not considered hopeless. Yi Yuan casually threw Shao Changfeng a jade slip and said, At least you have a bit of consciousness towards Ruyan. Prepare the medicinal herbs well. According to this formula, I'll need to start a furnace to refine pills in a while. Shao Changfeng nodded and did not say much as he left. Yi Yuan supported Shao Ruyan well and executed the tempered profound gold finger once again. Roughly an hour later, the elders waiting outside the room were all quite impatient. Oh Changfeng, that boy is messing around. You're messing around with him too. You're an alchemy king. Even you've determined that Ruyan has died. How can he bring her back to life? Now he chased all of us out here and stayed in Ruyan's chambers alone. Where is the sense of propriety? The one speaking was a Shao family elder with a rather high position, an exalted quasi-alchemy king too. His name was Xiao Changhong. Ever since the Xiao family seized back the medicinal pill market, these elders' confidence all swelled up one by one. They had immense faith that the Xiao family could rely on these 10 years to rise up once more. In the past, they felt a head shorter than others when they went out. But now, their heads all raised to the skies when they went outside. Hearing Xiao Changhong said so, Xiao Changfeng frowned but did not speak. The more Xiao Changhong talked, the angrier he got. He even pointed the spearhead at Xiao Ruyan and said recalcitrantly, "Ruyan, this lass is..." Seriously, the Xiao family raised her up so big and even nurtured her to become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How many resources were expended? Now, when the Xiao family needs her, she did something like this. It really chills our hearts greatly. Her death doesn't matter, but how are you going to give an account to the Huang and Shui families? That's right. Ruyan, this lass is seriously outrageous. With Xiao Changhong saying so, many elders immediately concurred. When Xiao Changhong saw that everyone stood on his side, he became even more zealous and continued, "As I said, Ruyan, this lass doesn't know what's good for her. Isn't it just marrying someone? Which girl doesn't marry? Also, those two young masters from the Huang family and Shui family are dragons among men. Could it be that they are still undeserving of Ruyan?" Right at this moment, a piercingly cold killing intent suddenly attacked. Xiao Changhong had yet to figure out what was going on when his throat was already tightly grasped by a hand, unable to speak. Yi Yuan pinned Xiao Changhong onto the wall and said icily, "You just try saying another cynical word. Cough. Cough, cough. Let go of me." Xiao Changhong's 2 feet were straight but did not dare to resist. At this time, Yi Yuan just had to spit essence energy, and he could claim this old life of this. Seeing Yi Yuan overflowing with killing intent, the Xiao family elders all felt chills. This boy was only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How could he be so strong? Although Xiao Changhong was an alchemist, he was at any rate a 7th level transformation realm martial artist. He did not even get to react and was pinned on the wall by Yi Yuan. "You bunch of fools. As elders, you don't have any capabilities at all and still need the juniors to sacrifice their own marital happiness to help achieve your selfish gains. Truly laughable. You all nurtured Ruyan. She has already done sufficiently well. These years, how much pressure was she, little girl, shouldering? You, these old fellows, other than gesticulating behind backs, what have you done? A bunch of opinionated things." Yi Yuan words were filled with rage, making everyone feel a chill unceasingly. "Ji Qing, here is the Xiao family. How can we allow you to be so insolent? What we do is the Xiao family's own affairs. It's not your turn to come and bother. Quickly let go of Elder Changhong," another elder said grimly. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at that elder coldly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Is that so?" The elders were taken by Yi Yuan's aura and could not resist backing away. "You! What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "If I recall correctly, my Xiao family's guest retainer identity doesn't seem to have been removed yet, right? Since I'm a Xiao family guest retainer, why can't I interfere with Xiao family's affairs?" As Yi Yuan said, his face suddenly darkened as he said, "I can't be bothered with the Xiao family's matters either, but Ruyan's matters are my matters. If you all dare to coerce her again in the future, your outcome will be like this. Rock!" As he said, Yi Yuan casually fired out a blast of essence energy. A fake mountain not far in the distance instantly turned into dust. The elders' faces all changed. They were frightened by Yi Yuan's aura. To be able to instantly defeat Xiao Changhong, Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. The Xiao family naturally had Soul Sea realm martial artists too. But Yi Yuan was not alone by himself. Behind Yi Yuan stood Sovereign Star Abyss. To be able to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, kowtowed and apologized for his mistake. Who in the capital dare to provoke this malefic star? Now all scram far away from me in case this little lord I get vexed when I see you, Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. How could the elders dare to stay? Each one of them ran faster than rabbits. In the big courtyard, only Xiao Chongfeng and Yi Yuan were left currently. Xiao Chongfeng's expression changed again, very astonished by Yi Yuan's strength. He remembered that when Yi Yuan left the Xiao family a month ago, he was still just second-level crystal formation realm strength. How long had it been only? And he was already at the 7th-level crystal formation realm? But now was clearly not the time to be asking this. Xiao Chongfeng asked, rather awkwardly, Young Master Ji, Ruyan Shi. Yi Yuan looked at him nonchalantly and responded with a question instead. Are the medicinal herbs all prepared? Xiao Chongfeng hurried nodded and said, All prepared, all inside my pill. Refinement room. Tong Swan is right outside. He'll bring you in. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You go inside then. Ruyan still has some time before she'll wake up. I'll go and prepare the detoxification pill right now. You look after her well. Although he was long prepared, Xiao Chongfeng's entire body still trembled as he asked disbelievingly, You really brought her back to life? Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said coolly, Could it be that you wanted to see your own daughter die? On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. Xiao Chongfeng was overjoyed as he said, Ruyan, you're awake. Father. Xiao Ruyan saw Xiao Chongfeng when she opened her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her head over and was unwilling to take another look. Xiao Chongfeng felt a heartache as he let out a feeble sigh and said, Ruyan, Father knows that you have a grudge in your heart, but Father is helpless too. Xiao Ruyan still had her head turned and refused to say a word. Xiao Chongfeng's heart was like it was being sliced by blades. He knew that his daughter was already extremely disappointed in him. Fine then. You aren't willing to listen to Father's words, but you're willing to listen to Ji Qing's words, right? Xiao Chongfeng sighed heavily and said. Xiao Ruyan's body quivered when she heard that and could not resist turning her head around, her eyes filled with doubt. Xiao Chongfeng knew his daughter's thoughts and explained. Father is incapable. When I discovered that you were poisoned, Father was already powerless to do anything. It was Ji Qing's miraculous skills that could revive the dead that actually brought you back to life miraculously. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were filled with astoundment. She was clearly than anyone else about the toxicity of the 9 nether soul-shattering powder. Could be said to kill upon infliction. After being poisoned for several hours, it was basically beyond redemption. Yi Qing could actually bring her back. How brilliant medical skills were needed for this. Where is he? Xiao Ruyan asked with a slight tremor. Xiao Chongfeng sighed again and said, Ruyan, I know that you might not like to hear some words, but the spouse finding martial competition is already unavoidable. Otherwise, it will be very hard for our Xiao family to keep a foothold in the capital in the future if we offend the Tu Huang and Xue families at the same time. Seeing his daughter's emotions becoming agitated, Xiao Chongfeng hurriedly said, You don't get agitated first. Listen to me finish talking first. Perhaps this unsolvable situation now has an opportunity to reverse. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes swirled slightly, and she said in surprise, Father's meaning is. Xiao Chongfeng nodded and said, That's right. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Xue families, maybe you can land this matter on Yi Qing. I think, if it was Ji Qing, you wouldn't reject, right? Hearing Xiao Chongfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan's initially pallid and wan face, because of weakness, became flushed red. Seeing Xiao Ruyan putting on a posture to refute but blushed instead, Xiao Chongfeng sighed faintly and said, Actually, during the Grand Pill Assembly, I already saw through your thoughts. After Ji Qing was taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss as a disciple, his status was also sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the Huang and Xue families. If the two of you were brought together, it isn't prohibited either. It's just. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Ruyan was actually slightly gleeful in her heart. But when she heard the two words, it's just, Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily plunged, and she asked weakly, "It's just what?" Sigh. "I never would have thought that you would do something so resolute. I'm afraid. Afraid that you drop flowers pining for love while he, a heartless brook, babbles along," Xiao Changfeng said with a sigh. Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily jolted fiercely as she said unresignedly, "If he doesn't have interest in me, why did he help me repeatedly? Father is somebody who has gone through it all. Ultimately, I can see things clearer than you. Although I don't know why he entered the Xiao family. Ji Qing definitely came harboring some kind of goal. That was why father carried out an unwise decision to intentionally let him and Tong Wenkong face off. Who knew that unexpected sowing led to blooming in the garden?
Yi Wink.
Actually became the Xiao family's savior. Honestly, father actually already completely infuriated him at that time with distrust. If not for you standing up to support him vehemently, he would probably have already flicked his sleeves and left. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan was even more puzzled. Since that's the case, doesn't that show even more clearly? Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, "It's precisely because of this that showed more clearly he doesn't have feelings of man and women towards you but ties of friendship. If he entered the Xiao family because of you, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry because of father's distrust. He also would not have performed so low-key in the Grand Pill Assembly but try to think of ways to make you and father value him highly. Although I don't know why, something must have happened during the Grand Pill Assembly to have utterly infuriated him, making him destroy Tong Wenchong completely." Listening up to hear, Xiao Ruyan's complexion immediately became as pale as paper again. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Only with Xiao Changfeng analyzing like this, did Xiao Ruyan know that maybe it was her wishful thinking. A line of clear tears flowed down uncontrollably again. "Ruyan, you don't have to be like this. This matter might still have a turnaround," Xiao Changfeng said. Xiao Ruyan said in tears, "Father doesn't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. Perhaps you can really fight on this matter. Previously I didn't have assurance. But now, I have 70% confidence," Xiao Changfeng said. 70% confidence? Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, "That's right. Ji Qing should have his objectives coming to the Xiao family, so I didn't have any confidence at all. I was afraid of offending a future major figure, so I didn't open my mouth all along. But today, through your affairs, I can conclude that Ji Qing is somebody who values brotherhood immensely. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Xue family, maybe you can poke open this layer of windowpane paper to him. With his disposition, I believe that he wouldn't wish to see you jump into a fire pit." Xiao Ruyan's eyes could not help lighting up but dimmed very quickly. To a girl, especially a peerless beauty like Xiao Ruyan, asking her to poke a hole through this layer of windowpane paper was too hard. This need enormous courage. Furthermore, Xiao Changfeng already made it very clear just now Yi Yuan only had feelings of friendships towards her. What if he rejected? By not poking a hole, maybe they could still be friends. Once she poked a hole through this windowpane paper, they might not even be friends anymore. This was not the outcome that Xiao Ruyan wanted. Despair was the greatest sorrow. At that time, she might feel even worse than dying. Xiao Ruyan clearly fell into an extreme internal conflict. Sigh. "I know that this is somewhat cruel to you two, but this is already the best plan that father can think of. Most importantly, you're in love with Ji Qing, isn't it? Ji Qing has already waited outside for a long time. I'll go call him in now. As for whether you tell him or not, that will have to depend on yourself." Xiao Changfeng sighed lightly and turned around and left. Xiao Ruyan did not notice that at the moment he turned around, A glimmer of light flashed across Xiao Chongfeng's eyes. It was true that Xiao Chongfeng said this for the sake of his daughter. But, more importantly, once Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan became a pair, it would be equivalent to the Xiao family getting close to the Alchemist Association, this giant banner. With this layer of relation, nobody could shake the position of the Xiao family in the capital anymore. Star Abyss actually dared to sanction the royal family for Yi Yuan. Could be seen how highly he valued this disciple. Once the two people tied the nuptial knot, the arrangement in the capital's alchemy scene would undergo a change again, and the Grand Pill Assembly would not have the need to be carried out anymore. This was Xiao Chongfeng's deeper-level scheme. Xiao Ruyan's thoughts were pure. How could she see through Xiao Chongfeng's such deep thoughts? Speaking of which, even if she saw through it, she would most likely want to hold Yi Yuan's heart without looking back as well, right? Expose the truth. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How big a matter was it? Was there a need to attempt suicide? Such a beautiful girl. So many people are fighting to have. Such a pity if you died. Putting yourself at home to be a flower vase is also pretty good." Poochie. One sentence tickled Xiao Ruyan, turning tears into smiles. Rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan, she pouted and said, "Can't you say something properly for once?" Frivolous. Her eyes were filled with amorous feelings, mesmerizing people to death, putting Yi Yuan, who was looking into a trace as well. "Haha. Didn't I see that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and wanted to liven things up?" Yi Yuan said slightly awkwardly. But Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed and she shouted begrudgingly, "You shouldn't have saved me. Didn't I already save you? Hehe, you foolish girl, is it worth it to do this?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan sighed and said, "There's no worth it or not, only willing or not. I don't wish to go against father's intention and also don't wish for myself to become another person's accessory. This was the best option." "Ah, what are you doing?" Xiao Ruyan was just bemoaning her fate vacantly when suddenly a face popped up in front of her, making her jump in fright and hastily backing away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're lying." That scene earlier made Xiao Ruyan's little heart flutter, only to see her flustered expression, her eyes dodging like she did something guilty. When did I?" Xiao Ruyan said softly. "Your eyes betrayed out. The eyes of a person whose heart is dead like ashes, are utterly without a lease of life. But you are filled with attachment towards this world. So what then? I have no other choice." Having her thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan said with hints of embarrassment. Of course, she was filled with attachments towards this world. She was attached to her alchemy path. She was attached to her parents and her elder brother. She was attached to Yi Yuan. The Xiao Ruyan at this time was very sensitive. She felt that Yi Yuan was well disposed towards her, but Yi Yuan completely turned a blind eye to her. He clearly knew that the spouse finding martial competition was about to begin, yet he still entered close seclusion to cultivate. In her despair, she chose this sort of extreme way of doing things. "Haha, don't wish to die? Then don't die," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyan did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly yelled at Yi Yuan, "Easy talk for you. Do you know how powerful first-rate families are? Do you know the Xiao family's current predicament? Do you know my circumstances? Don't want to die? What about the spouse finding martial competition? Could it be that you're going to go defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe and marry me?" Saying finish the words in one breath, Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, looking very furious, but in truth, her heart already leaped up to her throat. She was worried Yi Yuan would say no, worried that Yi Yuan would turn around and leave. The two people stared at each other. For a moment there was only the sound of breathing in the room. "Fine." After a moment, Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile and said, "What?" Xiao Ruyan did not react right away and instinctively blurted out, I'll help you settle those two fellows. But I have no way of marrying you. Yi Yuan felt that regarding this kind of matters it was better not to do things sloppily. You? What do you mean? Xiao Ruyan was pleasantly surprised earlier, but the second half of Yi Yuan's sentence splashed down like a basin of cold water. My meaning is that I'll participate in the spouse finding martial competition and help you take care of those two punks. But I have no way of marrying you, Yi Yuan said. Although he knew that these words were rather hurtful, he had no choice but to say it. Yi Yuan only entered the fierce-scale world in order to save people. Whether he could return to the endless world alive was another matter altogether. Even if he returned to the endless world, their two sides were also destined to be enemies. Could enemy and enemy be together? Yi Yuan naturally liked beauties, but he did not have the qualifications to enjoy beautiful women right now. He could only treat Xiao Ruyan as a friend. Since he treated Xiao Ruyan as a friend, he could not bring great harm to her. This was Yi Yuan's principle. He did not agree to Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro back then also because of this reason. Can you tell me why? Not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan calmed down at this time instead. Yi Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I have my own difficulties. Sorry. Xiao Ruyan nodded and actually smiled sweetly, saying, As long as you don't let me marry those two fellows, that will do. Thank you, Ji Qing. Seeing Xiao Ruyan like so, Yi Yuan's heart eased up slightly. Honestly speaking, dealing with matters of the heart was really not his strong suit. Yi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, What's to thank? Being of service to Miss Ruyan is something that many men in the capital dream to have. Other people can't even beg for it, but I gained a huge advantage. Haha. Yi Yuan himself felt that this joke was not funny at all, but Xiao Ruyan giggled non-stop. No matter how one looked at it, this laugh carried some misery and bitterness inside. But Yi Yuan did not know how to resolve it either. Ah, Ji Qing, you're actually 7th level crystal formation realm. Already? Xiao Ruyan suddenly noticed something and the laughter stopped. In my close seclusion this 1 month was in order to break through realms, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. I really can't see through you more and more. Your strength in the alchemy path is powerful until it makes people despair. You actually have such peerless talent in the martial path too. Just what kind of existence are you? In Xiao Ruyan's viewpoint, Yi Yuan was an enigmatic man. Or perhaps it was precisely this point which attracted her deeply. Haha. I am me. A different colored firework. Frivolous. But even if you broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm, you're still a lot worse than them. If you can't do it, don't force it. Xiao Ruyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax. Just 2 middle-stage C transformation realms. I think nothing of them. Really? Xiao Ruyan said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Yi Yuan said confidently. All right then. But I still have one matter to request of you. You mustn't reject me. Xiao Ruyan suddenly said seriously. You say it first. I'll definitely agree what I can promise. Yi Yuan did not fall for it and decided to hear the contents first before deciding. Xiao Ruyan looked at Yi Yuan with a begrudging face and said, You, this fellow, really don't have the thoughts of being tender towards women. Haha. Yi Yuan gave a laugh. If you can really defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe, you don't have to marry me, but I want to follow you in the future. Xiao Ruyan said. Ah? Follow me? Yi Yuan had an astonished look. Yeah. You defeat them in front of the entire capital but refuse to marry me. How will I marry in the future? So, I'm gonna stick to you in the future. I want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll just die another round. Either way, I'm already somebody who died once. Xiao Ruyan threatened. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he waved his hands, saying, What's the deal with you following me? I already said that I have my own difficulties. That's simple. You just take me in as a disciple, and that will do. A hint of cunning flickered across Xiao Ruyan's eyes. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly and blurted out, "Take you in? As a disciple? Yeah, I'm not forcing you to become Tao companions with me either. It's just taking me in as a disciple. Not overboard, right?" Xiao Ruyan said. This. Yi Yuan could not help hesitating. He did not even officially take in disciples in his previous life. He really did not have the desire to be a teacher. Xiao Ruyan suddenly raising this condition made him unable to make a choice. For a moment, not that Yi Yuan was averse to take a disciple, it was just that he was not willing to waste time on something like teaching disciples in his previous life. So, he could not be bothered to take any disciples. People like Li Daohang belonged to those with better luck. They were people who were able to learn alchemy by his side. Even if he did not deliberately go and teach, Li Daohang also used just 100 years to cultivate from alchemy ancestor to alchemy venerable realm. Only a step away from stepping into alchemy emperor. One could say that being beside Yi Yuan, even if it was just being a little medicine boy, it would also be endlessly beneficial. Xiao Ruyan could not help being anxious when she saw Yi Yuan hesitate and said, "Don't say anything like you're young and can't teach me. I know the disparity between us. Your strength is more than enough to be my master. If you don't even agree to this, I don't need you to get on the stage either. Most, I'll consume another portion of 9 nether soul-shattering powder." One had to acknowledge that when a woman like Xiao Ruyan acted like a spoiled girl, all men would find it hard to resist. First, cry. Second, make a fuss. And third, hang oneself. Even knowing all these, Yi Yuan was just weak to this tactic. He instantly said helplessly, "Fine then. Be my disciple then. But I'll say the nasty things first. I will leave the capital in the future." Yi Yuan naturally would not stay here for a long time. As long as he rescued his fellow apprentices, he would leave immediately. Who knew that Xiao Ruyan became overjoyed and said, "Doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I have a feeling that by following you, I'll get even closer to the magnificent Tao of alchemy." "In? If you go, what about your parents and brother?" Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed as she said, "The Xiao family has seized back management rights. My mission is already completed. The Xiao family doesn't need me anymore. As for father and mother, they still have big brother and other children. One less person is fine." Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He could sense the blow that this incident had on Xiao Ruyan was tremendous. The heartlessness of the Xiao family elders already made Xiao Ruyan lose complete faith in the Xiao family. Continuing to stay in the Xiao family, as long as she could be the bargaining chip for their exchange of benefits, they would not care about Xiao Ruyan's feelings. To the Xiao Ruyan who had already died once, she had already come to accept many things. These past 20 years, she lived for the Xiao family. From today onwards, she would live for herself. She wanted to pursue her own path, her own happiness. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know if he told her that he was an endless world native, would she leave with him or not? Following Shi Haoran out of the Xiao family, Yi Yuan kept feeling very odd in his heart. This female disciple was accepted somewhat awkwardly no matter how one looked at it. Other people took in disciples in order to continue their legacy, but why did it have the feeling that he took in Xiao Ruyan because of some ulterior motives? To Shi Haoran, Yi Yuan did not have much to hide and directly told him the agreement with Xiao Ruyan for him to hear. After Shi Haoran heard it, he first sized Yi Yuan up with a peculiar look in his eyes, and he finally raised a big thumbs up as he exclaimed with admiration, "Little junior brother is indeed extraordinary. Other people are all fighting to take the 2 absolutes back home to be Tao companions, but you actually blazed a new trail and started playing with teacher-student love affair." Yi Yuan had an impulse to collapse. He said huffily, "What teacher-student love affair? I didn't want to take her in as a disciple, but she threatened. 2D. What can I do? Ah, little junior brother doesn't need to have any qualms. There's nothing bad about teacher-student relationship either. Instead, it has another flavor. Little junior brother just has to be yourself. With Master and me backing you, what's there to fear? Sure, Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was utterly defeated by this dirty old man and just ignored him altogether. Returning to Qixia Mountain, Yi Yuan directly went to see Star Abyss. When Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan, he similarly had a look of astonishment. Even if you took over a body to rebirth, isn't this cultivation speed a little too fast? Star Abyss said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was not willing to waste his breath on this. He waved his hands and said, Relax, I know what I'm doing. Something like killing the chicken to retrieve the egg, I won't do it. You came to find me? Is there some news? Star Abyss smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Several human silhouettes peered out of thin air. This Star Abyss actually had a spatial spirit artifact too. Seeing these few figures, Yi Yuan could not help lightly trembling all over. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu. Senior Apprentice Brother Du. Senior Apprentice Brother Chen. It's really great that you're all fine, Yi Yuan said, agitatedly. These few people were shockingly Mo Yuntian and the rest. Apart from Mei Zhen, everybody was all here. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss was actually so extravagant. Rescuing everyone in one shot. It was just that Mo Yuntian and the rest all had vacant eyes. They were similar as the Du Cheng that Yi Yuan saw that day. Clearly, the divine soul prohibitions had yet to be removed. Their divine soul restrictions will be up to you to undo then. Otherwise I can't explain to them, Star Abyss said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, You did very well this time. Thank you very much. Star Abyss smiled and said, With my status, asking for a few slaves is still not a problem. It's just that Mei Zhen whom you mentioned is quite troublesome. Yi Yuan frowned and asked, How so? Star Abyss said, This batch of endless world slaves, the highest strength is at the sea transformation realm, and sea transformation realm slaves are all kept by the royal family. Because that Mei Zhen is a sea transformation realm expert, he was naturally kept behind by the royal family. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. The one who took him in was none other than 7th Prince Zhao Chenggan. We were just at odds with the royal family. It isn't convenient to open our mouths and ask for him at this time. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. Yi Yuan's eyebrows knitted together even tighter. If Mei Zhen was in Zhao Chenggan's hands, then this matter was truly quite hard to deal with. After a long while, Yi Yuan finally slowly said, This matter is indeed a little troublesome, but I've remembered this favor. How about this? My present strength can't help you much, but I'll impart you a piece of soul cultivation formula. Star Abyss's entire body trembled as he said disbelievingly, What kind of soul cultivation formula? As the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Star Abyss naturally did not lack soul cultivation formulas. Otherwise, he would have no way of becoming a sovereign either. But Star Abyss knew that the soul cultivation formula that Yi Yuan was imparting him would surely be extraordinary. At least, with his present strength and status, it was impossible to get. Star Abyss never dreamt that Yi Yuan's recompense would actually be so generous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, This soul cultivation formula is called Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art. It is a Tier 9 cultivation method. Tier 9 cultivation method. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take some common where to fool him, when he heard Tier 9 cultivation method, these several words, Star Abyss's heart still failed to live up to his expectations and pounded fiercely. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm. Not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. To Yi Yuan, Tier 9 cultivation methods were really no big deal. In Yi Yuan's brain, there were as many as over a dozen Tier 9 cultivation methods. The heavenly Luo soul refining art was just an inconspicuous one. Similarly, a Tier 9 cultivation method, the heavenly Luo soul refining art, was way lousier than the 1000 augmenting soul incantation. One had to know that the 1000 augmenting soul incantation was the cultivation method that supported Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyun to the peak. Alchemy Emperor realm, it was an absolutely a top grade among top grades. In his previous life and this life, Yi Yuan only imparted this cultivation method to his father Yi Hang. Even Li Daohang, this half a disciple Yi Yuan, did not easily impart it to. Thank you for senior's great grace. Star Abyss was overwhelmed by emotions and gave thanks. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, disregarding that you've rendered such a great help to me, just the fact that you're Li Daohang, that boy's disciple, imparting you a soul formula isn't something of a big deal either. It's just that this life. I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to make up for it. Towards this sort of topic, Star Abyss felt unable to interject a single word. He could only remain silent by the side. Yi Yuan imparted the heavenly Luo soul refining technique to Star Abyss. He no longer doubted Yi Yuan's identity. How could a crystal formation realm boy possibly know a Tier 9 cultivation method? This was a Tier 9 cultivation method. To lower realm martial artists, Tier 9 cultivation methods were paramount existences. Deity realm? What did that have to do with lower realm martial artists? 2 days later, at the largest plaza in the capital, the Wind Emperor Plaza. Perhaps the Shao family was not some peak major family clan, but as one of the capital's two absolute beauties. Shao Ruyan was practically a household name. Her spouse finding martial competition was naturally also the focus of everyone. At this moment, the Wind Emperor Plaza was swarming with people. It was virtually the situation of watertight. The Shao family completely did not anticipate such a spectacle. The spouse finding martial competition had already been in progress for several months now. The martial artists who met the requirement already reached the tens of thousands. Among these people, the vast majority were actually just in order to make a name for themselves, because everyone in the world knew that this spouse finding martial competition match was carried out for the two Huang and Xue families, and the Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Xue family's Xue Zaihe were practically the cream of the crop of the fierce Gale world's junior generation. Under the circumstances where the other two great experts in the capital were absent, they virtually had victory in their grasp already. To the two Huang and Xue families, the Shao family was indeed not considered much, but to the tens of thousands of martial artists in the world, the Shao family was an exceedingly powerful existence. To martial artists of the junior generation, to be able to bring back the beauty and enter the Shao family, this temptation was seriously too great. Hence, even if everyone knew that there was no chance of success this time, the youngsters who registered were still bursting at the seams. In the center of the Wind Emperor Plaza, a high stage was established. The high stage was already fully occupied by eminent guests. Among them, included the various large families' upper echelons, as well as the distinguished members of the junior generation. Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were shockingly there. It was also uncertain whether it was deliberate or unintentional that these two leaders of the young generation sat together. The arena match had yet to begin, and the smell of gunpowder between the two became heavy. Xue Zaihe, I urge you to better find a reason to withdraw now. After today, the capital won't have whatever juxtaposed number 2 experts anymore. Huang Wenqiu's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. But when Xue Zaihe heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "Ha, I think so too. 2 number 2 experts. Don't you feel that it's too many?" Huang Wenqiu's face darkened, and he said, "Looks like you refuse to give up." until all hope is lost. Fine. Today I'll let you have a taste of defeat and know what is called heaven beyond heaven, and people beyond people. Xiao Changfeng sat not far away from the two. Towards the dispute between these two people he was deeply aware. He immediately smiled and said, "Two honorable nephews don't need to be like this. You two are the capital's top people and are bound to surpass us old fellows in the future. Today is just a martial competition to find a spouse, not some family clan's desperate fight. Both of you mustn't hurt your friendly relations because of this." These words sounded like mediating between fights, but recalling it carefully, it was always somewhat wrong. The two people's shrewdness were still shallow after all. Seeing that Xiao Changfeng spoke, Huang Wenqiu took the lead to express his attitude, saying, "Father-in-law, have a seat for a moment. After Wenqiu sweeps away these stinky salted fish, I'll come and marry Rian tomorrow." Xue Zaihe sneered and said, "With the likes of you? Pass through my hurdle first before talking." The two people chimed in one after another. Not only did Xiao Changfeng's words not placid the two people, but it also intensified the situation. Instead, right at this time, only to hear Tong Xuan shout in a clear voice, "Shangguan, family head, Shangguan Yi has arrived. His Highness 7th Prince has arrived." When his voice landed, the plaza instantly became much quieter. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi, slowly entered the high stage. Xiao Changfeng hastily got up to welcome. Behind Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Lingxue followed closely. Behind, Brother Shangguan and Your Highness the 7th Prince personally made an appearance. It really graces the Xiao family with your presence, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said. Shangguan said coolly, "Haha, family head Xiao is too courteous. Family head Xiao gave birth to a fine daughter, but today she's going to be a fish leaping over the dragon's gate." Xiao Changfeng took a look at 7th Prince behind Shangguan Lingxue and said, smilingly, "Not at all. To talk about fish leaping over the dragon's gate, it should be Brother Shangguan. Has Your Highness, 7th Prince, been well?" Xiao Changfeng greeted Zhao Chenggan again. Zhao Chenggan's expression was cold but was clearly very sensitive to Xiao Changfeng's words. He said with a smile, "These words from family head Xiao leaves Chenggan abashed." Xiao Changfeng had an awkward look as he said, "Haha, Your Highness, 7th Prince is a man bestowed with great responsibility. Past matters I can only impel Your Highness to scale new heights and not mention them." Zhao Chenggan nodded slightly and said, "Haha, grateful for family head Zhao's auspicious words. Haha. Everyone, please take your seats," Xiao Changfeng said with a laugh. These few words sounded simple, but they crossed swords multiple times in secret. The Xiao family could not shake off relations with Yi Yuan after all. The 7th Prince becoming such a huge joke, Xiao Changfeng was naturally quite awkward. Zhao Chenggan's words had a concealed blade too, but it was also skated over by a few sentences of Xiao Changfeng's flattery. It was also considered to have passed the round. Regarding Zhao Chenggan, nobody dared to overlook him. Zhao Chenggan's heart was poured on Shangguan Lingxue. Xiao Changfeng was naturally well aware. Those words earlier were also considered to have smoothed things over. Right at this moment, Tong Xuan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Under Sovereign Star Abyss, Shihauran has turned up with his 7 fellow apprentices." The excitement in Tong Xuan's words could not be concealed no matter what. And when his word left his mouth, the tens of thousands of people present were all taken aback with shock. Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples all attended at the same time. What kind of face was this? Family head Xiao, this sure wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, Shihauran said with clasped hands. Although Shihauran did not come out independently and was just a disciple, under Star Abyss nobody dared to overlook his alchemy king's strength. Putting aside Star Abyss, Shihauran's strength among the alchemy kings in the entire capital could also enter the top 5. Even those veteran alchemy kings like Yang Xiu did not dare to say that they could guarantee a win against Shi Haoran in alchemy. Therefore, Shi Haoran's position in the capital's alchemy scene was actually very aloof. Him coming by himself already gave the Shao family sufficient face. Now that he led his 7 juniors here together, it could be seen just how astounding this scene was. The Shao family has such immense face. Alchemy King Shi generally don't make an appearance in public activities. Today he actually made an exception and arrived here. It's truly out of the blue. Hehe. Did you guys hear? Shao Ruyan's relationship with Alchemy King Shi's little junior brother, who is Ji Qing, is not shallow. This time Alchemy King Shi most likely came to escort his little junior brother. There's such a thing? But with that Ji Qing strength he probably can't get on the stage at all, right? What's being competed today isn't alchemy but real swords and genuine spears. It's about martial strength. He, a crystal formation realm martial artist, simply doesn't have a chance, right? Haha. There's no way of knowing that. However, Sovereign Star Abysses 8 great disciples came as a group. No matter how one looks at it, it's somewhat unusual. In that. What is it? Wasn't that Ji Qing's 2nd level crystal formation realm? How long has it been? Why is he already 7th level crystal formation realm? What in the world happened? This. Many people discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and were unbelievably shocked. If, say, the Grand Pill Assembly did not stir up much of a wave a month back, then the matter of the 7th prince, Zhao Cheng'an, bearing a rod to ask for punishment already let everyone in the capital get to know Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's realm was naturally discussed by meddlesome people long ago. Yet, a month of not seeing him, Yi Yuan actually broke through 5 realms in succession. This was seriously too inconceivable. Xiao Chongfeng laughed loudly and said, "Then, I'll have to thank Alchemy King Shi for your blessings." Ha. The 2 people exchanged glances and burst into laughter once again. Alchemy King Shi and fellow masters, please, take your seats. From Xiao Chongfeng's mouth, Shi Haoran's juniors all became masters. This naturally included Yi Yuan too. Right after taking his seat, Yi Yuan felt multiple glances looking towards him. One of the gazes was very resentful. Who could it be except Zhao Cheng'an? The matter of the sanction was already over. The main army already set off. Zhao Cheng'an no longer had a need to suppress his anger anymore. The entire city knew that he hated Yi Yuan to the bone. This sort of thing did not need to be concealed, and it could not be masked as well. Of course, as long as it was within the capital, he truly did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. Not that he really dreaded that day's promise, what he feared was the star abyss behind Yi Yuan. That old fellow's influence was too great. But Zhao Cheng'an clearly already noticed that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms consecutively. Apart from hatred in both eyes, there was even deep trepidation. There was another person sizing up Yi Yuan with thick curiosity. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, that person gave Yi Yuan a faint smile.
Ye Yuan.
Similarly responded with a smile. That person is the Shangguan Lingyun, who is on par with His Highness, the 7th Prince. The position of Wind Emperor is only passed to the strongest person. Hence, the 7th Prince's great opponent is him, said Shi Haoran by the side. Yi Yuan asked in surprise. 7th Prince isn't the first person in the line of succession. Shi Haoran smiled and said, if Shangguan Lingyun breaks through to the boundless realm, even if the Wind Emperor passed his position to the 7th Prince, it will also make no difference to the matter. Isn't it so? Yi Yuan thought about it and nodded, saying, it's indeed this logic, but the Wind Emperor can suppress the Shangguan family and not let them rise up. Shi Haoran shook his head and said, the reason why the Wind Emperor's position is stable is not just because he's the only boundless realm powerhouse, but because he can maintain the capital's stability. The first Rate families all practically has sovereign-level powerhouses existing. Once the Wind Emperor deliberately suppresses a family, the capital will no longer know peace. The Wind Emperor ultimately has to ascend to the divine realm. If he incurred public indignation, his family clan will eventually be replaced or even exterminated. Yi Yuan said with a realization. So that's the case. Looks like even invincible existences also have many things to take into consideration. Haha, that's natural. In this world, where are there invincible people? Even more powerful people have their soft spots. It's just whether or not others can discover and make use of them. Oh right, this Shangguan family is the previous Wind Emperor's family clan, Shirhaoren said with a smile. No wonder the Shangguan family is so strong. Sigh. Similarly, one of the capital's dual absolute beauties, that Shangguan Lingxue is much luckier, unlike Xiao Ruyan with no command over herself. Yi Yuan said in amazement. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan still had to give thanks to this other beauty to be able to enter the capital. It was just that this Shangguan Lingxue walked too closely with Zhao Cheng'an and naturally kept Yi Yuan at a distance. Similar people, different fate. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, they are also unable to choose their parents. Xiao Ruyan's greatest misfortune was being born in the Xiao family, but her greatest fortune was meeting you. Haha, Shirhaoren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan unwittingly rolled his eyes. This eldest senior brother was at it again. Eldest senior brother has such faith in me? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If it were before, I would really not have much faith in you. But since Master has such faith in you, I naturally believe his judgment too. Sure. Haoren said confidently. In? How so? Shirhaoren gave Yi Yuan a faint smile and explained it. Turned out that after Yi Yuan left Star Abyss's place that day, Shirhaoren went to find Star Abyss to express his concern about Yi Yuan's rapid breakthrough. But Star Abyss just said indifferently, your little junior brother's talent is extraordinary. It's just breaking through 5 realms. There's no need to make such a fuss. That spouse finding martial competition, you accompany him and walk around. Don't let people hurt him and just bring him back safe and sound. Very clearly, Star Abyss was brimming with confidence in Yi Yuan. Making him accompany Yi Yuan here was also just for the sake of preventing accidents from happening. Haha. Little junior brother, just need to care about letting yourself go. With me around, nobody dares to do anything to you. Shirhaoren was also full of confidence in himself. Haha. With these words from eldest senior brother, I can rest at ease. Yeah. Yuan said with a laugh. Right at this time, Xiao Changfeng came to the center of the platform and he mustered up essence energy to cry out, today is the red-letter day of my little girl's spouse finding competition. This Xiao did not think beforehand that there would actually be so many people coming here to rally. This Xiao thanks everybody here and now. Family head Xiao, enough with this. Let Miss Ruyan come out and let us broaden our horizons. Family head Xiao, I'm Miss Ruyan's loyal fan. My worship of her flows unceasingly. Yeah, this spouse finding competition, you got to let us see what the bride looks like, right? For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices below the platform causing a huge din. Evidently, everyone wished to witness the elegant demeanor of one of the capital's dual absolutes. Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, everyone, hold your horses. My girl will be out right away. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. Xiao Ruyan was dressed in full red phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, looking like a heavenly maiden descending to the world. But sadly, a red bridal veil was on her head, and there was no way of witnessing her true appearance. But Yi Yuan could sense that behind that red bridal veil was definitely a face. Beautiful until it made people unable to extradite themselves. Whoever who could take off this red veil today would absolutely be the luckiest man in the world. What the hell? We want to see the real person. Yeah, if we don't see Miss Ruyan's face, how do we know if that's the actual person? What will we do if you get a fake one to hoodwink us? Quickly take off the head veil. Quickly take off the head veil. Seeing that Xiao Ruyan actually covered her face and came out, everyone immediately became indignant and exploded. Xiao Chongfeng said in a solemn voice, "Harumph! Although the Xiao family isn't a first-rate family, we're a respected family clan in the capital. There are so many people present here today. How could this Xiao crack such a joke? Gentlemen, anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this spouse-finding martial competition can very well leave right now." Seeing Xiao Chongfeng fly off his handle, the martial artists present all remain silent. Offending their future father-in-law was not some wise move. Huang Wenqiu sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Just these trashes are also worthy of witnessing Miss Ruyan's unrivaled looks? Truly toads, lusting after a swan's flesh. Hehe, aren't you one of the toads? What qualifications do you have to mock them?" Xue Zaihe said with a cold laugh. "Xue Zaihe, are you provoking me here? Humph, flaunting eloquence. You'll get it in a while." Huang Wenqiu similarly said with a cold laugh. "Haha, today, I'm definitely marrying Miss Ruyan. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll step over his corpse." Xue Zaihe said nonchalantly with a smile. But the words he said made people's hair stand on its ends. The spouse-finding competition had yet to start, but the smell of gunpowder already gradually becoming intense. "Ruyan, you go and sit properly at one side," Xiao Chongfeng said to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and went to one side to sit down. Her position was very eye-catching. The entire plaza could see it. And as luck would have it, the place Yi Yuan was sitting at was the closest to her among the guests. It was also unknown if it was coincidental or Xiao Chongfeng's deliberate arrangements. Xiao Chongfeng watched Xiao Ruyan sit down, but he took a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan as if he had already internally decided that Yi Yuan was his son-in-law without officially announcing it. Xiao Chongfeng's eyes made Yi Yuan involuntarily feel a chill. But how could Yi Yuan not know Xiao Chongfeng's plan? It was just that today's outcome would probably disappoint him. The spouse-finding martial competition today doesn't have any special rules. One just has to win on the platform in the end, and that will do. But once you step onto the platform, you'll be responsible for your life and death. On this point, you all already signed the life and death agreement when you registered. The Xiao family won't force anyone onto the platform. All of you can still back out now. This Xiao gives a word of advice here, young martial artists whose strength hasn't reached C transformation realm, they better not go on to the stage. Cultivation isn't easy. Why should a man worry about having no wife? Don't err today, Xiao Chongfeng said. One had to say that this speech from Xiao Chongfeng was still very useful. Was akin to a tub of cold water, splashing some people awake. Life or death on the stage was one's own responsibility. If one died, then they died. Nobody would pity you, and this spouse-finding competition had 2 final malefic stars waiting there. Snatching wives from those 2 malefic stars, the final outcome completely did not need much thinking. Those 2 people would definitely deal a killing blow. Hence, one had to properly deliberate on whether to get on stage or not. But Xiao Ruyan's reputation in the capital was seriously too great. Before this, there were already all sorts of editions of Xiao Ruyan's portrait, secretly leaking out. Although those drawings all differed from one another, they all had one distinguishing feature. She was overwhelmingly stunning, adding the Xiao family's position in the capital. The vast majority of these martial artists was still like being on stimulants, especially those martial artists below the age of 30 and had reached C transformation realm cultivation. How could they be willing to yield without giving it a shot? Now, the spouse-finding martial competition official begins, Xiao Chongfeng shouted in a clear voice. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan suddenly heard a voice transmission coming from
Ye Yuan.
Good disciple, you're the first disciple that Master took in. Today, Master will battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. Treat it as a first meeting gift for you, disciple. Finish talking. Yi Yuan left, gliding on air, and landed on the platform. With her face covered, nobody could see Xiao Ruyan's expression, but her body started quivering lightly. What's happening? Who is that? You don't even recognize him? Did you forget that His Highness the Seventh Prince previously kneeled down before him to admit his fault a month ago? What? He's Ji Qing? What's he doing here? Are you a pig? Him coming out like this, of course he's taking part in the spouse finding martial competition. Bullshit. Of course I know that he's participating in the spouse finding martial competition, but he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Isn't this courting death? Hehe, I heard that this Ji Qing's alchemy skills have already reached the realm of perfection, utterly destroying Tong Wenchang in the Tu Shao and Tong family's grand pill assembly. But who knew that he even has such confidence in his martial path? Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. Xiao Changfeng had yet to withdraw. When he saw this move from Yi Yuan, his complexion could not help turning livid. This spouse finding martial competition today had no rules at all. One just had to defeat their opponent, and that would do. And the youths present here today that satisfied the conditions. There were also 8,000, if not 10,000 youths. Furthermore, those who dared to register, which one of them wasn't an expert. The first martial artist that came onto the stage was at the greatest disadvantage. What he had to face was the non-stop battle against all the martial artists present. One person against 10,000 people? You got to be kidding. Xiao Changfeng wished that he could let loose a torrent of abuse. If you don't want to marry my daughter, you don't need to use such a method to reject. Either. What the hell was this? Forget that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Even Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, who were hailed as the number one among the capital's younger generation, probably did not dare to be the first on stage in such a situation, right? So many martial artists, by dawdling, it would exhaust them to death. The first one on stage clearly did not wish to marry Xiao Ruyan. Daughter must be very furious right now, yeah? Xiao Changfeng looked over in Xiao Ruyan direction. Indeed, he saw that his daughter's body was trembling lightly, hatred seething in his heart. Xiao Ruyan marrying Ji Qing was undoubtedly the best choice. But this fellow actually stood Ruyan up. Ha ha ha. Turns out that this boy is a moron. To actually be the first one to rush up to the stage. Who does he think he is? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Can it be that he wants to sweep away 10,000 martial artists alone? Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan really could not hold back and started mocking loudly. Your Highness, since this punk is seeking death himself, then let's not be courteous. Haha. Wait until he's completely worn out. I'll go up on your behalf to take care of him properly, Huang Wenqiu said with a laugh. Huang Wenqiu's words incurred a wave of contempt. This flattery was also too lacking standards. But Zhao Chenggan did not laugh anymore after he heard it, his eyes flickering. Instead, no one knew what he was thinking about. Disregarding Zhao Chenggan and the rest, even Shi Haoran and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. No way, right? What is little junior brother trying to do here? Isn't the first one on the stage too risky? Yu Guang said with a frown. That's right. Isn't this messing around? Can it be that he wants to challenge 10,000 martial artists with his own strength? Tang Ji also felt mind blown as he spoke. But Shi Haoran sighed and said, little junior brother tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. His behavior is not what we can guess. Him doing so should have a deep meaning. We should just watch. For a moment, the sounds of ridicule linked together, all saying that Yi Yuan overrated his own strength. Indeed, not long after, a 9th level crystal formation realm martial artist, jumped into the platform, cupping his fists as he said, "I'm Wang Jie. Specially came to challenge young Master Ji." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Please." The other party was courteous. Yi Yuan naturally would not put on a scowl. But he would not be courteous when making a move. Wang Jie knew that since this Ji Qing dared to be the first one on the stage, he definitely had some skill. But by relying on him being two minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he was not too worried either. His hand suddenly had an spirit artifact longsword. He then cried out, "Shadowless sword art." Wang Jie's figure charged abruptly, stabbing towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. This shadowless sword art had lived up to its reputation. It was just that. Who he encountered was Yi Yuan. Arg! The audience was just planning on watching an intense battle when a miserable cry suddenly sounded out. Wang Jie directly tumbled heavily onto the ground. Wang Jie's speed was seriously too fast. Initially, some martial artists with slightly weaker strength already could not catch Wang Jie's form. At this instant, it was like they saw Wang Jie fall down out of thin air. It was very bizarre. What happened? I don't know either. Ji Qing is clearly standing there motionlessly. Could it be that this Wang Jie was being funny and fell down himself? Being funny? You're the one being funny, right? Showing the lower limits of his intelligence in front of so many people? Not unless this Wang Jie's brain is damaged. But Ji Qing clearly didn't move. Could it be that his movements were too fast and we all didn't see clearly? No, he really didn't move. All of a sudden, a gray-robed youth suddenly spoke. Those two people thought nothing of it either and asked curiously, "What's going on?" "It's divine soul attack. This Ji Qing soul art is so powerful," the youth said solemnly. Marveling sighs suddenly sounded out all around. It was actually an extremely rare divine soul attack. This kind of method to fierce Gale world martial artists was seriously too abnormal. The fierce Gale world martial artists' martial era was extremely flourishing. They all pursued the extremities of essence energy and concepts. Yet very few people would use divine soul mystic arts to execute divine soul attacks. This aspect was the shortcoming of virtually all the fierce Gale world martial artists. Right at this time that Wang Jie slowly struggled to his feet on the platform and clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks to Brother Ji for showing mercy. Wang Jie is utterly convinced with my loss." Wang Jie's speed was indeed very quick. Even if Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack, wanting to accurately hit him was not something easy too. But during the process that Wang Jie was in motion, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain and then he fell down. Could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's divine soul attack was. Furthermore, Wang Jie deeply sensed that Yi Yuan's blow just now completely did not use full strength. Otherwise, he might already be an idiot now, if he did not know what was good for himself and made a move against Yi Yuan. Again, it would probably not be as simple as a sharp pain anymore. Hence, he conceded very straightforwardly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your speed is pretty good, but what sword Dao pursues isn't the extremities of speed. You took a wrong turn." Wang Jie's entire body shuddered as if he understood something. He bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much for Brother Ji's guidance. This Wang will never forget it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it coolly. In Sword Dao, it was not over the top for Yi Yuan to say that he was the number one in the lower realms. His pointers Wang Jie naturally received endless benefit. Yi Yuan saw through the drawbacks of this shadowless sword art that Wang Jie cultivated at a glance and pointed it out. Training the sword, pursuing speed was correct. But speed was not the only thing. The sword was the gentleman among weapons. It strived for agile and grace, power and magnificence. Pursuing speed blindly would forfeit the fundamentals of the sword. Ultimately, one's accomplishments would be limited. One sentence from Yi Yuan let Wang Jie walk countless lesser detours. Receiving a bow from him was naturally nothing inappropriate. In truth, Wang Jie only came out to travel the world after reaching a bottleneck state in his cultivation in concepts, seeking a chance to break through. Encountering the Shao family's spouse, finding martial competition this time, he did not come here for Shao Ruyan but wanted to find opportunities to compete with young experts. He did not have any qualms, so he was the first to enter the stage and was very polite to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan to see through the problem with his sword art in one glance and pointing it out. His gratitude towards Yi Yuan naturally could not be any greater. Humph! Unorthodox paths ultimately can't ascend to the higher levels, Zhao Chang'an said with a cold smile. But Shangguan Lingyun had a rare laugh as he said, "My view differs from Brother Zhao. That attack from Ji Qing earlier was no trifling thing. Could be seen that his attainments in the divine soul are extremely profound. The divine soul cultivated to an exceedingly high realm can similarly compete with martial artists. He also has to cultivate to an exceedingly high realm for it to work. He merely encountered a crystal formation realm martial artist this time. When he meets sea transformation realm martial artists, I'll see how he executes his divine soul attacks," Zhao Chang'an said in annoyance. This time, Shangguan Lingyun did not refute. He knew that what Zhao Chang'an said was right. While divine soul attacks were bizarre and powerful once one guarded to some extent, it was very hard to succeed. Moreover, for divine soul attacks to want to leap ranks to battle, the difficulty was even greater compared to martial artists. While the divine soul for sea transformation realms did not produce qualitative changes, it was still much stronger compared to crystal formation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's advantage could at most just reflect among crystal formation realm martial artists. This spouse finding martial competition ultimately needed to rely on genuine martial strength to determine victory. If what this Ji Qing relied on was just divine soul attacks, he could not last for very long. "Big brother, if it were you, can you block his divine soul attack?" Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. If I went up earlier, I might also suffer a huge loss. But now, the one who's at a disadvantage should be him. Shangguan Lingyun mused for a moment and replied. Shangguan Lingxue said in astonishment. His divine soul attack is actually so powerful. When Zhao Chang'an saw Shangguan Lingxue praise Yi Yuan, he was very displeased in his heart as he said, "What's powerful about it? It's just a cheap ambushing trick. This kind of methods are extremely few, so everybody was unprepared. Once they are on guard, it's practically equivalent to being useless. I want to see how he plans on coping at the back." Shangguan Lingxue giggled as she said, "Last time, although Ji Qing was nearly killed by you, he was only at the second-level crystal formation realm at that time. Could be seen that he's also extremely formidable in martial strength. Now that he's already 7th-level crystal formation realm, his combat strength most likely already approaches sea transformation realm martial artists. Probably isn't so easy for the average person to want to win him, right?" Zhao Qinggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. In comparison to himself, apart from Yi Yuan's realm being far lacking, he was simply powerful until he had no weakness to exploit. Zhao Chang'an could not quite dare to imagine if Yi Yuan and his realm were on par, what would the result of their battle be? If he let Yi Yuan continue maturing like this, that day might arrive very soon. Zhao Chang'an started to consider the idea and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on the stage. "Who else?" Yi Yuan looked steadily ahead as he said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan's move against Wang Jie already suppressed many people. At the very least, crystal formation realm martial artists would not dare to easily enter the stage without even moving and instantly defeating Wang Jie. This 9th-level crystal
Formation realm
wasn't going up there looking for a thrashing. "I'll go." Right at this time, a well-built burly man dashed onto the platform. "Please." Yi Yuan still did an inviting hand gesture. Hehe, your divine soul attack might perhaps be of some use against Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. But under my countermeasure in advance, it's already useless, said the burly man with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, and he said, Is that so? When the burly man saw Yi Yuan's nonchalant look, he could not help becoming enraged. Courting death, the burly man dashed in front of Yi Yuan with a sudden huge stride. Despite his stature being extremely tall and strong, very cumbersome, this move was exceptionally vigorous. His speed was much faster compared to Wang Jie. An enormous fist smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head. However, only to hear a bang. The burly man collapsed with a loud bang, crashing downward until the stage quaked. Yi Yuan still did not move. This was a divine soul attack again? This burly man is a C. Transformation realm martial artist. Furthermore, he even said that he took precautions. Too scary. This Ji Qing's divine soul attack is too scary. Even a C. Transformation realm martial artist can't force him to make a move. Make a move? Make a move for what? This divine soul attack of this completely doesn't need to make a move. Alright? What kind of divine soul attack did Ji Qing use to actually be able to leap ranks and defeat a C transformation realm expert? This is too inconceivable. Yi Yuan did not use some profound divine soul mystic art. It was still the god. Stunning spike. Using divine soul attacks to cross ranks and battle might perhaps be beset with difficulties for others, but to him it was as simple as drinking water. Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm already reached the alchemy grandmaster. Perfection realm. Same as alchemy master, his present perfection was completely different from his previous life's perfection. In truth, his current divine soul was already not much weaker than C. Transformation realm. Using divine soul mystic arts to deal with C transformation realm martial artists was not some impressive matter. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul under the circumstances where the divine soul realm was roughly the same even if the other party took precautions, so what? The Shao family's judge still stood there looking left and right, uncertain if this burly man would stand up again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Stop looking. He's not getting up. Drag him away. Ah? Oh. Come men, drag this person down, said the judge absent-mindedly. Seeing that burly man fall to the ground, Zhao Cheng'an and Shangguan Lingyun all revealed astonished looks, especially Zhao Cheng'an, who already did not know what to say. He had just said that Yi Yuan could not do anything to see transformation realms. The result was that the well-built burly man collapsed with a crash. Shangguan Lingyun smiled wryly when he saw the situation and said, Looks like we still underestimated Brother Ji. His divine soul attack already has the capital to clash head-on with C transformation realm martial artists. The C transformation realm that Shangguan Lingyun was talking about was naturally not that sort of rookie like the burly man. Although martial artists did not cultivate the divine soul, they should have methods to protect the divine soul. This burly man said verbally that he took precautions, but in truth, his precautions completely could not withstand a single blow. If it were Shangguan Lingyun, his defense would absolutely not be that easy to break through. Rather, Shangguan Lingxue suddenly became mischievous and said to Zhao Chang'an with a smile, Your Highness, the seventh prince, why don't you make a guess whether or not the next C transformation realm that enters the stage will be defeated by Ji Qing in a single blow? Zhao Cheng'an gave a cold snort and said, I don't believe that he can keep winning all the way by relying on this one move. Cleaning things UPS. Yi Yuan said indifferently again, Is there anyone else coming up? One had to acknowledge that this spouse-finding martial competition gathered many young geniuses. There were a great number of C transformation realm martial artists present. That burly man was only one of the weakest. To be able to advance to C transformation realm before 30, this was already an extremely proud achievement. Therefore, these martial artists were all very confident in themselves. Even if that burly man collapsed instantaneously, they did not believe that Yi Yuan could take them down either. But the result was that the next few sea transformation realms that went up were all brought down by Yi Yuan in one move without a single exception. From beginning to end, Yi Yuan did not move a single finger, and the strongest among these martial artists were already third-level sea transformation realm. After they collapsed, nobody dared to go up the stage again. For some time, the audience below the stage all exchanged glances with each other. There was actually nobody who dared to go up the stage. Even a third-level sea transformation realm could not survive one move under Yi Yuan's hands. How to fight? This Ji Qing is simply too monstrous. He is eating his fill with one specialty. A method like this, if there isn't a powerful divine soul mystic art to protect the divine soul, who dares to go and fight with him? That's right. This is freaking bullying people. I feel that in front of Ji Qing. These past 30 years of cultivation were all wasted on a dog's body. Other people don't even need a second to make you fall. So, alchemists can be powerful to this sort of extent. Truly widen my knowledge. I really want to see now whether Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe can force Yi Yuan to make a move or not. Only now do I know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Everybody was mocking him at the beginning. Now it looks like we were the fools. With strength like his. So what if he is the first one on stage? Below the stage was widespread comments. Clearly, many people already directly gave up on going up the stage. At least for the early stage sea transformation realm martial artists, nobody dared to go up anymore. Xiao Chongfeng only knew that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still too little when he saw this scene. This young man was truly unfathomable, making people pleasantly surprised. Unceasingly, young Master Ji already defeated 7 people consecutively. Is there anyone else going up the stage to challenge? If there isn't, I'm going to announce the results, shouted the judge in a clear voice. The audience below the stage all looked at each other. Nobody dared to go up the stage. Since that's the case, I announce. Huang Wenqiu could not sit still anymore. Although this Ji Qing was very strange, he could not possibly withdraw without fighting. Moreover, he was different from those rookies. He was confident that he could block Yi Yuan's divine soul attack. Huang Wenqiu was just about to stand up when he heard a loud cry. Wait a minute! A gray figure floated up the stage, interrupting the judge's words. This one is Su Qing. I wish to experience young Master Ji's divine soul. Attack! Said the gray-shirt youth while clasping his hands together to Yi Yuan. This Su Qing was precisely the first one previously to perceive that Yi Yuan was attacking with divine soul attacks. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. That's right. He's still only first-level sea transformation realm. To actually dare go up and challenge Ji Qing, isn't it overestimating his own strength a little? I think not. This young man's eyes are radiating light, and he's full of fighting intent. He doesn't look like a foolish person. Perhaps he really has some reliance to count on. Su Qing entering the stage drew considerable attention. The people who went up the stage at the back were all stronger and stronger, such so that it reached the degree of third-level sea transformation realm. But Su Qing was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. If he did not have some reliance, then he was only a fool. Yi Yuan sized up Su Qing and suddenly smiled and said, Turns out that it's a soul martial artist. No wonder you're so confident. Su Qing's expression became stern when he heard that and said, Brother Ji's discerning eyes are like a torch. Truly incredible. That's right, I'm indeed a soul martial artist. What? He's actually a soul martial artist? No wonder he dares to challenge Ji Qing. There are exceedingly few soul martial artists in our fierce Gale world. Only Sovereign Shishan alone reached the highest level in this area. It's just that his elderly self has already vanished for several decades. Ever since Sovereign Shishan, the name of soul martial artist has never been heard of again. To think that another one would appear today is just that. Who knows how this young man's strength is, and how it compares to Ji Qing. But speaking of which, Ji Qing can also be considered a soul martial artist already, except that his alchemist identity made everybody overlook this matter. The so-called soul martial artist was actually martial artists who primarily cultivated the divine soul. What soul martial artists were skilled in was not martial techniques but divine soul mystic arts. Their means were highly bizarre and powerful. Most martial artists cultivated the essence energy system. The execution of martial techniques was also mostly with essence energy as a basis, while soul martial artists' attack methods relied completely on the divine soul. This kind of divine soul attacks was powerful and hard to defend. Furthermore, it was incredibly dangerous. Martial artists getting injured was a very normal thing. As long as they did not injure their divine soul, most could heal. However, soul martial artists' attack measures directly affected the divine soul. Once they injured the other party, it would tend to be hard to heal. On the basis that the divine soul was injured, even if they did not die, it would have a tremendous impact on the martial artist's future cultivation too. This was the terrifying aspect of soul martial artist. Hence, when Su Qing admitted that he was a soul martial artist, it stirred quite a commotion. See, Transformation Realm soul martial artists were already very powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You facing off against my Alchemy Grandmaster Realm Soul Force with Alchemy King Realm Soul Force, isn't this somewhat bullying people?" Su Qing's expression froze, and he forced a laugh, saying, "Don't joke around, Brother Ji. Just based on the means that you displayed earlier, I don't have much confidence in winning you. How is this bullying people?" Yuan chuckled and said, "Fine. I'll witness the methods of a soul martial artist today. Come on. Here I come." Once Su Qing's voice faded, Yuan felt like flying needles that covered the skies pricked towards his divine soul. Manifestation of soul force. Fine technique. Yuan had a rare bout of amazement. This soul force manifestation was totally different from essence energy.
Martial technique.
The so-called manifestation was just materializing the attack. The naked eye completely could not see it. It could only be sensed through the divine soul. One could say that this was the face-off between a divine soul and a divine soul. An invisible match. This showdown was incredibly perilous. But the outside world could not see any storm clouds surging. Yet, when those flying needles jabbed deeply into Yi Yuan's divine soul like this, Yi Yuan actually did not perform the slightest bit of defense. Yi Yuan shut his eyes, his face revealing an anguished look, looking very unwell. Su Qing had already made the preparation of an arduous battle, but he did not think that it would actually be such an outcome. "You were too careless. The soul force flying needles damage to the divine soul is permanent. Even middle-stage C transformation realm martial artists would also be severely wounded after receiving this attack head-on. You actually did not defend at all. Truly courting death." Su Qing shook his head and was just about to walk down the platform. Being struck full-on by this attack of his, Yi Yuan would also be the outcome of heavily injured if not death. He only went up the stage to experience Yi Yuan's means, and not for Xiao Ruyan. But Yi Yuan crumbling in one hit disappointed him greatly. Recalling how Yi Yuan swept across C transformation realm martial artists previously, what he relied on was really one specialty. Leaving like this? You don't think that you can win like this, right? Su Qing was just about to step down from the stage when Yi Yuan's voice sounded over leisurely. Su Qing's entire body trembled. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan with incredulity, he exclaimed in shock, You're completely fine? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Trying to defeat me with soul force flying needles. This sort of trifling means, isn't your distinguished self looking down on me too much? Whatever methods you have, Just execute them. Otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have the opportunity anymore. Su Qing was dazed for a very long time. He seriously could not imagine just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to resolve his soul force flying needles. Yi Yuan's soul force completely did not have the slightest bit of undulation, which was also to say that Yi Yuan forcefully received his divine soul attack. But, completely unscathed? Was this a joke? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blade light, sword shadows. Su Qing gritted his teeth and cast a divine soul attack at Yi Yuan once again. Yet it was like a stone sinking into the ocean again. Yi Yuan did not have the appearance of being attacked at all and still stood there looking at him. Unperturbedly, Su Qing refused to believe in heresy and virtually displayed all of his
Technique.
divine soul mystic arts followed one after the other. Yet, despite him exhausting all the skills in his arsenal, it still did not cause a hint of damage to Yi Yuan's divine soul. With a crash, Su Qing tumbled to the ground. Su Qing laid on the ground, his expression wan and sallow. It was clearly the indication of soul force being drained. This Su Qing already wore himself out. The astoundment in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What was this? Wasn't it said that the divine soul attacks of soul martial artists were incomparably powerful? Why did this Yi Yuan seem to be immune to divine soul attacks? What kind of freak is this Ji Qing? That soul martial artist used all the skills he learned in his life and actually did not cause any injuries to him at all? This is playing me, right? Yeah. Back then, Sovereign Shishan was the hardest sovereign-level powerhouse to deal with in the capital. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. One of them looked at that figure on the platform with scorching eyes. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. The other girl giggled as she transmitted her voice. He, seeing Mr. Yi, challenge the heroes under the heaven for Shao Ruyan. I wonder what are your thoughts, miss? This girl actually knew Yi Yuan's true identity. Who could it be but Yener? There was no need to talk about the other girl. It was naturally Lier. Actually, these few days they had been inside this capital the entire time. If not for this master and servant pair, Yi Yuan simply would not get to see his fellow apprentices. It was precisely because of the protection in the dark from the two of them that let those seniors of Yi Yuan survive safe and sound. On that day when Zhao Chenggan carried a rod to ask for punishment, it stirred up the entire capital. Lier naturally also became aware that Yi Yuan actually quietly sneaked into the capital already. Of course, speaking of it, this was not considered quietly either. It was just that Lier did not think that Yi Yuan would be the first to go up the stage today and challenge all the heroes in the world. Hearing Yener's secret voice transmission, not knowing why, a hint of billow was produced in Lier's heart. This was simply an inconceivable matter to her. Didn't Lier's heart only move for him? What's with me? Towards this kind of near betrayal thing, Lier was obviously unwilling to admit it. What thoughts can I have? That Shao Ruyan is known as the capital's dual absolutes. She's naturally as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. For Mr. Yi to be able to come together in holy matrimony with her, I naturally have to congratulate him. Yener pouted her mouth and said, words don't match the heart. Although isn't a roundworm in Mrs. Stomach, to say who understands Miss best in this world, it has to be Yener. Miss painstakingly entered deep into the fierce Gale world and did so much for Mr. Yi. Don't you have any thoughts about him at all? Lier was secretly startled, but she refuted. What kind of thoughts? Don't you know that this soul-ripping illness of mine still has to fall on Mr. Yi? I'm doing this just to return him sufficient favor to let him treat me seriously. That's all. Yener waved her hands and said, all right then, regardless of what kind of thoughts you have, it's also useless. After today he'll be somebody with a wife. Not knowing why, when Lier heard these words, an intense unwillingness welled up in her heart. On another side, a similarly unremarkable person was staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing immense shock. To think that this punk really sneaked into the capital. Not only did he infiltrate inside the capital, he even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, and even made an appearance in an imposing manner at such a grand occasion. Truly audacious to the extreme. I was saying why there hasn't been news about him these 2 months all along. Turns out that he had long sneaked into the capital. However, heh, your good luck has come to an end today. This person quietly withdrew out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the royal capital. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lan Hu who tracked him down here. These 2 months, Lan Hu never left the capital the entire time. Everything comes to him who waits. He finally discovered Yi Yuan's tracks. It was just that Lan Hu never thought that the carrying a rod to ask for punishment a couple of days back which rocked the capital, the target of Seventh Prince's apology, was actually Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan was utterly clueless about this. Su Qing opposite him already recovered considerable soul force. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Sovereign Shishan is precisely my master. This is the Su's first time coming out into the society after completing my studies. I didn't think that I would actually lose so miserably. Su Qing's skills are trivial. I've lost face for master today. He's indeed Sovereign Shishan's disciple. Sovereign Shishan has left the capital for so many years. He actually groomed a sea transformation realm. Disciple. It's just that this disciple seems to be somewhat of a failure. He faced the Crystal Formation Realm Ji Qing with Sea Transformation Realm Soul Force and collapsed from exhaustion without even touching the other party's fingertips. Truly lost face for Sovereign Shishan. That's right. Sovereign Shishan back then was ever triumphant. Even His Majesty the Wind Emperor showed him some respect. How high and mighty he was. But the disciple that he taught is actually unskilled to this sort of degree. It's really a letdown. The fame of Sovereign Shishan was too great. In everyone's minds, apart from the Wind Emperor, he was the incarnation of invincibility. But his disciple actually lost with no part of his body unscathed today. Although everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong in terms of divine soul tax. But Sovereign Shishan's disciple, as a soul martial artist, shouldn't he be stronger in the divine soul? Even if Yi Yuan was very monstrous, it was not to the extent where he would collapse from exhaustion, right? This was what they could not understand, nor forgive. Xiao Chongfeng, hearing Su Qing admit it, was also rather surprised in his heart. But verbally, he consoled, saying, Young Master Su doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not that you're unskilled, but your opponent was too strong. Today's loss was not due to lack of skill. Su Qing asked in surprise, What does that mean? Xiao Chongfeng smiled and said, Young Master Su learned from Sovereign Shishan. I wonder if you've ever heard of Divine Soul Absolute Defense. Su Qing's expression changed, and he nearly jumped up. A absolute defense. You're saying that what Brother Ji used earlier was absolute defense. Xiao Chongfeng smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I don't know either. Just that other than absolute defense, I seriously don't know what other means. Are there still that can accomplish to such an extent? Only, you still have to get a confirmation from young Master Ji about the answer. When Xiao Chongfeng guessed this answer, the astonishment in his heart was not any less than Su Qing's. Divine Soul Absolute Defense. This term was just an existence of the legends. How could it possibly really appear on a human? Xiao Chongfeng even suspected that this defense method was probably fabricated by somebody, or maybe hypothesized by some genius. How could such a perverse defense method possibly exist? But today he really witnessed it. The so-called Divine Soul Absolute Defense was regardless what kind of divine soul attack the other party executed, as long as it was unable to break through extremum of one's divine soul. it would have no way of causing damage. To them, such a defense measure was simply heaven-defying. Su Qing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Family head Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable to actually even know about Divine Soul Absolute Defense." That's right. The measure that this Ji used earlier was precisely Divine Soul Absolute Defense. The properties of the Divine Soul were completely different from essence. Energy. The cultivation system was also entirely different. The means of Divine Soul attacks was likewise ever-changing. But through a deep understanding of the Divine Soul, one could construct a defense measure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than protective essence. Energy. That was absolute defense. Divine Soul attacks were invisible and ethereal. It naturally would not have huge destructive power like that. The innate attribute of Divine Soul attacks was still formed using one's soul force to damage the other party's Divine Soul. As long as one's comprehension of the Divine Soul was sufficiently deep, an absolute defense could theoretically be actualized. Of course, even with Yi Yuan's profound understanding of the Divine Soul, it also expended a huge amount of time to learn this move in his previous life. Su Qing was only at the early stage C transformation realm. He was not much stronger compared to Yi Yuan's Divine Soul. Wanting to hurt Yi Yuan under his absolute defense was undoubtedly a fool's talk. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. Divine Soul Absolute Defense? Doesn't that mean that there's only Ji Qing hitting people while others can only get hit passively? This move is simply too amazing. Shangguan Lingyu nodded as well and said, "In the past, I only heard of absolute defense and even thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't think that I would really witness it today. This Ji Qing is truly remarkable." Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, "What absolute defense? He just didn't encounter experts. As long as soul force is stronger than him, absolute defense would only be a joke. Is that so? I wonder if there's anybody among you all that can break this absolute defense." Shi Haoran suddenly said. But Zhao Chenggan was not embarrassed at all. With a haughty look, he said, "Soul martial artists is just a minor path in the end. The martial artist path is the major path. He has absolute defense in terms of Divine Soul, but I wonder if he can block my tyrant martial Howling Cloud Spear." Shi Haoran smiled and said, "That might not be so." Zhao Chenggan laughed when he heard that and said, "All right, I won't argue with Alchemy King Shi either. Just suffering a defeat in his hands, I haven't taken it to heart yet. However, he has to pass the rounds with Wenqiu and Zaihe first. The two of them are not simple people. Although Zhao Chenggan lost tremendous face previously, his power and influence were still present. The title of number one in the capital was not for show. Getting Zhao Chenggan's approval, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Ziahe appeared to be very enthusiastic. Of course, even if Zhao Chenggan did not sow discord here, these two people could not possibly let Yi Yuan off. But Huang Wenqiu gave a mysterious smile at this time and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I've already prepared a feast for Ji Qing. I believe that he'll thank me." "Oh? Then I'll be waiting to see it." Zhao Chenggan suddenly became interested. After settling Su Qing down, this spouse finding martial competition naturally still had to continue. But Yi Yuan's spectacular performance already made most people shrink back. For some time, there was actually nobody who went up the stage. Formidable Divine Soul attack plus daunting Divine Soul defense. How to deal with such a monster? Even a third-level C transformation realm suffered a crushing defeat in front of him, unless fourth-level C transformation realms took part, or else they would simply not be Yi Yuan's match. Is there anybody else going up the stage to challenge young Master Ji? Seeing nobody go up the stage, the judge opened his mouth to ask again. Right at this time, a youth sprung onto the stage and said, "I'm here to challenge you." This youth's strength was uncommon too. He was at the 3rd level C, transformation realm. It was just that this realm was somewhat lacking to Yi Yuan. This point, everyone knew full well in their hearts. Is this lad's brain damaged? Clearly aware that he isn't Yi Yuan's match and still run up to look for a thrashing? Heh, maybe he's bored out of his mind and sent himself up to let people train. Really can't understand why there are increasingly more idiots now. Smart people always held the majority on this earth. Fully aware that they were not a match and still going up to seek a walloping would clearly be thought of as a moron by people. Indeed, Yi Yuan just used one god-stunning spike and that youth directly collapsed. Yet, when that youth buckled, another 3rd level C transformation realm martial artist directly went up to challenge, but was shot down by Yi Yuan, again very quickly. What surprised everyone was that this was only the beginning. From then on, the young martial artists who went up the platform followed one after the other, all 2nd or 3rd level C transformation realm. While they were dropped by Yi Yuan very quickly one by one, everyone discovered that it was not quite right. If it was said that 1 was a fool and 2 was a fool, it could not be that. Over 10 in a row were morons, right? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. He instantly defeated his opponents directly right after coming up. The goal was to awe the audience below the stage and make most people not dare to go up the stage. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to deal with all of them. In comparison to using martial techniques, the god-stunning spike was evidently more awe-inspiring, because he did not even need to make a move. Honestly speaking, he already achieved the effect. There was already not many people who dared to go up the stage, while there were still some 4th level C transformation realm and above martial artists below the stage. They all had a wait-and-see attitude. These people were virtually all famed characters in the capital. Nobody was willing to come up and lose face. It was just that he did not expect a large group of fellows who did not fear death to suddenly appear, coming up here to look for a thrashing one after another. This made Yi Yuan feel very puzzled. His gaze involuntarily swept to Zhao Chengan and the others on the grandstands, and he quickly discovered that Huang Wenqiu's expression was slightly pleased with himself. Yi Yuan understood the situation in no time. Want to use non-stop battles to exhaust my strength? Really? Pig-like brain. Since you used this kind of despicable moves, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I want to see how many people you can send up. Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. At this time, there were clearly also some smart people below the stage who perceived that something was wrong. Their mouths involuntarily started ranting and cursing, truly shameless enough to actually use continuous battles to exhaust Ji Qing's strength. Hey, do they still want face or not? The spouse finding martial competition relies on true abilities. Using this kind of despicable moves will shorten one's lifespan. Using this kind of methods, even if they win, it won't be honorable either. If Miss Ruyan marries this kind of trash, I'm the first to be unconvinced. Hearing the cursing sounds below, Huang Wenqiu had a very composed look. Evidently, he took no notice of these admonishment voices at all. Young Master Huang really has nice means. The lofty number 2 expert in the capital actually used this kind of lowly method to expend your opponent's strength. The surprise it gave us really isn't small. The fatty Tangji was very displeased by this action. He already carried a sting in his words when talking. But Huang Wenqiu smiled and said, "Those who dare to stand on this stage will have to accept the challenge of all the young heroes under the heavens. If one doesn't have such awareness, I think it's best to scram down the stage early." Tang Ji snickered coldly and said, "I wonder if young Master Huang heard the words of those martial artists below? Young heroes? Young Master Huang really likes to gild your face with gold." But Zhao Chenggan said indifferently, "Since time immemorial, the victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. I don't feel that Wenqiu's way of doing things is in any way inappropriate. Since one knows the rules of today's spouse finding martial competition, one would need to plan out a strategy well in advance. Ji Qing dares to be the first one on the stage. Don't tell me he's still afraid of other people going up to challenge him. Humph! Really, birds of a feather flock together. When Tang Ji saw that these two people were colluding together, he was so angry that he snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Eldest senior brother, these few fellows are called the capital's number 1 and number 2 experts in vain. Simply shameless. Carrying like this, I'm afraid that little junior brother Tang Ji's transmitted his voice to Shi Haoran. But Shi Haoran smiled faintly and said, "You take a look at little junior brother again." Tang Ji was secretly startled and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Indeed, he saw that some transformation took place on his body. Prior to this, although Yi Yuan's body had that sort of aura which disdained all under the heavens the entire time, he did not have much killing intent. But now, the aura on Yi Yuan's body already became fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that they miscalculated, wanting to use this kind of method to deal with little junior brother. Little junior brother isn't some soft persimmon. This point can be seen from him using extreme measures to utterly destroy Tong Wenchang. This time, I'm afraid that Huang Wenqiu, that boy's flesh is going to hurt, Shi Haoran said with a smile. Arg! With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud crash. But this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wenqiu's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already
Torogu infuriated Ye Yuan.
Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks previously all just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while, after going back, and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. One comes, I'll kill one. Two come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many Sea Transformation Realm martial artists Huang Wenqiu could prepare to send here to die. At this time, Huang Wenqiu said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. 4th level Sea Transformation. A heavyweight class martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied. And 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limits. 4th level Sea Transformation Realm. Regardless whether it was Essence, Energy Realm or Soul Force Realm, it all went up an entire step. Nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limits. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, "Finally sent a decent one up. But you're still too weak." The arrival said in a great rage, "Don't belittle others. Clear my round first." Before talking, this martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was Essence, Energy Realm or Divine Soul Realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks and battle seriously daunted people. Even from a distance, this young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. Haha. Clearing your round, is it? Then you have to receive it well.
Yeah.
Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed, and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking. This martial artist fell backward, looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes even. Till death. No way, right? Ji Qing, he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move. Really freaking seeing ghosts. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level C transformation realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any chinks in his armor. Unparalleled alchemy skills. Overwhelming divine soul attacks. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My God, how can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial techniques. With his present concept's comprehension, a streak of casually released swordlight was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the 1st level crystal formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late-stage crystal formation realm, casually finishing off an ordinary 4th level C transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful, so he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get to maul the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Chengan? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Chengan's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concepts. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Chengan's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Chengan had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat, is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm. What can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Chengan's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor, he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go and snatch whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Chengan treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe. Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, "Huang Wenqiu, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together." The crowd was taken aback from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenqiu. But Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenqiu so cockily still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless enough. Now Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. This one had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, "Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "What doesn't adhere to the rules is there? Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight until coming up together, resolving it is faster too. This. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "As young Master Ji says then." Huang Wenqiu's face fell as he said, "Since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up." In a short while, over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms? Young Master Ji, finish them off. We support you. Yeah, utterly shameless. Come on, young Master Ji. We're all rooting for you. Young Master Ji, I want to marry you and become your concubine, yelled out a female martial artist. Ha ha ha. This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards
Ye Yuan.
For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these C transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu."
Bon voyage.
That apathetic attitude of Yi Yuan's thoroughly infuriated these people. They were all talented individuals among those of the same generation. Although they attached themselves to the Huang family, they had their own
Pride.
But now they were looked down by a 7th level crystal formation realm. "You're too unbridled, boy. Do you really think that you're invincible? You're facing so many of us alone. Do you really take us to be made of paper? Hee so rampant now. In a while, there will be the time for you to cry." These people were currently cursing when all of a sudden, their faces changed. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy underwent some minute changes. Countless pink flower petals were currently forming together in midair. Not good. This boy can actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Quickly attack. These people were not rookies and discovered what was wrong very soon. Each of them unleashed their own ultimate moves. Except, how could Yi Yuan give them the opportunity? Breaking through to late-stage crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan was already not far away from C transformation realm. His affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy already had a qualitative increase. Him unleashing 1,000 flowing petals again at this time, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. It was only to see the pink flower petals which covered the skies surround the entire platform. The martial artists below could not even see clearly what was happening on the stage. What move is this? Too terrifying. Oh my god. He's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. His control over heaven and earth essence energy actually already reached such an outrageous degree. This move even late-stage C transformation realms probably can't execute it either, right? Yet, a group of female martial artists was dazzled by this scenery. Whoa! So gorgeous! Young Master Ji must be a very romantic person to actually be able to execute such a resplendently beautiful move. When Shangguan Lingxue saw this scene, her eyes likewise roamed around. I'm really somewhat envious of younger sister Ruyan now, to actually have such a phenomenal man battle all the heroes in the world for her. If there's a man who does this for me, I'd even die happy. Getting such a husband, what else is there to seek? When Zhao Cheng'an heard these words, his face instantly turned green. Shangguan Lingxue was a very proud girl. He courted Shangguan Lingxue for several years and did not get such a praise from her either. Those words earlier, Shangguan Lingxue had clearly moved on already. However, Ji Qing that punk was still fighting for Xiao Ruyan. Zhao Cheng'an's heart suddenly became abnormally irritable, with an impulse to go down and kill Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Slaughter. For words were lightly uttered out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The flying petals which covered the skies, were initially drifting about peacefully. But at this time it became wild, charging towards the dozen over martial artists without care. Ah! Arg! For some time, miserable cries lingered incessantly, making people's scalp tingled. They could not see clearly what was happening inside the sea of flower petals. But just hearing those miserable cries, they also knew that behind these dazzling flower petals, something not beautiful was currently happening. After a dozen over breaths, the flower petals dissipated, and only a lonely silhouette was left on the platform. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Those dozen over martial artists, including those few 5th level C Transformation Realm martial artists, were already sprawled at random on the platform. What kind of joke is this? A dozen over middle stage C Transformation Realm experts were actually annihilated instantly in one move. Like this. I can't stand it anymore. This Ji Qing is simply like a bottomless hole. You simply don't know where his limits lie. 9th level Crystal Formation Realm. He instantly defeats in one move. 1st level C Transformation Realm. He instantly defeats in one move. 3rd level C Transformation Realm is still insta-kill with one move. Now, a bunch of 4th and 5th level C Transformation Realm. He actually used just one move to insta-kill. But this move is really powerful until it makes people feel suffocated. Truly. Can't imagine how a crystal formation realm like him can actually muster up so much heaven and earth essence energy. Exclamations sounded out all around. The shock that this scene brought. Everyone was too intense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wenqiu's face became ghastly pale. These martial artists were all the elites of the Huang family's young generation. They actually died tragically in Yi Yuan's hands just like this. When he returned, how should he give an account to father? This time he really played big. Originally, he thought that with a dozen over people ganging up on Yi Yuan, they would not lose too badly no matter what. He did not think that Yi Yuan instantly killed everyone with one move. This Yi Yuan was truly too monstrous. Huang Wenqiu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. But at this time Yi Yuan looked over. With a grin he said, "Don't waste time anymore. The two of you can come up together." Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's expressions changed, but they involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. "You're sure that you want to challenge the two of us?" Huang Wenqiu said with a cold smile. "So much crap. Did I not say clearly enough?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Hehe, Huang Wenqiu, looks like the two of us are being looked down by people. Why don't we go up to write our names ourselves?" Xue Zaihe said, with a light laugh. Huang Wenqiu nodded with a solemn look and said, "While I'm not quite willing to join hands with a fellow like you, but since he's seeking death himself, we have to team up no matter what. If I don't kill this punk today, it will be hard to sate the hatred in my heart. Haha. Even being rampant has to have a limit. Isn't it so? Although we're both 5th level C Transformation Realm too, he doesn't think that he can beat us for certain using just that one move, right?" Xue Zaihe's smile gradually became cold. Among the junior generation in the entire capital, he only dreaded Shangguan, Lingyun and Zhao Chengguan. Today, he was actually disparaged by a crystal formation realm boy. Truly displeased him greatly. "Fine. Then the two of us sworn enemies will cooperate well today. Rian's matter, after settling this punk, we'll fight a match properly again," Huang Wenqiu said. Poking such a big hole, Huang Wenqiu must kill Yi Yuan today and marry Xiao Rian over. Or else, when he returned today, he would have no way of giving in count to his family. Young Master Ji actually wants to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe, joining hands. This act is rather rash. I couldn't agree more. These two people are known as the capital's junior generation's number 2 experts. It's not an unearned reputation. Those people, previously, even if their realms were on par with theirs, their strength was also at a different league. Although that move from young Master Ji earlier was powerful, it's only powerful in area of effect attacks. With Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's strength wanting to crack it shouldn't be tough. Young Master Ji fighting too. Alone, the difficulty is somewhat high. Both Huang Wenqiu's and Xue Zaihe's strengths were already deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. These martial artists all knew the terror of their strength. As for the number 1 Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chengan, they dared to imagine even less. However, Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm after all. Facing these two great experts, it was seriously at too much of a disadvantage. The two people stood up and jumped onto the platform. Huang Wenqiu grinned hideously and said, "Ji Qing, this is you courting death yourself. I'm not to blame. Killing you on the stage, I believe that Sovereign Star Abyss has no reason to put the blame on me too." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "As long as you have the capabilities, there will naturally not be anybody who comes to find trouble with you." Xue Zaihe, "Don't you turn up for work but not put in the effort." Huang Wenqiu said, "Relax. This bit of gains and losses relation, I can still differentiate it. Talk about other things after taking care of this punk first." Xue Zaihe replied, "Then that's good. Go." Once Huang Wenqiu's voice faded, the two people's figure instantly vanished. From where they stood, the speed was swift beyond comprehension. Previously, Wang Jie's speed during the earlier battle was as slow as a snail in front of these two. However, at that moment Yi Yuan's figure similarly vanished from its original spot. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal clashing sound echoed. The martial artists below the stage practically could not capture these three people's actions. Only from the afterimages left behind occasionally did they know that these three were in the midst of an intense confrontation. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe being so fast were within everyone's expectations. But everyone did not think that Yi Yuan could actually keep up with the pair's speed. Fighting two alone, they actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. When did Crystal Formation Realm martial artists had such speed? Too fast. I completely can't make out their movements. Who holds the advantage right now? Don't know. I can't see clearly either. Is Ji Qing really a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist? Did he hide his strength?
Impossible.
From the start to the end, his essence energy undulations was 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. It's certain. If I were on the stage, I would have died a dozen times over long ago. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe are indeed well deserving of being the number 2 experts. Their comprehension of concepts is simply not what rookies like us can compare to. In truth, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were both very wary of Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. The shock that the scene prior to this gave the two of them was too great. Therefore, these two acted in concert without prior consultation and chose to attack directly. They adopted the method of hand-to-hand combat to not give Yi Yuan the chance to execute 1,000 flowing petals. The two of them were at the 5th level Sea Transformation Realm. Their realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They decided to use realm to crush Yi Yuan to death. But the result of the matter did not develop as they imagined. The more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more alarmed they became.
Ye Yuan's Jianhua Danged Impenetrably.
In the blink of an eye 100 moves were exchanged, but the two of them actually did not occupy a gleam of advantage at all. How was this possible? How could they know that Yi Yuan comprehended the transmission concept and the wind flow concept? In terms of movement technique and in terms of offensive power, he was only stronger and not weaker. Apart from suffering some minor losses regarding essence energy, Yi Yuan tossed them several streets behind in other areas. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could just barely fight to a draw with them. Otherwise, their outcome would not be any better than those martial artists previously. Furthermore, Yi Yuan continuously condensed a small mass of 1,000 flowing petals in the process of fighting them to neutralize their all kinds of tech. With Yi Yuan's present strength, just condensing such a small bundle of petals was basically something as swift as thought and completely did not require large-scale mobilizing of heaven and earth essence energy. Ji Qing's execution of his move already reached the extent of releasing and withdrawing as he pleases. Moreover, this move of his is like the flower. Petals dances along with his entire being. Truly a feast for the eyes and mind, Shangguan Lingxue praised. Of course, not everybody was unable to capture these three people's speed. There were many experts present and also plenty of people stronger than them. There were obviously people who could see it. But precisely because they could see it, their understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess became even clearer instead. Having been through such a long period of fumbling and comprehension, Yi Yuan's execution of the 1,000 flowing petals already reached an extremely proficient degree. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of this supreme true intent took another large stride forward. Shangguan Lingyun nodded his head as well and said, "To wield this move to such a transcendent degree, this Ji Qing's strength truly makes people sigh." With admiration, Shangguan Lingxue asked rather puzzledly, "Big brother rarely commends people. You didn't give rise to the thought of fighting with him, right?" Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, "Younger sister understands me. That's right. An opponent like this is really hard to come by." Shangguan Lingxue said in derision. Then, did big brother take fancy on Ji Qing this rival or took fancy on young sister Ruyan? Haha, you and sister Ruyan are hailed collectively as the capital's dual absolutes. If I can marry her home, wouldn't that be beautiful? Shangguan Lingyun said with a loud laugh. If that's the case, then big brother will have to kill Ji Qing on the stage today. Or else, you'd establish a terrifying enemy for yourself. Shangguan Lingxue said with a smile. The smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face froze. Evidently, he had not considered this problem. And this problem was really a dreadful issue. If he really killed Yi Yuan, the Shangguan family would have thoroughly offended the Alchemist Association. As long as Star Abyss still sat on this position for a day, the Shangguan family could forget about ever finding the Alchemist Association to refine a medicinal pill. Such a loss was not what the Shangguan family could bear. And if he did not kill Yi Yuan, the grudge of snatching his wife was irreconcilable. How could Ji Qing be willing to drop the matter with him? Although Shangguan Lingyun had immense faith in himself, facing a monster like Yi Yuan, he still really did not wish to provoke. All right then. Take it as if I never said it, Shangguan Lingyun said, helplessly. Hee, I have really never seen such a big brother. I'm getting more and more interested in this Ji Qing, Shangguan Lingxue said with a beam. By the side, Zhao Qinggan's complexion turned green once again. Yi Yuan already entered the heart like still water state currently. Each end, every action of the two people were within grasp. Adding his subtle manipulation of the 1,000 flowing petals, the more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more depressed they got. In a twinkle, several hundred moves passed. The two of them did not gain any advantage at all. The two number 2 experts in the capital's junior generation were actually helpless against a 7th-level crystal formation realm when partnering up. Saying this out was an utter joke. What made them even gloomier was that fighting until now, Yi Yuan's essence energy did not have the slightest hint of being drained. It was as if it totally could not be exhausted. Where did this fellow get so much essence energy? One had to know that Yi Yuan already fought with 20 to 30 C transformation realm martial artists prior to this. Could it be that he did not expend any essence energy at all? A massive area of effect move like the 1,000 flowing petals should be extremely draining on essence energy. Why was Yi Yuan's essence energy so abundant? These two people discovered to their sorrow that they could not gain any bit of advantage with such a fighting method. Xue Zaihe, Huang Wenqiu suddenly yelled out. N. Xue Zaihe understood tacitly. The two of them withdrew their moves at the same time, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not continue his victorious pursuit, but remained calm and composed. as he stared at the two of them. With his essence energy thickness, plus extremely precise control over essence energy, he did not fear the two of them fighting a consumption battle with him.
Yik wink.
I admit that you're very strong. But it ends here, Huang Wenqiu said with a cold snort. Clearly, he was very unsatisfied with this battle result. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, whatever moves you have, just use them. Receive it all. Huang Wenqiu sneered coldly and said, as you wish, Xue Zaihe, don't hide it anymore. Bring out your true abilities. Xue Zaihe nodded and said, okay. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. These first-rate families' top disciples naturally all had their own powerful trump cards. It was just that there were a scant few people who could force out their trump cards. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's trump cards were saved for each other. But now, they had no choice but to use them at the same time to deal with Yi Yuan. Because from them observing the matches until now, ordinary measures completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm, his true combat power was already on the same level as the two of them. No, even so far as to say that it surpassed theirs. Because the two of them combining strength earlier only just barely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan too. A heaven-defying genius like this, how could they possibly defeat without going all out? Huang Wenqiu used a saber. He raised long saber in his hand and said solemnly, to be able to die under my wind-rebelling 3 blades, it's also considered your fortune. But what Xue Zaihe relied on was a pair of naked palms. It was only to see him put his palms together. His aura increased explosively. His realm was actually rising continuously. Very soon, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 6th level C transformation realm. But it did not end. His aura was still rising unceasingly. Before long, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm in one stroke. Everyone's faces changed. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Xue Zaihe actually learned the origin Spirit 9 transformations. Sure, Howren's complexion turned pale from fear. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is a martial technique that uses the essence fire within the martial artist's body as the foundation to stimulate the martial artist's potential to let the martial artist temporarily break through realms. It's the Xue family's ultimate martial technique. To think that Xue Zaihe actually already successfully planted an essence fire inside his body and even successfully cultivated this martial technique. Truly surprising. Shangguan Lingyun gasped with admiration, looking at Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm. The essence fire in his body should be a quasi-tier 4 origin fire. Pretty decent already. I really want to see how Ji Qing plans on dealing with these two people's ultimate martial techniques, Shangguan Lingxue said. With a giggle, the effects of this Origin Spirit 9 transformations was actually similar to the 5-element Spirit Link pill that Yi Yuan took in the past. Could raise the martial artist's realm briefly. At this time, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sit still anymore. She could not resist uncovering her head veil slightly and taking the scene on the stage all in. When she saw Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, she could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Ji Qing, nothing must happen to you, or else I won't be able to forgive myself for life either, Xiao Ruyan said with tears in her eyes. Heh. To think that you really held a move in reserve. If you suddenly used this move when fighting me, I would really not know how to deal with it, Huang Wenqiu said with a snicker. He and Xue Zaihe had always been well matched. Their strength was almost on. Once Xue Zaihe directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm and reached late-stage C transformation realm. Even if Huang Wenqiu were more powerful, he would also not be his match. Xue Zaihe grinned and said, so what, even if you know? I don't believe that. You can leap across 2 minor realms to defeat me. There was already an exceedingly huge disparity between the 6th level C transformation realm and 7th level C transformation realm, let alone. Huang Wenqiu was only at the 5th level C transformation realm. Hence, Xue Zaihe was brimming with confidence. But Huang Wenqiu was very composed as he said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Even you had such a huge improvement. How can I dare to ease up? Finished talking. Huang Wenqiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. But what he skyrocketed was not his realm. It was the sort of pressure, pressing forward with indomitable will aura. Xue Zaihe's expression changed. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. You actually mastered the 3rd move. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. Huang Wenqiu grinned and said, I wonder how the outcome will be if I use this to deal with you. At this time, although Huang Wenqiu's realm was still at the 5th level C transformation realm, in terms of aura, he surpassed even Xue Zaihe's. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. Ha ha ha. This boy still has some capabilities to actually master the wind rebelling frenzied blade. This time I want to see how Ji Qing deals with the wind rebelling frenzied blade plus origin. Spirit 9 transformations. Zhao Cheng'an burst into laughter. Below the stage were also exclamations of shock. The reason why the 2 Huang and Xue families were called first-rate families was because apart from their family's foundation, these 2 martial techniques claimed enormous credit. These 2 people are indeed worthy of being experts tied at number 2. Such talent, how many people among the younger generation could measure up? Late-stage C transformation realm versus late-stage crystal formation realm. This difference is a bit too large. Let alone there's still a Huang Wenqiu who mastered the 3rd move of the wind rebelling 3 blades, reaching the realm of wind rebelling frenzied blade. This martial technique is already considered attaining a higher level of mastery. The power of the wind rebelling frenzied blade is enough to let Huang Wenqiu rival the Xue Zaihe after raising his realm. This. How should young Master Ji respond? Wind rebelling 3 blades. This martial technique only had a total of 3 stances. However, with the mastery of each move the power would show exponential increase. The reason why Huang Wenqiu could be hailed as the number 2 expert was by relying on him mastering the 2nd move and far in the lead among those of the same generation. And now he actually even mastered the 3rd move. This indicated that he already cast those in the Huang family's same generation far behind. Of course, each move of the wind rebelling 3 blades had 3 levels. Huang Wenqiu had not even reached large success in the 1st level. Even so, he was already sufficiently powerful. Everyone all knew that these 2 had very formidable cards up their sleeves, but did not think that these 2 trump cards were actually so powerful. Ji Qing, to be able to force us to unleash our trump cards, you can already be sufficiently proud. But after today, the capital won't have Ji Qing this person existing anymore. Huang Wenqiu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan watched the 2 of them perform as a bystander the entire time. But he himself did not make the slightest movement. Hearing Huang Wenqiu's cold laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Looks like the 2 of you still have some capabilities to be hailed together as the number 2 experts in the capital. Haha. Pretending to be calm? However, it's futile, Xue Zaihe said with a light laugh. The 2 of them used their trump cards. Their confidence naturally shot through the roof. Now, even if they were asked to go and challenge Zhao Cheng'an, they would also not be the slightest bit fearful. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, no need to pretend. If you guys think that you can win me like this, I can only say, Tuna V. As he spoke, Yi Yuan gently released the Songhua sword in his hand. Songhua sword plunged into the clouds and vanished from sight. In the past, my realm was insufficient and my essence energy was lacking, so I was incapable of unleashing the 1,000 flowing petals' greatest power. But now, my essence energy can already support the full-powered execution of this move. Thus, You guys enjoy it to your heart's content. It was like Yi Yuan's voice came from the netherworld, striking Huang Wenqiu, and Xue Zaihe's heart's word for word. Such a large display earlier, killing over a dozen middle-stage C. Transformation realm experts in one move was actually not going all out yet. Then, how horrifying would the full-powered release of this move be? Very soon they came to know how harrowing it was, because flower petals which filled the entire sky already wafted up. This time it was not just the entire platform. Petals after petals danced in the air, as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. If they did not know beforehand that this was Yi Yuan's sword move, people would be exclaiming in surprise at this beautiful scenery. In a place like the fierce gale world, it was very rare to be able to see this kind of falling flowers flying all around wondrous sight. Yi Yuan brought it to them. It was just that anybody was aware that behind this beauty, an immense danger was concealed. The flower petals which blotted out the skies and covered the earth gave people a hair-raising, oppressive feeling instead. Oh my God! Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a 7th level crystal formation realm? It's too preposterous, right? The quantity of these flower petals is probably several times of that move. Previously, he finished off over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realms in one move just now. How horrifying will the power of this move be? This move is too heaven-defying. I really can't imagine how a 7th level crystal formation realm can manipulate so much heaven and earth essence energy. How exquisite does one's manipulation ability have to be? Indeed, Yi Yuan's control over essence energy had already completely surpassed their imaginations. In terms of control of essence energy, Yi Yuan was Divine King level, and his abilities in this area were completely attributed to alchemy skills. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was extremely meticulous in refining pills, and his requirement towards control of essence energy was harsh to the extreme. Only then did he have such exquisite control abilities. In the past, Yi Yuan was a housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Now that his strength increased dramatically and his essence energy was ample, he could unleash this aspect to its pinnacle. Controlling heaven and earth essence energy was not having it at one's beck and call, but to control the heaven and earth essence energy within a certain radius with the essence energy within the martial artist's own body as the foundation. Now that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms in succession, the essence energy in his body showed an exponential increase. The essence energy that he could control naturally also increased exponentially. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were still brimming with confidence earlier, but currently, their faces had a never-before-seen grimness. Such power was simply appalling. The pair exchanged glances and understood each other without words. Wind-rebelling frenzied blade, advancing with indomitable will, Huang Wenqiu roared, charging at Yi Yuan with a lightning-like momentum. Starfire a blazing prairie. Xue Zaihe lightly flicked his finger. A small tuft of flames flew out swiftly, vanishing in a blink of an eye. The two people bore down menacingly. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. 2 clumps of flower petals blocked their incoming path. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Faint explosion sounds echoed in the air, wanting to stop the two people's incoming path. However, the wind-rebelling frenzied blade and origin spirit 9 transformations were not some common wares. Only to see Huang Wenqiu pressing forward like a hot knife cutting through butter the entire way, splitting the clumps of flower petals, while Xue Zaihe formed a no-man's land for himself with formidable strength. At the same time, the small tuft of flames that he controlled suddenly appeared by Yi Yuan's side. Yet, it did not have the starfire a blazing prairie's momentum as imagined, because the instant that it appeared, there were already innumerable flower petals enveloping it. Inside that bundle of flames contained horrifying power. However, it was wrapped up by limitless flower petals. The petals exploded unceasingly, frittering away that mass of flames power, while on Huang Wenqiu's side, only to see him split the sea of petals into 2. halves with one blade. A horrifying streak of saber light passed through the flower petals sea, cleaving towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan unhurriedly controlled the boundless petals to continuously explode around the surroundings of the saber light. By the time the saber light arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it was already just an ordinary attack. Yi Yuan casually flicked with his hand. The saber light dissipated. Huang Wenqiu's expression changed drastically. This was his wind rebelling. Frenzied Blade's strongest attack. This streak of saber light was enough to freaking cleave ordinary late-stage sea transformation realms into two halves. It was actually effortlessly resolved by Yi Yuan just like this. Huang Wenqiu gritted his teeth, mustered up all the momentum of his saber, and slashed towards Yi Yuan once again. However, there were petals exploding non-stop around him, hindering his advancement. There were too many flower petals. Clumps after clumps exploded, ceaselessly, seemingly without end. Yi Yuan was clearly not far away, but Huang Wenqiu felt that this bit of distance was a short distance away, but poles apart. Just like this, his speed became increasingly slower. This wind-rebelling frenzied blade moved stressed about accomplishing in one vigorous effort. But this one vigorous effort was forcefully worn down by Yi Yuan, depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Without that momentum of pressing forward with indomitable will, even if the saber technique was stronger, it would not be much stronger. The saber momentum that Huang Wenqiu accumulated for a long time dissipated too. Nothing like this. The saber momentum exhausted, Huang Wenqiu was instantaneously enveloped by infinite flower petals going from offense to defense. While on this side, Xue Zaihe already sunk into the boundless flower sea. Although the flower petals were unable to break through his defense for the time being, with him relying on his powerful 7th level sea transformation realm cultivation, he could not do anything to those flower petals either. Just eradicated one batch and there would immediately be a vast quantity of flower petals replenishing over. This sort of fighting method really made people have an impulse to vomit blood, and that bundle of flames that he fired out was already like a candle flame in the wind, currently tottering on the edge of extinguishing. Seeing the great battle on the platform, everyone below the stage all held their breaths. They had never seen before that martial artists could still fight like this. Young Master Ji's martial technique is simply unheard of. These flower petals look very weak. So many countless flower petals together give people a feeling of being unmatched. Yeah. Moreover, young Master Ji's attention is divided into three. He's controlling those flower petals to deal with the two people and a bundle of flames. This feeling of releasing and withdrawing it as he pleases really makes people revere. No matter how powerful the attack, going through those countless petals, self-detonation and erosion, it would rapidly become weak and feeble. This kind of feeling is like falling into a quagmire. The flower petals in the sky became increasingly sparse. Just as the petals were about to dissipate to nothing, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe finally could not hold out anymore, and the flower petals breached their defenses. Ah! Arg! Two miserable cries sounded out on the platform at the same time, making people's hearts tightened when heard. The two mighty number 2 experts were defeated like this? The audience below the stage still did not dare quite believe this until now. How many years had it been since anyone from the capital's junior generation dared to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe? Apart from Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, these two people could virtually be said to be invincible existences. But today, under their teaming up, they actually lost in the hands of a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. The impact this conclusion gave people was seriously too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed so many sea transformation realm martial artists previously, the impact it brought was also not as great as now. Yi Yuan stood at a corner of the platform dressed in white, clearly quite young, yet gave people a feeling of insurmountable. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a heavenly deity descending upon the world. Invincible. The shock that Yi Yuan gave everyone today could no longer be described using words. Crossing ranks to battle was every genius's inherent skill. But crossing ranks to battle like Yi Yuan, the people completely could not imagine it. One had to know that Yi Yuan's opponents could virtually be said to represent the highest standards of the entire fierce-scale world's junior generation. Such a victory was too soul-stirring. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around to look at Zhao Chengan, saying nonchalantly, "Your Highness, the seventh prince, want to come down and play?" When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. "I'm a little hard of hearing. What did Ji Qing say just now?" He wants to challenge His Highness, the seventh prince." I didn't hear it wrongly, right? I really don't know how to use words to describe my current emotion. In this world, apart from Shangguan Lingyun, there's actually somebody who dares to challenge His Highness, the seventh prince. Yeah, seventh prince is a genius martial artist who comprehended true intent. On a completely different level from Huang Wenqiu and the rest. Yi Qing actually dares to challenge even him. Why do I feel like something is not quite right? Isn't this a spouse finding? Martial competition? Why did it suddenly become a martial arts tournament? The matter of His Highness, the seventh prince, courting Shangguan Lingxue is publicly known. As long as Yi Yuan doesn't provoke him, it's impossible for him to come down. Yi Yuan's words instantly ignited the entire plaza, challenging the capital's number one, the candidate for Wind Emperor. How formidable the strength and how much courage did this need? "Heh, you're sure that you want to challenge this prince?" Zhao Chengan said, with a cold snicker. Towards Yi Yuan's courting death action, Zhao Chengan was naturally very welcoming. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan. Now, with this open and above-board chance to kill Yi Yuan, he obviously did not wish to let it slip by. Even with Yi Yuan using a powerful move such as the Thousand Flowing Petals. Previously, Zhao Chengan still had full confidence in eliminating Yi Yuan. "Little junior brother, don't be reckless. I know that your strength improved greatly, but Zhao Chengan's strength is absolutely not as simple as you imagine." Sure Howren's brows knitted and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Ruyan was so anxious that she almost wanted to jump down. She hurriedly transmitted her voice. "Young Master Ji, the pair's strength earlier is much weaker compared to Zhao Chengan. You better not provoke him." But Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not say any more. However, his meaning was understood by all. He was not joking but really wanted to challenge seventh prince. Zhao Chengan sneered and said, "You aren't thinking that you have the qualifications to challenge me after winning the two of them, right? Since you're seeking death, then I'll help you." Finished talking, Zhao Chengan floated down. Arriving on top of the platform, Zhao Chengan's long spear jerked and was full of overbearingness from start to end. "Haha! A vanquished opponent actually has the guts to challenge this prince. This prince admires your foolishness greatly. It's just that even I kill you. Today I won't marry Xiao Ruyan either. Don't you worry." Once he stood on the stage, Zhao Chengan's tyrannical aura could not be concealed anymore. Especially with that long spear in his hands, it raised his aura to the peak. Even more so, every action carried a breathtaking power. The number one expert among the younger generation lived up to his reputation. Hearing Zhao Chengan's words, Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh of relief. But she was also secretly worried for Yi Yuan. Zhao Chengan already had not exhibited his strength in front of people for a long time. Most likely, even Shangguan Lingyun wasn't sure of his current strength. But nobody doubted Zhao Chengan's present strength. "I will seek vengeance if there is a grudge. I entered a retreat for a month and broke through 5 realms consecutively. This was all for you. Hence you should feel honored," Yi Yuan said coolly. Last time, Zhao Chengan not only nearly killed Yi Yuan, he even almost killed White Light too. This grudge was not what an apology could skate over. If Zhao Chengan sincerely apologized, then forget it. But the entire capital, All knew that Zhao Cheng'an was only forced by the circumstances. If not for Star Abyss exerting pressure on the Wind Emperor, it was entirely impossible for him to come to apologize. Yi Yuan was about to leave the Fierce Gale world soon. With Yi Yuan's personality of not leaving revenge through the night, how could he possibly wait until the future? Therefore, today this fight was unavoidable. Ha ha ha. So what if you consecutively broke through 5 realms? You're not thinking that only you can break through, right? The reason why this prince was only at the 6th level C transformation realm was not because this prince couldn't break through, but it was because this prince was deliberately suppressing my realm. Hence, open your eyes. Zhao Cheng'an laughed wildly. All of a sudden, Zhao Cheng'an's long spear shook. An absolutely powerful aura undulated out. On the platform, an essence energy tempest actually formed. This, His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually breaking through. He's going to break through to the 7th level C transformation realm. If he breaks through successfully, then Ji Qing won't have any hope at all. What's Ji Qing doing? Isn't he going to go forward to interrupt 7th Prince's breakthrough? Watching him break through passively. Sigh. It's useless. Since 7th Prince dares to break through in front of him, he naturally isn't afraid of him interrupting. This is a powerhouse's absolute self-confidence. Furthermore, in that battle prior to this, Ji Qing's essence energy is also pretty much depleted, right? But speaking of which, 7th Prince actually broke through his bottleneck. For Yi Yuan, this in itself should be an affirmation and placing importance on Ji Qing, right? For a time, storms raged on the platform. Zhao Cheng'an's aura was in the midst of continuously rising. For geniuses like Zhao Cheng'an, what was most important for them was not realm breakthrough, but it was comprehending concepts. When a martial artist was young, it was the most optimal time to comprehend concepts. Once their potential was exhausted, wanting to comprehend concepts again would be as hard as scaling to heaven. At that time, it also signified where the limits of a martial artist lay. Therefore, pinnacle geniuses never took breaking through realms to be of importance. Most of their time was used for comprehending concepts. Zhao Cheng'an and Shangguan Lingyun, these people all did not deliberately cultivate essence energy but reached middle stage C transformation realm at this age. It could be seen how great their talent was. Yi Yuan naturally also placed priority on comprehending concepts. Hence, his essence energy realm was not high all along. If he went all out to break through, he would be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm in less than half a year. To an alchemy emperor, using medicinal pills to pile on realms was seriously too easy. Zhao Cheng'an did not meditate to absorb essence energy. He just held his spear and stood there, but his aura was still in the midst of rising nonstop. 6th level C transformation realm to 7th level was not a small threshold, but in front of Zhao Cheng'an it was dismissed so easily. This was the number 1 person of the capital's junior generation. Shangguan Lingshua's face did not have any visible change in countenance. She looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said with a smile, "Big brother seems to be regretting a little." Shangguan Lingyun said with a regretful face, "Yeah, I thought of a really good idea just now to go down and fight with Ji Qing, but he actually challenged His Highness the 7th Prince. It makes me feel really dejected." Shangguan Lingxue raised her eyebrows and asked, "What idea?" Her, I just have to go down and defeat him, then fake defeat. To think that you can think of that. But Ji Qing is already an arrow at the end of its flight, while His Highness is like the midday sun. Is there still anything worth competing in this match? You think this way? Too shallow. How can a shockingly brilliant character like Ji Qing challenge 7th Prince under the circumstances where he doesn't have room for maneuver? Could it be that move earlier was still not his limit? But his essence energy has already reached its limits as well. Furthermore, His Highness even broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm. Seriously can't think of how he should respond. Heh. I'm also very much looking forward to it, Shangguan Lingyun said. With a laugh. Zhao Qinggan's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon the energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Qinggan's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. He looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "Now, do you feel regret for your foolishness? But it's already too late. Provoking this prince is your greatest sorrow in this lifetime." Crossing ranks to battle were as simple as eating and drinking to Zhao Qinggan. Ordinary late-stage C transformation realm martial artists completely did not have the strength to retaliate in front of him. Even peak C transformation realm martial artists, Zhao Qinggan could easily kill too. And today this was his first time being crossed ranks to battle by somebody. Moreover, it was not one or two minor realms, but a full major realm. This was an immense humiliation to Zhao Qinggan. But Zhao Qinggan had to admit that Yi Yuan being able to beat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's team-up showed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to make him genuinely attach importance to him. Hence, he chose to break through without any hesitation. The Yi Yuan, after breaking through 5 realms in succession, was no longer the rookie that he could freely bully and humiliate on that day. Shangguan Lingyun was able to guess that Yi Yuan had a card up his sleeves. Zhao Qinggan could naturally guess that too. Yi Yuan still dared to issue a challenge to him under such a condition. It was impossible for him to be without preparations at all. Except that he was the same as Shangguan Lingyun, being unaware of what Yi Yuan's card was. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm very impressive? Haha, the 7th level C transformation realm is naturally nothing impressive. But to deal with you it's sufficient," Zhao Qinggan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're full of confidence. I really can't bear to smash your confidence. But it's such a shame. This sort of thing like breaking through realms, I've always been more adept. One realm is too little." Zhao Qinggan's face changed, and he asked, "What do you mean? You just broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you can still continue breaking through now? Stop joking." Cultivating essence energy was a process that requires accumulation, especially after crystal formation realm. For each breakthrough in a minor realm, the required essence energy was exceedingly horrifying. Yi Yuan entered seclusion for a month, consumed so many jade spirit pills, and only broke through 5 realms. Making a last-ditch attempt at this juncture, wanting to break through that was virtually something impossible. The reason why Zhao Qinggan could break through was because he had already arrived at the bottleneck of the 7th level C transformation realm before, and did not go and break through all along. It was why the breakthrough went so smoothly. But Yi Yuan's present condition? He just had a breakthrough all the way to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Breaking through again was easier said than done. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood for joking. Didn't that Xue Zaihe use an origin spirit 9 transformations just now? How unfortunate." "I know it too." Zhao Qinggan was stunned and had yet to react to what was going on, when Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, unwittingly making people feel asphyxiated. Then Yi Yuan's aura rose rapidly under everyone's perception directly, breaking through the bottleneck for the 8th level crystal formation realm. Shangguan Lingyun stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Isn't this origin spirit's 9 transformation? Why does Ji Qing know this move too? This is the Xue family's highly guarded secret. Where did he learn it from? Why do I feel like Yi Yuan's attainments in this move are even above Xue Zaihe? Look, he has already broken through past the 7th level crystal
Formation Realm.
This speed. Today's surprises are really round after round, making it too much for the eyes to take in. This time, there's another good show to watch. Although Yi Yuan's realm could not compare to Xue Zaihe, The upheaval from the breakthrough right now was only more and not less than his. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame was a top tier among tier 4 essence fires. Letting Yi Yuan use origin spirit 9 transformation was overly putting fine timber to petty use. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to peak 7th level crystal
Formation Realm.
However, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising. Half-step C transformation. Yi Yuan's realm finally stopped at the level of half-step C transformation. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have an essence energy C within his body. Otherwise, his realm could still rise more. Half-step C transformation was already the limits of his advancement. At this moment, how did Yi Yuan still had the appearance of essence energy? Being exhausted at all? Only to see him full of vigor and energy. He actually recovered to his peak condition again. Hiss! Everybody sucked in a cold breath. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations is clearly the Shui family's ultimate trump card. But why do I feel that at this moment the one Yi Yuan executed is the orthodox one? Could it be a misconception? Shangguan Lingxue said with a frown. Not a misconception. Ji Qing's Origin Spirit 9 transformation is indeed much stronger than Shui Zaihe's. If not that his Dantian is already unable to contain even more essence energy, he might really be able to rise a few more realms. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a never-before solemnness. He previously even casually made the remark to go down and defeat Yi Yuan. Then he would deliberately concede. Looking at it now, he was still too nah. The half-step C transformation Yi Yuan and the current him, who was weak and who was strong, was really hard to say. Zhao Qinggan's expression was ugly to the max. He rose 1 realm and Yi Yuan rose 3 realms. So freaking exasperating. However, Zhao Qinggan did not think that Yi Yuan could beat him like this. After all, he was still a major realm higher than him. Between half-step C transformation and C transformation realm lied a heaven and earth difference. Humph! Only a temporary increase in realm. I want to see how long you can last. Eat a spear from me first. A black-colored long spear in Zhao Qinggan's hands was extremely fierce. Was actually a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. In the past, when Yi Yuan fought with his opponents, he always held the advantage in weapons. But today, this was his first time losing out in weapons. However, this was not strange either. Zhao Qinggan was the son of the Wind Emperor. Forget about spirit artifacts, even profound artifacts would not be lacking. It was just that Zhao Qinggan's present strength was still unable to unleash the might of profound artifacts. That was why he would use a spirit artifact. Rank weapon. Zhao Qinggan's long spear danced. The tip of the spear actually swung out a crescent of light. The next instant, Zhao Qinggan's figure vanished from sight without the slightest sign. Key. When it appeared again, a spear already passed through Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan stood on the spot and actually did not react at all. It's over like this? Isn't it too quick? Yeah. Ji Qing is so strong. Can't be that he can't even block one attack. Right? No, wait. That was just an afterimage. What? Afterimage? Why would it exist for such a long time? Too fast. Because it was too fast, so in our eyes he simply did not move at all. But the platform is only this big. Where did he go? Zhao Qinggan's brow furrowed, and he turned around suddenly, swinging the long spear around, only to hear a clank. The long spear directly smashed the ambushing sword, light into dust. Yi Yuan's figure finally appeared before everyone's sight again. In an instant, everyone felt a very oppressive atmosphere undulating out. Although it was only a probing exchange, the two peoples might already made everyone have a clear understanding. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. Such speed was simply unheard of. Indeed, you have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to provoke me. With this exchange, Zhao Qinggan's expression also became grave. Very clearly, the half-step C transformation Yi Yuan already had sufficient capital to pick a fight with him. You want to drag the time? Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Cheng'an with a half-smile. Although the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations was powerful, it was clearly just a temporary increase in realm. When the time limit hit, one would recover to their initial realm and also have a series of sequela. Of course, even so, this martial technique was powerful all the same. Back then, there were countless records in the Medicine King Hall.
Yi Qinggyun
Also felt that this martial technique was rather interesting and it needed to use essence fires too, which was why he took notice of it. To think that today in the lower realms he would see other people use this
martial technique.
But Zhao Cheng'an was not the slightest bit embarrassed having his thoughts seen through. So what if yes?
Hur. Nothing.
I just want to tell you that I can last for 2 hours at half-step C transformation realm. So, stop scheming in vain, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This time, Zhao Cheng'an's expression finally changed. 2 hours? Are you joking? The Shui family's family head using the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations can last for at most an hour's time. You can actually last twice his time. The Origin Spirit 9 transformation, this technique was actually rather heaven-defying. Even Shui Zaihe the Stabler could break through 2 minor realms consecutively, let alone the Shui family's family head. However, Shui Zaihe's realm could only last for 15 minutes at most. Yi Yuan's lasting duration was actually twice of the Shui family's family head. How could Zhao Cheng'an not be astonished? If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly. Humph. Try then try. Can you soar to the heaven? Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold snort. Zhao Cheng'an kept his spear and stood there, putting on a ready-to-attack starting stance. An aura which made people feel stifled crept out in all directions. Clearly just a simple posture. People who used the spear would all display this pose. Yet, when Zhao Cheng'an assumed it, it gave people a feeling of having no weakness to exploit. At this instant, Zhao Cheng'an and the long spear fused into one. The next attack was an earth-shattering attack. It's spear shadow carnage. My god, I heard that 7th Prince has already not used this move in front of outsiders for many years. This was the self-created ultimate skill that 7th Prince became famed for. I heard that back then, he merely relied on this one move to consecutively defeat over a dozen first-rate families' pinnacle geniuses. And, finally, he fought to a draw with Shangguan Lingyun. Ever since then, the number 1 position of Shangguan Lingyun and him became established. Heh. Today is really an eye-opener. This is the pinnacle battle of the fierce Gale world's junior generation. Missing out on today, one would have to wait until who knows when. At this time, everyone seemed to have already forgotten what the original objective of this spouse-finding martial competition was, and everyone was lost in this pinnacle battle. Facing someone such as Zhao Cheng'an, Yi Yuan's expression was also a never before as grave. Yi Yuan was self-confident but not conceited. Zhao Cheng'an was indeed the most powerful foe that he had encountered up to this date. The current Zhao Cheng'an was akin to a fiend god descending. A simple starting stance was actually utilized to such a miraculous realm by him. One could see that Zhao Cheng'an's comprehension towards the path of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. If his conjectures were correct, the true intent that Zhao Cheng'an comprehended was precisely related to the spear. Yi Yuan knew the terror of this spear and would obviously not slight it. Only to see him pointing to the skies with his sword, his figure transforming into 9 figures. It was precisely the Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art. 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan had already not used the 9 sword stance for a long time. Compared to the 1,000 flowing petals, its power was indeed slightly weaker. But the 9 sword stance also had merits that the 1,000 flowing petals could not match up to, and that was hard to capture movement technique as well as powerful singular offensive might. The 1,000 flowing petals was the sort of sneaking in during the nighttime without making any sound, while the nine-sword stance was that sort of explosive style, powerful. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's comprehension of the supreme true intent growing deeper by the day, his application of the nine-sword stance had a new addition. Not only was the nine-sword stance not eliminated, but it also became another one of Yi Yuan's killing move instead. And today, the nine-sword stance saw the light of day yet again. Tyrant, martial, howling, cloud, spear, shadow, carnage, Zhao Qinggan enunciated each word. Azure Dipper, floating, zero, sword art, nine-sword stance. Practically the same instant, Yi Yuan's also uttered nonchalantly. The next moment, a shocking scene which left everyone staring with their mouths agape happened. On the stage, there were spear shadows and sword lights everywhere, leaving everyone unable to feast their eyes fully on it. Zhao Qinggan's spear shadows were grand and boundless, overwhelming power and might. Yi Yuan's sword lights dotted the skies like stars, being all-pervasive. Spear shadows and sword lights continuously clashed in the air, dissipating. They were colliding and dispersing continuously. The spear shadows and sword lights each occupied half of the platform. For a time, it was actually evenly matched. So strong. Is this the strength of pinnacle geniuses? Seriously, too strong. In one breath, how many swords and spears do they want to unleash? Seventh Prince's spear shadows, if anybody else were standing on the stage, they would probably have countless holes pierced through already, right? Also, Ji Qing's sword lights, what kind of martial technique is this? To actually release sword lights with 9 phantom images at the same time. Could it be that these 9 phantasms are all real bodies? Actually, from a certain degree, Ji Qing has already won. He's a full major, realm lower than His Highness the 7th Prince, and he actually fought to a draw with His Highness the 7th Prince. This shows that in terms of concepts comprehension, Ji Qing surpassed His Highness far too much. However, His Highness the 7th Prince already comprehended true intent. What on earth did he, Ji Qing, comprehend? Yi Yuan's performance already completely surpassed everyone's understanding. Martial artists who comprehended true intent were invincible existences among those of the same generation, unless the opponent likewise comprehended true intent, otherwise one would only get mauled. All along, it had only been Zhao Qinggan leaping ranks to challenge others. But today he was forced to such an extent by Yi Yuan with half-step C. Transformation realm strength. Indeed, from a certain degree he was already utterly defeated. Except that the result from a fight was never something that can be determined with certainty. The strong would not possibly pity the weak either. Once they stepped onto the stage, one would only see the outcome and not look at the process. The advantage of Zhao Qinggan's realm was reflected very quickly. He launched spear after spear wildly, squandering his essence energy. The balance on the stage was broken, only to see those power spear shadows gradually overshadow the sword lights. Zhao Qinggan actually became more valiant as he fought. The unleashing of spears became increasingly faster too. The spear shadows continuously engulfed the sword lights, gradually reducing.
Ye Yuan's boundary.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruyan was practically on the verge of suffocating. Her fingernails already sunk deep into the flesh, cutting into her palm. But she was oblivious. Very soon, spear shadows occupied the greater half of the platform.
Ye Yuan's
defense radius only had an extremely small piece left. Everyone held their breaths. Once the spear shadows breached the sword lights, Yi Yuan's outcome would be being impaled by spear shadows. Mustn't have anything happen. Mus. Xiao Ruyan's tears failed to live up to her expectations and flowed down once more. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, 2 slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. One person was poised and elegant, possessing a remarkable aura of kings. Was actually a peak divine traversing realm martial artist. The other person's strength was slightly inferior, but he also had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. Such characters naturally had exceedingly high statuses in the capital. If a character like Xiao Changfeng were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these two people were precisely two characters who could summon wind and call rain in the capital. Shangguan family's family head, Shangguan Wenrui, and the Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. Hongfei, what are your thoughts? Shangguan Wenrui opened his mouth to ask, as his gaze was staring intently at the spear shadows and sword lights in the distance. Zhao Qinggan's strength grows with each passing day. He's already much stronger compared to the last time he publicly made a move. Shui Hongfei said, I'm not asking about that. Ji Qing possesses the origin spirit 9 transformations. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Shangguan Wenrui said, coolly. Shui Hongfei sighed lightly and said, I was also taken aback from shock when I saw earlier, but this shouldn't have been stolen from the Shui family. Yi Qing's attainments in the origin spirit 9 transformations are even greater than mine. This disciple that Star Abyss took in is simply powerful until it makes people despair. Shangguan Wenrui shot a nonchalant glance at Shui Hanfei and said, I heard that a young man from the endless world infiltrated into the capital, and this young man once killed the Lan family tribe's middle stage C transformation realm martial artist in the level 5 Gale region with first level crystal formation realm strength. Shui Hongfei's expression froze briefly. You mean that Ji Qing is that youth? Impossible. I also suspected this matter before, but the news from the Xiao family says that Xiao Changfeng tested Ji Qing's divine soul before. He's indeed somebody from the fierce Gale world. I naturally know that. But don't you feel that this young man is very fishy? In our fierce Gale world, other than the Wind Emperor, who else can groom such a monstrous genius? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. This, Shui Hongfei thought carefully. There really was something not quite right. Shui Hongfei pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He startled awake abruptly and looked at Shangguan Wenrui in disbelief. Shangguan Wenrui gave a faint smile and knew that Shui Hongfei understood his meaning. Brother Wenrui is far-sighted. Not what Hongfei can match up to, Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile. Zhao Tianyin has reigned for many years, and is no longer far from ascending to the divine realm. The battle for the next Wind Emperor has already gradually surfaced. There is bound to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger between Yuner and Zhao Chenggan. However, this suddenly emerged Ji Qing thoroughly upset the initially stalemated situation. If today Shui Hongfei took a look at the intense fighting in the distance.
Ye Yuan's
situation was already in imminent danger. However, this situation currently, it's probably very hard for Ji Qing to be ascertained of victory, right? Maybe not. Spear shadows which blotted out the sky and earth repressed Yi Yuan's 9 figures into a very tiny radius area. Currently, Yi Yuan was akin to a small boat hanging by a thread in the ocean, possibly overturned by the tides and winds at any moment. But Yi Yuan's sword lights were still not the slightest bit slow. Sword light versus spear shadow was at a disadvantage initially. The sword emphasized grace and agility, while the spear stressed on momentum, akin to 30,000 caddies. Plus, Yi Yuan's realm was not the same with Zhao Qinggan's. Him being suppressed was also something very normal. Haha, I'll see how you will hide. Go and die. Zhao Chenggan was unbelievably excited right now. As long as he broke Yi Yuan's sword lights, he was dead for sure. While talking, Zhao Chenggan mustered essence energy even more feverishly. The spear shadows became even more frenzied. Just a little bit more and Yi Yuan's sword lights were about to be broken. However, Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if he was oblivious to the danger. The defense circle became increasingly smaller, tinier and tinier. Finally, those countless spear shadows finally broke the limits, stabbing ruthlessly towards Yi Yuan's 9 figures. Ah! Many people gave a shocked exclamation as if seeing the outcome of Yi Yuan, staining the stage in blood. Right at the critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly blasted out from the spear shadows. 9 swords returned to 1 half-moon slash. Yi Yuan's voice rang out faintly, as if giving that streak of light an enormous power. The spear shadows which filled the skies actually could not inch forward anymore. Those overwhelmingly powerful spear shadows actually gradually subsided under the streak of light. Ki, a half-moon-shaped sword light sweeping along with tremendous amounts of energy dispersed those innumerable spear shadows. And not only did the charging momentum of the sword light not diminish, but it also became increasingly faster instead. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan's expression changed dramatically. How could he still live if he was slashed by this gigantic half-moon-shaped sword light? In a panic, how could Zhao Qinggan still be bothered with displaying spear shadow carnage? He hurriedly pulled back his spear and moved sideways. The sword light swept past his body with a whoosh. That threatening sword chi shredded Zhao Qinggan's protective essence energy into tattered bits. It was also that Zhao Qinggan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would be split into 2 parts right now already. Looking at the ground again, the platform already had a deep ravine slashed into it by this colossal half-moon-shaped sword light with scattered pieces of rock everywhere, looking very horrific. Below the platform it was dead quiet, as if they were hit by an immobility talisman. Zhao Qinggan's body was stinging with fiery pain. Although that sword chi was unable to harm his foundation, it gave him considerable wounds. Each injury was reminding him that he had just brushed past the god of death. Zhao Qinggan was looking at Yi Yuan rather blankly, somewhat befuddled by the current situation. He clearly had victory in grasp already. Why did the situation suddenly had a 180-degree turnabout, hitting him from heaven to hell all at once? Hey! Did you see what happened just now clearly? He didn't see clearly. My eyes were freaking blinded. Was this a freaking skill released by a crystal formation realm martial artist? I think that this skill, even if Soul Sea realm powerhouses were standing opposite, the person would also be cleaved into 2 halves, right? After a long time, waves of commotions and exclamations sounded from below the platform. The shock that this attack dealt him was too intense. Haha! Leaving no route for escape so that one would fight desperately to win. This absolute strike back is too beautiful, Shangguan Wenrui praised. Accumulating momentum with the sword, flourishing with extreme decline. This boy is truly monstrous. This path of amassing momentum is patented by spear users, but it was unleashed by Yi Yuan. This slap is really resounding. Shui Hongfei sighed with admiration. If this child is really an endless world native, he would truly be our fierce Gale world's calamitous disaster. No matter what, this child can't be kept, Shangguan Wenrui suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked at the Zhao Qinggan, who was still suffering from shock, and said with a faint smile, "Ran pretty quick, eh? This move today, consider it as teaching you for free of charge. When you go back, you got to comprehend it." Well, even if Zhao Qinggan's face was thick, he was flushing with shame currently. He naturally understood what Yi Yuan was talking about. This slap was really resounding in his ears. Yi Yuan's half-moon slash was actually born from that final attack when facing off against Tian Yu. Yi Yuan fused it into the 9-sword stance. But if he unleashed this attack right from the start, its power would be far from as powerful as right now. The process of sword light clashing against spear shadows was actually the process of Yi Yuan accumulating momentum all along. Only after waiting until the sword light was broken and Yi Yuan released all of the amassed sword intent, was there such a matchlessly powerful attack. Zhao Qinggan's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. The most important thing about using a spear was accumulating momentum. How Could he possibly not know? Spear Shadow Carnage, the power of this move was extremely great. His starting stance was actually accumulating momentum. Yet, it was precisely because this move was extremely powerful that when Zhao Chang'an wanted to merge these innumerable spear momentums into the final spear, he could not do it no matter what. But something that this spear-playing user, could not do, Yi Yuan who used a sword did it. This could not be said to not be a kind of irony. This match today undoubtedly gave Zhao Chang'an a genuine battle with immense referencing value. As long as he went back to study it in detail, perhaps he might really be able to fuse the accumulated momentum into Spear Shadow Carnage one day. Ji Qing, don't you get cocky. Our fight has only just begun. Just now was only merely a warm-up, Zhao Chang'an said with a black face. Clearly he was truly enraged this time. Haha, of course I know that it's only starting now. Earlier I let you dodge that move. Next time there won't be such good luck, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Humph, that's also what I want to say to you, Zhao Chang'an said with a cold snort. This exchange made everyone became speechless. That was just a warm-up? If they really fought, wouldn't it tear down this entire plaza? The might of geniuses is indeed not what the likes of us can make wild guesses about. Similarly, a sea transformation realm martial artist, 100 of me added together is not 7th Prince's match either. Most importantly, 100 of you added up is not even as powerful as that. 7th level crystal formation realm. He's a monster. I really want to see where his limits lie. Yi Yuan's potential was seemingly limitless. Each time you thought that this was his limit, he would break through his limits again the next fight, reaching a brand new height. Now, the surrounding spectators were long unconcerned about who would win and who would lose, and was also indifferent to who Xiao Ruyan would marry in the end. What they were most concerned with was just what extent Yi Yuan could perform. Could Yi Yuan defeat the #1 expert, Zhao Chenggang, and replace him to become the fierce Gale world's rookie king? In the foreseeable future, as long as Yi Yuan did not die today, the future position of Wind Emperor was his for sure. Under everyone's eyes, Zhao Chang'an pointed his spear at Yi Yuan again. This time he actually raised his spear with one hand over his head, while the other hand with his fingers as swords, pointing them at Yi Yuan. Very soon, an abnormal atmosphere started to undulate out. Everybody had yet to recover from Yi Yuan's attack earlier, but at this time, was forcefully pulled back to reality by this sort of peculiar atmosphere. Zhao Chang'an stood there like a statue without moving a hint for a long time. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Regarding Zhao Chang'an's next attack, he instinctively felt out of the ordinary. Not just Yi Yuan, practically all the martial artists at the plaza could feel. What martial technique is this? Why does it make me feel like the air is about to solidify? Wasn't His Highness the 7th Prince's strongest move Spear Shadow Carnage? What martial technique is this? Are you a pig? How long has it already been since 7th Prince used martial techniques in front of everyone? Such a long time. Did you think that His Highness, the 7th Prince, would remain marching on the spot? Yeah, most likely between Shangguan Lingyun and 7th Prince, they are unaware of each other's depths now. But without question, these two persons' strength is unfathomable right now. In the plaza, martial artists with slightly weaker strength all felt that breathing was rather difficult, but that terror in their hearts could not be repressed no matter what. Swoosh! Yi Yuan suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhao Chang'an's body, which had not moved for a long while, finally moved slightly, only to see his upper body rotate slightly, but his sword finger turned to another position. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared again, and Zhao Chang'an's spear and sword finger were still pointing at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together once more. This probing action earlier finally let Yi Yuan confirm that he was totally locked on by Zhao Chang'an. Big brother, what is this move of His Highness's? Why does it give people Such a repressing feeling. Shangguan Lingshua's brows were also tightly locked. Evidently, she felt rather uncomfortable too. Shangguan Lingyun's expression was solemn as he said, "The last time I fought with him was already a matter of 3 years ago. Looks like these 3 years he wasn't idling either. Ji Qing is in danger." "What?" Shangguan Lingxue exclaimed in shock. "How can you be so certain? Ji Qing, he is so strong. He can't possibly be in trouble, right?" Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, "If Ji Qing had C transformation, realm strength, even if it was only first-level C transformation realm, breaking this move isn't hard. But sadly, even after using Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he only has a strength at the half-step C transformation realm. Why is this so? I feel that realm doesn't seem to be that important to Ji Qing. Half-step C transformation and C transformation realm might perhaps be a huge difference to others, but to Ji Qing it doesn't seem to make any difference, right?" Shangguan Lingxue asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head again. "The more so for showdowns between experts, the more important realm is. Zhao Chenggan and my realm have always been more or less the same. Neither shook the other off. Don't you find that strange?" Only with Shangguan Lingyun saying that did Shangguan Lingxue felt rather odd. Although these two people's strength were well matched, it could not be that. They were also walking together in terms of cultivation in essence energy, right? These few years, the two of them virtually always broke through realms at the same time. Recalling now, it was really quite strange. Shangguan Lingyun continued talking. "Martial artist's realm is external. Everyone can see at a glance, and it simply can't be concealed. But comprehension towards concepts is internal. Each day that we don't face off, I'll not know how much he comprehended. But I can confirm that even if there's a gap between the two of us, it's only just between millimeters too. Hence, the two of us would have a mutual understanding to maintain a similar realm. We all know that once one side's breakthrough speeds up, the other side will also risk his life to break through, because as long as one side breaks through first, the other wouldn't be a match at all. But even though Ji Qing's realm isn't high, he still hold the advantage." "Earlier," Shangguan Lingxue said uncertainly. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh, "Between Ji Qing and Zhao Chenggan, it is not as balanced as between Zhao Chenggan and me. The reason why Ji Qing can persist until now is by relying entirely on his concept's comprehension, which is a cut above the rest. And his greatest shortfall is his realm." Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Lingyun continued again. "Just now, Ji Qing already probed Zhao Chenggan. He's unable to shake off Zhao Chenggan's vital energy lock-on. With Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension, as long as he has a C transformation realm strength, he can absolutely get rid of Zhao Chenggan's lock-on. But now, he must forcefully resist this blow from Zhao Chenggan head-on, and forcefully withstanding this attack face-on. Even I will die for sure." "What? Even you'll die for sure too? This? How is this possible?" Shangguan Lingxue turned pale with fright. Even the Shangguan Lingyun, who was ranked equally with Zhao Chenggan, said that it was a certain death. Just how horrifying was the power of this attack. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Chenggan comprehended true intent. 2. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. "Then, do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow?" Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. "I don't know. I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Chenggan, this is a more terrifying adversary. Because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next," Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face. Although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan had already not had a frontal battle for a long time. Everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream. Divine soul attack, absolute defense, 1,000 flowing petals and half-moon. / Even the Shui family's ultimate technique, origin spirit 9. Transformations. Yi Yuan used it even better than the Shui family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting. Maybe he's preparing some move? Prepare what ass move? Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly tech. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Cheng'an was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. But this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Cheng'an was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's accumulated momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Cheng'an was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of Spear Shadow Carnage was too hard to amass. Heh, you know that you can't avoid this hit, so you gave up on resisting? But I won't show mercy, Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you wish. Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present. Here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is heart like still water. That's right. This is absolutely heart like still water. The heart realm that even Zhao Cheng'an is unable to comprehend. This boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wenrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable. He's only 16. Heart like still water. There might not even be 1 in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Shui Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under anticipating eyes, Yi Yuan's 2 palms was gradually brought up from the sides. 2 distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his 2 palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small cluster of pale yellow flames was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly. Right now, half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart like still water state in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Cheng'an's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Cheng'an's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant martial howling cloud spear, glimpse of heaven. Zhao Cheng'an gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven and earth essence energy. Violent to the extreme, where it passed by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. 2 small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Wind-fire violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the 2 small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Chenggan. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Chongfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, "Quick! Quickly dodge!" Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These two people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seats. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the two people's attacks collided together. Rumble, an explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out. Shocking, until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run. Ah! A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance, but he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Arg! Arg! Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What on earth happened? What the hell did those two people do? Ouch! So painful. Is this freaking hell the battle of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists? When were Sea Transformation Realm martial artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those two people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see it all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light, but they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths passed. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Chenggan stood with his spear. That appearance was very intimidating, and opposite him Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away, his clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiao Rian saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. "Young Master Ji, are you all right?" Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Rian's words. Xiao Rian was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly, "Little junior brother." Shirhaoran also panicked when he saw the situation, and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. Shirhaoran hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse. Only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. "Rest assured, little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted. Unconscious," Shirhaoran said with Xiao Rian. Concern led to panic. Xiao Rian herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. "All right? That's really great," Xiao Rian cried from joy. But Shirhaoran frowned and said, "All right? Does he look all right to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time." Present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing, a single mishap and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? Shirhaoran's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Chenggan hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Chenggan was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently. His expression was without a modicum of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the number 1 throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness, the seventh prince is actually powerful to such an extent already. Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end. But for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years, and he'll surpass His Highness, the seventh prince. In all aspects, this battle Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from seventh prince, even Soul Sea realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist, but he fought to such an extent with seventh prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level C transformation Zhao Qinggan with strength a major realm lower, he did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Chongfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan, and looked at Zhao Qinggan again. For a time he did not know how he should announce the results. This match, 7th prince. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Chongfeng said halfway but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiao Ruyan was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, Ji Qing, you finally woke up. Why, you scared me to death. As she said, Xiao Ruyan cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, Ji good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What master promised you is all accomplished. Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful face as she said, Ji Qing, you clearly already lost. Haha. I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Qinggan opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the 7th prince, won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the number 1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth. My God! With his present realm, who can surpass him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the 7th prince could not make it anymore. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. And this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's number 1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan. But to the fierce Gale world martial artists it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, the two of them. But now, Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Ruyan's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao, announce the results. Yi Yuan urged. Xiao Chongfeng looked at the Zhao Qinggan lying on the ground, and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant. His dantian is already damaged by me. Will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now. What? Dantian damaged? Xiao Chongfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt out of the blue. The insufferably arrogant 7th prince actually became a cripple? Once His Majesty the Wind Emperor knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you're framing me up? Digging a pit for the Xiao family? Xiao Chongfeng stomped in a rage. But Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, "With my Qixia mountain backing. You up? What are you scared of? Oh right, there's still something I forgot to tell you." As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan and said with a faint smile, "Good.
Disciple. Come.
I Ji Qing in front of the many heroes in the capital. Today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now." "What? Acknowledge you as her master?" Xiao Chongfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse finding martial competition suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Chongfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Xiao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Xiao family would have to depend on the Qixia mountain lineage, or else they would die without a burial ground. "What? Does family head Xiao think that I Ji Qing can't teach your daughter?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Chongfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only, after a long while did he wave his hand and said, "Forget it. Forget it. My Xiao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation. Who knew that when it reached my Xiao Chongfeng's hands, it actually fell to such a plight? The story is played out and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Ruyan, acknowledge. Acknowledge him as your master then." Xiao Chongfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse finding martial competition would actually develop into such a conclusion. Obtaining her father's permission, the final trace of kink in Xiao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once, she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. "Master is high above. Receive disciple Xiao Ruyan's bow." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Ha ha, good disciple. To think that my Ji Qing's first disciple is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present. Strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it." As he said, Yi Yuan passed Xiao Ruyan a jade slip. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Xiao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Xiao Ruyan's. Both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys Yi Yuan is playing at here? Xiao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Xiao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He, actually, only took her in to be a disciple? Aggravating me to death. Xiao Ruyan is my goddess. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my goddess's dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself, even though he's Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Xiao Ruyan, who is his peer. He probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious though about what are the things inside his jade slip. Heh, what can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining methods. just that these things, his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Xiao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation, especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy, but regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, how much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Gee! Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan master. Call master, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master, this master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. Haha, you're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within master's duty. What precious? From today onwards you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, master, will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, as well as the yin-yang separation flow technique and the origins samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy. Sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1,000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was cultivating to alchemy, King Reem was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and pass down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglin was a near certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he passed these 3 things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too. Sweeping the contents of the jade slip over, she knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiao Ruyan nodded solemnly and said, "Our rest assured, master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light and still need to head back and recuperate about. You follow me back to Qisha Mountain then." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at Shurhauren. The party was just about to leave when, all of a sudden, a dozen over figures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses. And looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine traversing realm martial artist. "Ding Liang, what are you here for?" When Shurhauren saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to Shirhaoran and said, indifferently, the dark shadow guards are handling affairs. Unrelated. Personnel quickly leave. Otherwise, kill without amnesty. Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark shadow guards. It's actually the most mysterious dark shadow guards. Under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? So powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the dark shadow guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza, but currently they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. Ding Liang, what the hell are you doing? Shirhaoran asked again unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. Shirhaoran was the number one person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Chang'an not far away and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan, His Highness, the seventh prince, was defeated by you? Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him? Haha. Taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me, Ding Liang said with a light laugh. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed, but he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name? Ding Liang said expressionlessly, I didn't call the wrong name. You're well aware in your heart. However, you actually defeated His Highness, the seventh prince, to this extent. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, most likely won't let you return. Shirhaoran's face fell as he said, Ding Liang, you don't say some things here that make neither head nor tails to confuse the public. Just spit out what you have to say. But if you want to touch little junior brother, go past me first. Ding Liang looked at Shirhaoran and said with a smile, You call him as your little junior brother repeatedly. Do you know his true identity? Shirhaoran said with a cold smile, Your meaning is that Master Star Abyss is blind to take little junior brother in as a disciple. Ding Liang's expression faltered slightly. Shirhaoran bringing out Star Abyss. This great Buddha involuntarily made him have to reply carefully. Although Star Abyss's realm was similar to his, he was a character that even the Wind Emperor dreaded. Moreover, Star Abyss being protective of his people was known to all. If one really infuriated him, he would do anything. Of course I don't have this meaning, but maybe Lord Star Abyss is also kept in the dark. Ding Liang obviously would not fall for it. Humph! If little junior brother really deceived Master Star Abyss, there will naturally be his elderly self to punish. When did it come to your dark shadow guards to carry out a superfluous action? Little junior brother, let's go, Shirhaoran said with a cold snort. As he said, Shirhaoran brought his fellow apprentices and prepared to circle around Ding Liang to leave. How could Ding Ling let them go? With a slight shift in footsteps, he blocked in front of them again. Shirhaoran's brows furrowed and his tone gradually chilled. Ding Liang, are you bent on instigating antagonism between the royal family and the alchemist association? Ding Liang shook his head and said, Alchemy King sure doesn't need to be like this. Ding Liang is also here on orders. Your little junior brother is a spy who had infiltrated from the endless world. This point is already conclusive. Beyond all doubt, If Alchemy King Shur doesn't believe, you can ask him yourself. Shur Howren's heart plummeted and was invariably caught in a dilemma. In truth, through Ding Liang's words earlier, Shur Howren already had some suspicions. But he was still not willing to believe that this was true from the bottom of his heart. After musing for a moment, Shur Howren forcefully pressed down the doubts in his heart and said to Ding Liang, "This matter is much too important. Want to ask? It's also not my turn to ask. I'll bring little junior brother back right now. Master Star Abyss, he will handle it impartially." Ding Liang's face fell and wished that he could kill Shur Howren with one palm. "Handle my *SS impartially. If you bring this boy back, you all will close your doors to handle impartially. At that time, do I have to go before Star Abyss to ask for him? No way. This matter is already investigated clearly. Alchemy King Shur has no need to go back and ask Lord Star Abyss. I'm bringing away Yi Yuan right now. When the time comes, His Majesty the Wind Emperor will explain to Lord Star Abyss personally." Ding Liang said immediately, "I said earlier, wanna touch little junior brother. Pass me first. Ding Liang. If you have the capabilities, then kill me." Shur Howren said angrily. "You!" Ding Liang was so angered that he was spouting smoke from 7 orifices. As they spoke, both parties' gunpowder smell gradually thickened, with the manner of a single word of disagreement, and they would fight. But if they really fought, Yi Yuan's side would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. The other party not only had Ding Liang, this divine traversing realm powerhouse, but the others were also mostly Soul Sea realm experts too. Yi Yuan's side were all a bunch of alchemists. How could they be the Dark Shadow Guard's match? Fine. I'll expose his identity in front of everybody. See how you still defend him. Lan Hu, come out for me. Ding Liang howled. A figure appeared in front of everyone. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his face could not help changing too. That last trace of a fluke was also all gone. "Long time no see, Yi Yuan. In order to find you, I flipped the entire capital over these past few months. I didn't think that you'd actually be right under my eyelids, and even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple. If not for today, I was seized with a sudden impulse to come here and take a look at the spouse finding martial competition. I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know when you escape back to the endless world." Although Lan Hu said it smilingly, anyone could tell the fury in his words. These words said by Lan Hu was not in any way exaggerated. These few months, he would go to the city gates and keep watch there, hoping to discover Yi Yuan. Yet, several months went by, and he did not even have any hint of information. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan not only entered the capital long ago, but Yi Yuan also even became Sovereign Star Abyss's 8th disciple. This discovery made him depressed until he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Lan Hu, Yi Yuan knew that his tracks were ultimately still exposed. Knowing that he could not conceal it, Yi Yuan gave a faint sigh and said, "So, this Lan Hu it's really been a long time since we've met. I didn't think that you'd actually pay such close attention to my affairs." When Yi Yuan's words came out, the facial expressions of Shur Howren and the others changed drastically. This was equivalent to him acknowledging the matter of being a spy. How is this possible? I clearly investigated your divine soul before. All of the characteristics were exactly identical with us fierce Gale world martial artists. By the side, Xiao Chongfeng's face already turned deathly pale and still did not dare to quite believe it until now. Hearing these words, Ding Liang had a doubtful look too. His realm was much higher than Xiao Chongfeng's and could sense that Yi Yuan's divine soul was no different from fierce Gale world martial artists. If not for Lan Hu seeing Yi Yuan before with his own eyes, it was utterly impossible for him to suspect Yi Yuan. In truth, if not for this point, perhaps Yi Yuan would have been exposed long ago. It was impossible to be arrogant under their eyelids until now. Among the people that Yi Yuan came into contact with, many were high-tier martial artists and could very easily detect the abnormality of his divine soul. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Haha, that's very simple. As he said, Yi Yuan's divine soul underwent a minute transformation. But everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Everybody's eyes went wide and stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even the sovereign-level powerhouse, Ding Liang's pupils constricted. He was evidently, abnormally shocked. Haha, nothing is impossible. It's just slightly altering the characteristics of the divine soul, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Only after a long while did everyone recover from the shock. Ding Liang said, with a solemn voice, Sure Haoran, you saw it too. What else is there to say? This child's talent is even more monstrous than Shangguan Lingyun and his Highness the Seventh Prince. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to leave, or else he's bound to be my fierce-scale world's mortal malady in the future. Sure Haoran's expression flickered ceaselessly. Clearly his heart was endlessly conflicted. Yi Yuan suddenly said, Many thanks for eldest senior brothers and seniors. Care these few days. Little brother is also helpless. That's why I hid my identity. Today's matter will be shouldered by little brother alone. Eldest, senior brother, please return. At this juncture, Sure Haoran falling out and becoming enemies with him was an extremely normal thing. Yi Yuan obviously would not bear enmity against him. On the contrary, he was very grateful for Sure Haoran's care this period of time. Sure Haoran's this sort of shielding one's shortcomings very much matched Yi Yuan's appetite. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that Sure Haoran suddenly blocked in front of him and said to Ding Liang, No matter who he is, he's my little junior brother. You want to bring him away, sure, but I have to bring him back to Qixia Mountain first and let Master Star Abyss deal with him first. Before anything else, he's my little junior brother. Nobody can think about touching a hair of his. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from Sure Haoran angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. Sure Haoran already thought it through currently and was no longer conflicted. He immediately said coolly, I'm only saying to wait until he returns to Qixia Mountain. I didn't say to let him back to the fierce-scale world either. What are you kicking up a fuss for? You're aware of Master Star Abyss's character. If I hand Yi Yuan to you today, I'll die very horribly when I return, while you likewise won't feel nice. Ding Liang could not help choking up. Star Abyss's sanctions were still fresh in everyone's minds. Humph! Let's go! Seeing Ding Liang waver, Sure Haoran gave a cold snort and was about to bring them away. Wait a minute! Ding Liang suddenly woke up and gave a loud cry. Sure Haoran! Don't you compel me to use force. As he said, the aura of divine traversing realm released. Everyone's faces changed. The oppression of a divine traversing realm was not a joke. Ding Liang did not even make a move yet, and everyone already had a feeling, like the heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Even breathing was very laborious, as if somebody was clutching their throats. What was the notion of divine traversing realm? This was basically the pinnacle existence for lower realm martial artists. Character that stood at the very peak of the food chain. An existence like the spire of a pyramid. Once such a character made a move, ordinary people utterly did not have the chance to resist. Even Soul Sea realm martial artists were also ant-like existences in front of divine traversing realms. When Ding Liang demonstrated his power, Sure Haoran's face changed too. He was not an arrogant and conceited person. In front of Ding Liang he did not have the leeway to retaliate at all. But in order to bring little junior brother back to Qixia Mountain today, he was ready to risk it all. This was something that must be done by someone of the Star Abyss tutelage. Want to punish, it was also punishment by their own people. When was it other people's turn to punish? Everyone had their own insistence, and Sure Haoran's insistence was the pride of Star Abyss's line as well as protection towards their own people. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. Shi Haoran's words revealed an icy-cold intent. Ding Liang suddenly let out a sigh and said, Shi Haoran, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has already issued the order to be sure to bring Yi Yuan away. Apologies. I can only offend, only to see him wave his sleeves grandly. An enormous force sent Shi Haoran flying out. Poo work. Shi Haoran crashed heavily onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Eldest senior brother. Seeing Shi Haoran sustain injuries, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Ding Liang did not hesitate in the slightest and took this chance to directly reach his hand out and grab at Yi Yuan. A horrifying oppressive power directly shackled Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually could not move at all and could only let Ding Liang capture at his discretion. But at this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback from shock and yelled out, Ruyan, get away from me. Xiao Ruyan's hands stretched out and turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. But she shut her eyes, a manner of waiting for death. Regardless of who you are, you're my Xiao Ruyan's master. I can't watch you. Ding Liang. Want to kill, you kill me together too. Xiao Ruyan reproached daintily. Humph, ignorant child. To actually help an enemy from another world. I still have some trepidation towards Shi Haoran, but just with a little baby girl, who's still wet behind her ears like yourself. Do you really take me to not dare to kill you? Since you wish to die, I'll help you achieve your aim. Ding Liang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was so anxious that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed. You dumb asteriskes, quickly get lost for me. Do you hear? Yi Yuan was suppressed dead by Ding Liang's aura and completely could not move at all. And that battle with Zhao Cheng'an prior to this, his wounds were extremely severe. Now, he completely did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ding Liang wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan was simply as easy as blowing away dust. Could it be that he had to watch Xiao Ruyan die before him helplessly? Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Ding Liang's figure was suddenly totally blocked. A large fatty suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Ruyan. It was precisely second senior brother, Tang Ji. Tang Ji looked at Ding Liang calmly as he said coolly, Ding Liang, kill me, together too. I want to see how many people can you kill today. As he said, the other 5 seniors blocked in front of Yi Yuan too, covering him solidly. At this instant, Yi Yuan's eyes unwittingly became somewhat wet. These seniors clearly knew that he was someone from another world. Yet they actually barricaded in front of him without any hesitation. This gratitude, Yi Yuan probably could not cut it off in this lifetime, no matter what. Humph! Who says that I must kill you guys? Just the likes of the few of you also wish to get in the way of me capturing this boy. Ding Liang gave a cold snort and lightly slapped out a palm. Immediately, violent winds howled, sending everyone flying. The strength of a divine traversing realm martial artist was simply inexorable. Poo work. Yi Yuan was originally already heavily injured. At this time, injuries piled on top of injuries, and he could not hold back the sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. A blur before his eyes. A silhouette appeared before him. Really can't tell that you, boy, actually have such charm to make so many people willingly die for you. However, I want to see who else can stop me from capturing you now. Ding Liang said lightly with his hands behind his back. Yi Yuan's complexion was as pale as paper and was already very frail. He looked at Ding Liang cold and detachedly and said coolly, Ding Liang, right? If I don't die today, there will definitely come the day where you'll regret it. Ding Liang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Yi Yuan spoke very calmly. But the calmer he was, the more enraged it meant he currently was. If not for Tang Ji earlier, Xiao Ruyan would already be a dead person. Ding Liang was wary of the identities of Shi Haoran and the others, but he completely thought nothing of Xiao Ruyan. What capitals dual absolutes? In the eyes of a character like Ding Liang, it was a joke. When needed, He did not mind ruthlessly destroying a flower at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ding Liang's brows involuntarily knitted. He said, with a cold smile, "Young man, you're thinking too much. Don't forget where you are right now. This place is the fierce Gale world, not the endless world. Even if I let you leave today, do you think that you can escape from the capital? In here, everyone is your enemy. You alone are facing an entire small world. Hence, don't hold any chances in your heart. You won't have the opportunity to take revenge." Ding Liang did not suspect Yi Yuan's words and also did not feel that Yi Yuan's words had any laughable areas. Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Chengan, who was a full major realm higher than him with 7th level crystal formation realm cultivation. Such monstrous talent. Surpassing him in the future was practically set in stone. Yet, the Wind Emperor would not give him the opportunity. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Yi Yuan was extremely feeble right now and already could not be bothered to carry out meaningless arguments with Ding Liang. He shut his eyes and slowly revolved his skill to refine the medicinal strength. All right, it's late. His Majesty the Wind Emperor is most likely already anxious from waiting. Take a trip with me, Ding Lian said. His hand reached towards Yi Yuan once more. Ding Lian, you treated my disciples in such a manner. Have you made the preparations to receive my wrath? Right then, a cold voice suddenly sounded out and transmitted into everyone's ears. When Shurhauren and the others heard this voice, they could not help becoming overjoyed. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished. With a trace, "Master!" Shurhauren and the others called out in one voice. A figure stood in the air, facing Ding Liang across a distance. Who could it be but Star Abyss? Lord Star Abyss. Seeing Star Abyss, Ding Liang also involuntarily lowered his proud head. Regardless where, the status of alchemists was exceptionally venerated. Even in the fierce Gale world where alchemy skills had declined and alchemy, sovereign powerhouse like Star Abyss still had a lofty status. The reason was none other than because the medicinal pills required by divine traversing realm experts, only Star Abyss could refine them. This was the reason behind the pride of Shurhauren and the others. What kind of existence alchemy sovereign powerhouses were, one just had to look at the medicinal theory class Yi Yuan studied back then at the Danwu Academy to understand this point. A theory foundation left behind by an alchemy sovereign became the holy scripture that the entire continent pursued. This was a character that could leave behind a legend on a plane. An era might have many, many divine traversing realm powerhouses, but the number of alchemy sovereign powerhouses were scanty few. Star Abyss's status in the entire fierce Gale world could be seen at a glance. Ding Liang, you beat up all of my 8 disciples until heavy injuries today. This account, do I find you to settle it, or should I go and claim from Zhao Tianin? Star Abyss said coolly. Ding Liang sweated heavily. He did not think that Star Abyss would actually arrive so quickly. This time, it was not easy to wind this matter up. Ding Liang was a little too rash. But Lord Star Abyss, this new disciple of yours is the Endless World's spy. Lord Wind Emperor gave a death order to definitely bring him back to interrogate. Ding Liang was helpless and could only bring out Wind Emperor. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Yi Yuan's matter, I'll go explain to Zhao Tianin myself. Now you can leave. I'm afraid that this is inappropriate, right? Ding Liang did not think that Star Abyss was actually so unyielding. For a spy from another world, he actually did not even give face to the Wind Emperor. Star Abyss shot him an indifferent glance and said, Then are you prepared to take care of me together too? Ding Liang was shocked and hurriedly said, Dare not. Even if Ding Liang's guts were any greater, I wouldn't dare to make a move against Lord Star Abyss either. But Star Abyss no longer bothered with him and said to his disciples directly, Support your little junior brother and follow me. Ding Liang's heart was gloomy. Indeed, like master, like disciple, this master and disciple's way of handling things was simply carved from the same mold. They were directly treating him like air. But Ding Liang daring to make a move against Shihauran and the rest did not mean that he dared to attack Star Abyss. Making a move against Shihauran and the rest still had room for maneuver. But making a move against Star Abyss's actual person was equivalent to the royal family and the Alchemist Association breaking away completely. With the Alchemist Association's rallying power, forget about them, these divine traversing realm experts having to chance to have any medicinal pill to use in the future. Most likely in the entire fierce gale world no martial artists could get medicinal pills. Even the Shao family and Tong family, these alchemy families who depended on the royal family, they would probably close down their stores very soon as, well, Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss would actually shield him so domineeringly, making him feel a warmth in his heart. Although the current Yi Yuan was just a small character in the war between two worlds, his monstrous talent had already been revealed. The Wind Emperor would not let him leave easily. Star Abyss saying this was tantamount to falling out with the Wind Emperor. Such resolve. How could Yi Yuan not appreciate the kindness? You caused an uproar in the capital actually just to take in a disciple? Star Abyss transmitted his voice. Thick displeasure was revealed in his words. Very clearly stirring up this situation was not what he wished to see. To be able to send Yi Yuan away noiselessly, that was the best outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan was simply not a law-abiding person and actually caused storms to rage throughout the entire capital for a girl. Even more damnable was that Yi Yuan defeated everyone, but the final outcome was not to hug a beauty back but just to accept a disciple. This sort of powerful and unconstrained style of doing things also made Star Abyss this titan thunderstruck until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "For real men, some things are necessary while other things absolutely mustn't be done. Since we're friends, how can I watch her jump into a fire pit helplessly? It's just that I never thought that thorough considerations would have an oversight. There was actually still somebody who recognizes me in the capital. Forget it. Forget it. Don't know what kind of fortune this little girl garnered in her previous life to actually be able to encounter a person like you. Follow me back first. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. You actually wasted Zhao Chengan. The Wind Emperor most likely won't leave the matter at that." Star Abyss heaved a sigh. Great grace can't be thanked with words. Today's matter Yi Yuan remembered it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's there to thank? If you were really a spy, I wouldn't care less about you. It's just, who asked you to be somebody that master, his elderly self, holds in high esteem?" Star Abyss said with a sigh. "Haha, didn't think that one day Yi Yuan would actually receive Li Daohong's grace." Yi Yuan said with a self-ridiculing laugh. Star Abyss had just brought everyone and walked not far out when he discovered a silhouette blocking their path. This scene happened too unreal, making everyone unwittingly feel their eyes blurring, because just earlier there was clearly nobody there. But the next instant a person suddenly popped up there, as if he appeared out of thin air. Such a bizarre thing involuntarily made people feel a chill down their spine. Looking at the arrival, Star Abyss's expression had an indescribable graveness. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and already had some guesses about this person's identity. "Star Abyss, although your Alchemist Association isn't under my rule, harboring people from another world like this truly make us bitterly disappointed." The person opened his mouth and said apathetically, "This person that showed up bizarrely was actually the absolute sovereign of the fierce gale world, the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin, and he was also the fierce gale world's one and only boundless realm martial artist, an existence that looked down upon myriad worlds." Zhao Tianyin's age did not look old, still maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged person. Seemed like in his younger days he was already in extremely powerful existence. Of course, if he was not a peerlessly talented person, how could he possibly break through to the boundless realm in the lower realms and attain the position of the Wind Emperor? Zhao Tianyin wore a casual dragon robe. Apart from this, there were not too many ornaments, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. It actually gave people a feeling of returning to one's original simplicity. Star Abyss sucked in a deep breath and said in a slightly low voice, "Since you know that the Alchemist Association isn't under your jurisdiction, why did you dare to touch my disciples?" Even an existence like Star Abyss, when facing a boundless realm powerhouse, felt immense pressure too. One had to know that under such an environment like the lower realms, boundless realm represented invincibility. Even peak divine traversing realm martial artists were only just slightly stronger ants in front of the boundless realm Wind Emperor. If not for this, why would the Grand Yen True Sect need to sacrifice countless divine traversing realm martial artists to cast the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array back then? Zhao Tianyin ruminated for a moment and said coolly, "Looks like you knew his identity long ago." "My own disciple, of course I know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now?" Star Abyss said. "Although you're the Alchemist Association's chairman, you're also born and bred in the fierce scale world. Is what you're doing here treating this land that raised you fairly? 1. I didn't do anything that let down the fierce scale world. 2. My disciple also didn't do anything to let down the fierce scale world. The so-called conspiracy theories are completely conceived out of your own imagination. My disciple only came to save his seniors. Being serious, my disciple came to the fierce scale world still because the Swift Wind Guards captured his seniors. Isn't it so? But you also saw this child's strength. If we let him leave unchecked, he'll be my fierce gale world's mortal malady. Once he leaves, there will be many fierce gale world brave warriors that will die in his hands next time. You're also a titan of a world. Don't you consider for your people?" The two people had a lively conversation and were actually like old friends of many years chatting. These two people did not belong to the same group. Although they knew each other for many years, they were not some old friends. Star Abyss even once caused mayhem in the capital for his disciples' matter and forced the third prince to death. But at their realm and status, every action had the demeanor of an expert and would naturally not look like lower-level martial artists squabbling. Yet, from the contents of their conversation, their opinions clearly could not reach a consensus. The smell of gunpowder gradually thickened as well. This was absolutely not some good news to Yi Yuan's side. And the Wind Emperor's words clearly struck Star Abyss's Achilles' heel. If Yi Yuan returned to the endless world, there would bound to be many fierce-scale world martial artists who would die in his hands in the future. In such a war between two worlds, nobody could detach themselves from it. Yi Yuan could enter deep into the fierce-scale world today for his seniors. He would surely have to kill people for his close ones in the future. And Yi Yuan's potential was seriously too scary. This point no one could refute. These words that the Wind Emperor said was actually equivalent to admitting that he dreaded Yi Yuan very much. "Humph! Posing as someone with high morals," Yi Yuan suddenly said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. In this world, there was actually somebody who dared to provoke the Wind Emperor. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, this Gaul was also too fat. Even if Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Cheng'an before the Wind Emperor, he was still nothing at all. As long as the Wind Emperor was willing, he could kill Yi Yuan without even needing a finger. Soul Sea Realm. The divine soul communicating with one's essence energy sea. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy. Divine traversing Ream. The divine soul and essence energy sea merge into one, roaming the world freely. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy. In a large scope, boundless realm, the divine soul gains a preliminary glimpse into the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. One could take control of heaven and earth. Essence energy within a fixed boundary. Saying that they were controllers was not over the top. Hence, the Wind Emperor wanting to kill Yi Yuan now was practically just a matter of a thought. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Tianyin glanced sideways slightly and looked at
Ye Yuan.
Everyone's hearts were thumping and had no clue how the Wind Emperor would.
Punish Ye Yuan.
Is there wait for you to speak here? Puny little crystal formation martial artist saw us and actually dare to not kneel. Zhao Tianyin's dignified voice sounded. Zhao Tianyin was not seen taking any action either. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became berserk and actually squeezed towards Yi Yuan like a cage. This was too sudden. Everyone did not react in time. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt a weight of 30,000 catties on his shoulders as if a pair of large hands was forcefully pressing him down to make him kneel. Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and his knees gradually bending. All the bones in his body gave off creaking sounds as he used all the strength in his body to resist. Who the hell are you to also fit to make me kneel down? Yi Yuan's face turned red, and he said this sentence word by word. Zhao Tianyin said emotionlessly, "We are the ruler of a world. Could it be that we cannot bear a kneel of yours? I, Yi Yuan, only kneel to parents and don't kneel to the heaven, compared to the heaven. What do you even count as?" As he said, Yi Yuan's jaws were chattering. Each word needed to use his entire body's strength. Yi Yuan's back was already bent, both legs slightly curved, but he stubbornly refused to kneel down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces, including Zhao Tianyin's, all changed. What martial artists practiced was heavenly Tao. What they feared most and held in reverence most was also heavenly Tao. The might of heavenly Tao was what humans simply could not surmise. Yi Yuan actually uttered words like this, simply too unbridled. Speaking recklessly of heaven. Truly don't know life from death. With your strength, how do you know the terror of heaven? Zhao Tianyin said. Zhao Tianyin, you're still not staying your hand yet. Humiliating my disciple like today. You have to make preparations to receive my wrath. Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan's agonizing state, and his heart pounded. Speaking recklessly about heaven? Among the people present here, there was probably nobody who understood heaven better than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was burdened with a deeply seated blood feud and had already long lost awe and veneration towards heaven. Alive again, he was going against heaven. The heaven wanted to exterminate him, Yi Yuan. Then Yi Yuan, was going to ask the heaven why it was so unjust. Although it was uncertain who Yi Yuan's enemy was, a person that could kill a peak alchemy emperor was definitely among the peak existences in the divine realm. Compared to them, Zhao Tianyin truly did not count as anything. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's former identity, how could he willingly kneel down towards a puny little boundless realm? If it were before, boundless realm was not even fit to lick Yi Yuan's shoes. Star Abyss could understand Yi Yuan's words. He did not feel surprised. But Zhao Tianyin humiliating Yi Yuan like this was what he could not accept. Who knew that this time Zhao Tianyin was a never-before unyielding Star Abyss, although I dread your identity, it's not without a bottom line. Furthermore, not everyone by your side can scorn our prestige. Even if he's your disciple, making him kneel down to greet us the first time meeting us is not considered overboard, right? Moreover, he crippled Goner. This kneel serves as making an apology. With Zhao Tianyin saying it like this, Star Abyss really had nothing to say. If Yi Yuan was his 8th disciple, even if Yi Yuan was somebody from the endless world, kneeling down to greet the Wind Emperor was nothing inappropriate. But the problem was that making an alchemy emperor kneel to the Wind Emperor was an unprecedented humiliation. Although Star Abyss did not interact much with Yi Yuan regarding his temperament, he still had some understanding. Even if Yi Yuan were to die, it was also not possible to kneel towards the Wind Emperor. For a moment, Star Abyss fell into a dilemma and did not know what words he should use to rebut Zhao Tianyun. Right then, Xiao Ruyan suddenly scurried out from the crowd and kneeled to the Wind Emperor with a slam. Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor, I beg you, let Master go. He only did it for the sake of saving his seniors and is really not a spy. If your Majesty wishes to punish, Ruyan is willing to die in his place. Xiao Ruyan's face was smeared in tears, but her face had indescribable stubbornness. Ruyan, you mustn't be rude. Get back for me. Xiao Chongfeng hastily reproached in alarm when he saw the situation. Offending the Wind Emperor was not a burden that his Xiao family could bear. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. He had long seen through that this Wind Emperor was not some good-natured person, to be able to kick off a war between two worlds for his own personal interests. Such a person was a fierce and ambitious person no matter how one looked at him. How could such a character take pity on a frail little girl? You, this baby girl, don't know what's good for you either, to actually help an aberrant person from another world plead for leniency. The Xiao family received our grace for generations, and this is how you repay us. All right, then, since you want to die, then we will send you off. The Wind Emperor's words did not carry the slightest hint of emotion, making people feel a chill in their hearts when they heard them. Don't!
Ye Yuan shouted.
But it was as if Zhao Tianin did not hear it at all, only to see him raise his hand slightly, his index finger lightly flicked. A starlight flew towards Xiao Ruyan's heart like a comet. Nobody had any suspicion that as long as this bit of starlight touched Xiao Ruyan, she would be dead for sure. But at this time, who could save her? The starlight arrived in front of Xiao Ruyan in the blink of an eye. But it was like Xiao Ruyan did not see it at all. She currently had her back turned to look at Yi Yuan, giving him a gentle smile. Swoosh! Bang! The starlight did not strike Xiao Ruyan, but flew towards the far end, smashing onto the ground. An enormous rumble sounded. Rock fragments were smashed flying all around. Xiao Ruyan disappeared. Regarding this surprise, the Wind Emperor was calm like before. He then turned to Yi Yuan. Spatial spirit artifact? Looks like I still underestimated you. Turned out that, in that critical juncture just now, Yi Yuan unleashed the spatial spirit artifact and transported Xiao Ruyan inside. This scene naturally could not escape the Wind Emperor's eyes. However, you can't even protect yourself right now. You actually still have the thought to bother with others. I want to see to what extent you can hold out. Zhao Tianin's voice had just faded when Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure around him immediately increased multiple folds. That horrifying pressure even squeezed the space until it morphed, giving people a very unreal feeling when looked at, and Yi Yuan's body sunk down more than half under this kind of pressure. One knee was practically on the verge of touching the ground. Poo work! Yi Yuan spurred the essence energy in his body frenziedly, trying to straighten up his back desperately. Under the enormous pressure, Yi Yuan finally could not resist vomiting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only so, under the compression of space, the skin on Yi Yuan's entire body also cracked, oozing out blood, looking very wretched. Zhao Tianin, if you have the capabilities, kill me, even if I'm beaten until my bones are ground to dust. I also won't kneel down.
Yeah.
Yuan practically snarled it out. Kill you? Killing you is too easy. As long as I'm willing, what's hard about grinding your bones to dust? But I only want your kneel. Zhao Tianin said coolly. Zhao Tianin waved his hand once more. The pressure around Yi Yuan skyrocketed. Once more, very clearly, as long as he was willing, he could crush Yi Yuan's body into pieces with just this move. And the pressure that he was applying right now was just a drop in the bucket of his strength. The goal was to make Yi Yuan kneel down. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. His body dropped bit by bit too. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, Star Abyss's fury finally ignited too. However, he had yet to take action when he heard Zhao Tianyin say, indifferently, Star Abyss, I advise that you better not make a move. You're aware on the martial path you're too weak. As he said, Zhao Tianyin casually pointed with a finger again. Heaven and earth essence energy immediately formed a thin membrane, wrapping Star Abyss. Inside, Star Abyss's face changed and smacked out a palm at the thin membrane. Bang! The thin membrane did not move a hint, and Star Abyss was actually bounced back. This was the strength of a boundless realm martial artist. Even the sovereign-level Star Abyss was so incapable of withstanding a single blow in front of Zhao Tianyin. All right, wait there obediently. After I take care of this brat, we'll slowly chat. Zhao Tianyin said faintly. Star Abyss gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. But Zhao Tianyin did not pay attention to Star Abyss anymore. He increased essence energy for Yi Yuan once more. Arg! Suddenly Yi Yuan's aura rose frenziedly. His eyes were blood-red as he stared at Zhao Tianyin icily. Zhao Tianyin said lightly, burning blood essence, huh? Burning 50% of blood essence in one go, you virtually already ruined your own foundation. Doing this just in order to not kneel down before me? Truly an obstinate youth. But the more this is the case, the more I want to make you kneel. Haha. Yi Yuan was heavily injured originally. Under Zhao Tianyin's pressure, he had reached his limits long ago already. He could persist until now by relying entirely on a single conviction to hang in there. Yi Yuan was self-aware that he was certain to be killed and simply burnt 50% blood essence in one shot, instantly filling the essence energy in his body to the brim. Under such a condition, he actually slowly stood up a little. However, all of this was futile. Yi Yuan compared to boundless realm martial artists, the gap was too great. Just pushed back some and Zhao Tianyin slightly exerted pressure again, immediately pushing Yi Yuan down. Boom! Yi Yuan's feet actually trod the ground until it caved in. And at this time, Yi Yuan's knee was only a mere couple of inches distance away from the ground. Burning 50% blood essence was also unable to resist even a tiny bit of time. Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. Yet there was a voice in his heart telling him non-stop, don't kneel, don't kneel. The current Yi Yuan was already dyed by his blood until he became a blood person looking terrifyingly ghastly. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help showing a visible change in countenance. A crystal formation realm youth actually displayed such a stubborn side in front of a boundless realm martial artist. Although these people were all Zhao Tianyin's subjects at this very instant, they unwittingly felt pity for Yi Yuan in his hearts. Why geniuses were called geniuses was not only because they needed to have outstanding talent, but they also needed unyielding belief and a tenacious personality even more. Yi Yuan possessed all the qualities that a genius should have and originally should soar to the skies in one move. But today he was cruelly humiliated by Zhao Tianyin and ultimately could not escape death. Such a violent method rather made people hold in contempt. Killing people was merely the head hitting the ground. But shaming like this hurt morals and conscience. Yi Yuan felt the strength in his body waning bit by bit. Resisting the spatial compression was progressively more abilities falling short of one's will. Up to here, huh? This was Yi Yuan's final thought. Finally, he could not endure anymore and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin's mouth revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yet, Yi Yuan's body did not collapse. A beautiful figure walked out of the void and caught the Yi Yuan who was about to kneel down. The woman gave a melancholic sigh and said, Apologies, Mr. Yi.
Li came
A step late and made you suffer. This woman was precisely Li. Her appearance was as if a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. There weren't any signs in advance at all. Seeing Lier, Zhao Tianin's expression underwent a change for the first time. A solemn expression actually appeared. With his strength, he actually did not discover that a person was hidden in the void. Who are you? To actually dare barge into the capital? Zhao Tianin said. Grimly. Lier completely did not bother with Zhao Tianin at all. Only to see her slowly extend an exquisite arm, gently pressing her palm on Yi Yuan's chest. A light halo spread out on Yi Yuan's chest, and it actually gave people a peaceful feeling. Seeing that Lier did not pay attention to him at all, the Wind Emperor's face fell slightly. Humph! Ignorant of what you're saying, to actually dare offend.
Deserve to die.
Zhao Tianin flicked a finger with one hand. A stream of light instantly arrived before Lier. Yet, right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared. That stream of light actually vanished from sight inexplicably before Lier. But no one saw Lier make a move. Her hand was still pressing on Yi Yuan's chest as if she was utterly oblivious to the matter of Zhao Tianin attacking her. Zhao Tianin's expression had yet to change in time when all of a sudden he felt all the hair on his body stand on its ends. An intense feeling of danger, assaulted from behind. He turned around swiftly. A stream of light transported out from the void. In haste, Zhao Tianin quickly unleashed another finger. Bang! 2 streams of light collided together, giving off a violent explosion. Zhao Tianin actually fell back several steps in a row. Everyone watched this, seen in disbelief. The Wind Emperor was a boundless realm powerhouse. He actually could not deal with a girl. Zhao Tianin sucked in a cold breath instead. Concept of space. You! Who on earth are you? The concept of space was an exceedingly profound concept. Extremely difficult to comprehend. The Wind Emperor was also considered someone with many experiences, but he had never heard of anybody who had comprehended the concept of space in the lower realms. Furthermore, looking at this girl's move earlier, it was clearly comprehended to an extremely profound realm already. The Wind Emperor's face was very ugly. After becoming the Wind Emperor, this was the first time he felt an immense threat. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan. He was clearly in great anguish. But when Lier saw this scene, the expression on her face eased up considerably. Only at this time did she slowly raise her head. Looking at Zhao Tianin indifferently, she said, "Your dog head will be left on your neck for the time being. Before long, Mr. Yi will personally come to retrieve it. As for who I am, you don't have the qualifications to know yet." Zhao Tianin's face fell, and he said with a frown, "Humph, just know some concept of space, that's all. You don't really think that you've subdued us, right?" But Lier no longer bothered with him. Gently carrying Yi Yuan up, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'll bring you home right away." Seeing Lier completely disregard him, Zhao Tianyu flew into a great rage. With a flash, he blocked in front of Lier and said, pretending to be mysterious, "You can leave, but this boy must stay." Lier's eyelid raised slightly, and she said coolly, "With just you?" Zhao Tianin said with a cold snort. "So what if just us? If we let you bring him and swagger your way out of here, then how will we rule the fierce Gale world's citizens in the future? This is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. Can't blame me." As she said, Lier's eyes suddenly released 2 beams of light. The light flashed and passed right away. Zhao Tianin was just brewing up a big move when all of a sudden he shuddered. His pair of eyes actually gradually became vacant. Lier's brows furrowed, but her divine soul was in pain. That sort of ripping pain transmitted over. "Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor." Ding Liang instinctively felt something off, and could not help yelling out. Yet Zhao Tianin seemed to not have heard it. He still stood there without moving a muscle, as if he was a wooden puppet. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Ding Liang hurriedly came to Zhao Tianin's side and shook his body. But Zhao Tianyin did not have any reaction. Demoness, what did you do to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of the entire fierce gale world. Ding Liang admonished furiously. Although Ding Liang's words were fierce, he did not dare to make a move. Against Lier, this demoness actually cast a spell and froze the Wind Emperor in place. How could he possibly be her match? Is that so? So what if I'm making an enemy out of the entire fierce gale world? Lier said indifferently. Having Zhao Tianyin kicking up a ruckus like this, Lier was not in a hurry to leave. She slowly put Yi Yuan down and leaned him against her shoulder. Seeing this action of Lier, not knowing why, Ding Liang's heart pounded, and he had a foreboding feeling, only to hear Lier chide lightly, "Come over and kneel down for Mr. Yi." Everyone's faces changed. Was this woman crazy? To actually make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, kneel down to Yi Yuan. But at this time right now, there was no longer anybody who took Lier to be an ordinary person. This woman was too bizarre. She actually just gave Wind Emperor a look and inundated him completely. Boundless Realm was the strongest existence in the lower realms. He actually did not even have the chance to attack. Also, the Wind Emperor, he wouldn't really kneel to Yi Yuan, right? Under everyone's stares, the Wind Emperor actually really moved 2 steps in front and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Ding Liang was taken aback from fright. He hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyin's arm and yelled, "Your Majesty, don't!" But the Wind Emperor paid no heed at all. Instead, he waved a hand and sent Ding Liang flying out far away. Zhao Tianyin moved several more steps over and actually really kneeled down. With a slam, this time it really made the atmosphere blow up. Everyone watched this scene blankly, with a look of incredulity. What kind of magic did this woman cast on His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to actually be able to make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, so obedient? Hehe, this also counts as instant karma. Just earlier, Zhao Tianyin wanted to make Yi Yuan kneel down. In the end, Yi Yuan did not kneel, but he himself kneeled to Yi Yuan instead. This is the situation where those who like to disgrace others will frequently be humiliated by others, Star Abyss said with a cold smile. Through today's events, he had already completely fallen out with Zhao Tianyin. Now, seeing Zhao Tianyin actually kneel to Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. The only pitiable thing was that Yi Yuan was currently still in an unconscious state and was unable to feel the delight of revenge. Today's matter. It is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. I'll claim a bit of interest on Mr. Ye's behalf first. Now kowtow to him. I don't say, stop. You're not allowed to get up.
Lier admonished.
Just like that, Zhao Tianyin really kowtowed to Yi Yuan nonstop and was incomparably obedient. Lier's finger moved slightly. Xiao Ruyan was actually released from the spatial spirit artifact. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was actually prostrating to Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan could not help jumping in fright. This? What is going on here? It's His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he. No need to make such a big fuss. It's just carrying a slight punishment out on him. Just based on his actions today, it's enough to kill him. But for the sake of Mr. Yi to be able to personally take revenge in the future, temporarily let him off today, Lier said coolly. Only then was Xiao Ruyan awakened abruptly. There was still a peerless beauty standing before her. Xiao Ruyan emboldened her courage to look Lier up and down a couple of times. There was actually a feeling of being ashamed of one's unseemliness. This. Could it be that this woman is Yi Yuan's beloved?
No wonder.
He turns his nose up at me. Turns out that the difficulty he talked about was this. Xiao Ruyan could not help bemoaning her fate inwardly. All right, I'm about to bring Yi Yuan back to the endless world at once. Everything that he did today was for you, so I let you out to ask you something. Are you staying here? Or are you following Yi Yuan back?
Lier
asked emotionlessly. Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Two small worlds. This was a distance the same as the two endpoints of the earth. Going to the endless world, she might never be able to return here again in this lifetime. And at this place was her elder brother, her parents. The Wind Emperor was still groveling there nonstop, while Ding Liang was desperately trying to pull him up. But he refused to get up no matter what. Over on this side, Xiao Ruyan fell into a dilemma and had a conflicted face. Ruyan, you mustn't go with him, or else I, Xiao Changfeng, will break off all ties with you, Xiao Changfeng said coldly. Xiao Ruyan's entire body shuddered, and her gaze involuntarily turning to Xiao Changfeng. It was only to see Xiao Changfeng staring with furious eyes. He had a look of firm resolution. For a moment, countless memories welled up from the bottom of her heart. These years of diligent studies and bitter training, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. When the elders unanimously said to push her out as a bargaining chip, Xiao Changfeng kept silent and said nothing by the side. She was heartbroken and swallowed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder, her consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually became resolute. Father, these past 20 years, daughter has been living for the Xiao family, and today, daughter is already somebody who has died once. Daughter wishes to live for herself for once. Therefore, I want to follow master. Finished saying this sentence, Xiao Ruyan felt like all the strength in her body was drained. This was absolutely an earth-shaking move for her. Xiao Ruyan had been instilled with the idea of existing for her family clan since young, and she herself was also a very filial girl. But today she cut off everything from her past. This demanded immense courage. For a person to sever off all fetters and integrate into a new world anew. How powerful a conviction was needed to support this. You! Good, good, good! Xiao Changfeng was so enraged that he was shaking. He did not think that his all-along obedient daughter would actually do something so decisive. From today onwards, I, Xiao Changfeng, will take it as if I never had you, this daughter. We break off all ties, Xiao Changfeng said, while trembling. Xiao Ruyan's whole body quivered, and she nearly fell to the ground. A strand of gentle essence energy instantly enveloped her. It was only then did she stabilize. Lear said coolly, I more or less understand your affairs and also understand you very much. Actually, in all honesty, I even envy you very much. You can dump everything to pursue your happiness. This is sufficient. Mr. Yi is kind and just daring and resolute. He's absolutely worth it for you doing all these. Lear's words were akin to injecting Xiao Ruyan with a cardiac tonic. Xiao Ruyan nodded and said, Many thanks to Senior for advising. Lear nodded slightly and said to Star Abyss, Your kindness, Mr. Yi will surely repay it personally in the future. He's currently heavily injured, so he won't bid farewell to you all. Star Abyss said, Star Abyss's strength is meager. That's why Yi Yuan received such severe wounds. I am seriously ashamed. Senior, please take good care of Yi Yuan. Star Abyss is endlessly grateful. That's of course. Finished talking, Lear swirled her long sleeves, bringing Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan and vanishing from sight. It was as if they had never appeared. The plaza was dead silent. Only Zhao Tianin's thumping kowtowing sounds echoed. It was also uncertain how long had passed. Zhao Tianin suddenly trembled and some light finally returned to his eyes. Zhao Tianin's heart plunged, and his brows could not help furrowing. At this instant, the entire plaza seemed to have fallen in temperature, drastically, unwittingly making people shudder. He was still maintaining a kneeling posture right now. Very clearly, something very nasty happened earlier. Just now. What happened? Zhao Tianin asked Ding Liang. Even though Ding Liang was a divine traversing realm powerhouse, hearing this sentence, he also felt a chill come on. This. Ding Liang revealed a difficult look. Speak, Zhao Tianin said somberly. Ding Liang was powerless, and could only recount the events earlier. Each word that he said, Zhao Tianin's face would darken a degree. By the time he finished talking, Zhao Tianin's face was not much different from black charcoal. Apart from the Qixia mountain lineage and the Shao family's Shao Chongfeng, the people who are aware of this incident are already all dead. Before leaving, Lord Star Abyss said to me that he'll keep his group of disciples and Shao Chongfeng in check, and they will absolutely not speak of today's incident. Furthermore, he even said that the Alchemist Association will collaborate wholeheartedly with the royal family and provide all assistance. With regard to medicinal pills, Ding Liang added, not far in the distance lied corpses all over the place. Among them was even 2 Soul Sea realm martial artists. Zhao Tianin's complexion eased up a little, but he still said with a solemn face, this matter you did very well. Looks like Shao Chongfeng has already thrown himself under Star Abyss's sect. This is a troublesome matter. To Zhao Tianin, Star Abyss was indeed a porcupine that was not easy to touch. As the ruler of a world, Zhao Tianin was deeply aware of the Alchemist Association's formidability. Regardless of which plane, the Alchemist Association's chairman would always be an existence that was exceptionally revered. Although the fierce Gale world was a place where even birds would not shit, if he really killed Star Abyss, the Divine Realm would surely pursue it. Boundless Realm martial artists were indeed pretty good in the fierce Gale world. But placed in the Divine Realm it was too ordinary. The Divine Realm's Alchemist Association's punishment was not what he, a puny, little boundless realm martial artist, could withstand. Ding Liang said, since Star Abyss wants to cooperate sincerely with us, it shows that he doesn't wish to cause the relationship to be too stiff. Furthermore, making today's matter known to everyone has no benefits to him either. So, the words behind Ding Liang did not say. Deciding this sort of thing naturally had to be left to Wind Emperor himself. Zhao Tianin nodded his head and said, today's matter will end at this. If there are any rumors at all, kill regardless of who it is. Yes. Fierce Gale World, Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Several figures quietly walked out of the void. Senior, we are towards this place that was covered in a dense fog. Ruyan was very perplexed. Lear nodded and said, this place is already the Endless World. This place is the Endless World? Looks like it's indeed much richer in resources than the fierce Gale World. Xiao Ruyan sensed the thick spirit qi and said comfortably, but Lear shook her head and said, although the fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the gale winds tempering to martial artists is what the Endless World martial artists can't enjoy. From the start of birth, fierce Gale World martial artists would train in an arduous environment at all times, and their accomplishments would also be much greater compared to the Endless World martial artists. To really talk about who's better and who's worse off, it's really hard to evaluate, Xiao Ruyan said in surprise. Then His Majesty the Wind Emperor, Lear said coolly, just foolish concerns. The things that the Wind Emperor knows are much more than you people. The Divine Realm isn't some nice place. He can call wind and summon rain in the fierce Gale World. Arriving at the Divine Realm, he'll truly be a bottom-tier martial artist. Invading the Endless World, giving it a nice-sounding name of thinking for the fierce Gale World martial artists actually, isn't it for his own personal gains? Xiao Ruyan widened her mouth and said, it's actually like this. Of course. Ugh. Just as Lear was talking, her brows suddenly knitted together, showing a very anguished look. Xiao Ruyan asked in alarm, Senior, are you all right? Lear's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. This scene made Xiao Ruyan turn pale with fright. In her eyes, Lear was practically an invincible existence. Even the Wind Emperor was played around in the palm of her hands. How could she have a headache? Ugh! Right then, Yi Yuan at the side muttered in his sleep and similarly had his brows tightly locked. appearing very anguished. Yi! Master! Are you all right? These two individuals were like this at the same time. Xiao Ruyan was at a complete loss and did not know what she should do. Yi Yuan opened both eyes with some difficulty and noticed that the surrounding environment was somewhat strange and familiar. I'm not dead yet, Yi Yuan said feebly. This time should be the time where he was the most severely injured since rebirth so far. In the past, no matter how severely he was wounded, as long as he consumed medicinal pills, he would recover back to usual in less than 2 days. But this time, if not for Lear helping him to protect his heart pulse, Yi Yuan would probably have croaked already. D didn't die. Master, you're so amazing, why would you die? Xiao Ruyan sobbed softly. It's Ruyan Ha. N.W. Who is she? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a pained look Lear and asked weakly. Master, you actually don't recognize this senior. Xiao Ruyan even thought that these two people were surely on intimate terms. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not know her at all? This threw her into utter confusion. Ugh! At this time, Lear suddenly gave off an agonized groan and actually collapsed. Senior! Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright and hurriedly support Lear, lying her flat on the ground. Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan was in a state of utter confusion, and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said feebly, and no choice. All the essence energy in my body had fully dissipated. I completely can't muster any strength at all. Why? Does this girl's silhouette look somewhat familiar? Master, you really don't recognize Senior? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Don't recognize means. Don't recognize. Why would I lie to you? Yi Yuan was speechless. From Yi Yuan's angle, he could just see Lear's appearance. This flawless face would absolutely make every male have a feeling of not bearing to defile. Even if Yi Yuan was currently severely wounded, he also had a feeling of palpitating with excitement. But Yi Yuan dared to confirm that this was absolutely his first time seeing this face. But Senior, she rescued you from the Wind Emperor's hands. How is it possible that you don't know her? Xiao Ruyan said in puzzlement. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. So, it was her who saved me. Yeah, Senior is incredible. Even the Wind Emperor isn't her match. Xiao Ruyan recounted the events after Yi Yuan fainted for Yi Yuan to listen, making Yi Yuan extremely surprised after hearing too. Ocular art? Could it be? Yi Yuan said with a frown. What ocular art? Xiao Ruyan said blankly. Nothing. I just thought of somebody. But Yi Yuan precisely thought of Lear. But the difference between the two persons' looks was also too great. Yi Yuan did not have any trace of essence energy in his body right now at all, and was utterly unable to perceive Lear's condition, so he dare not confirm either. But looking from Xiao Ruyan's description, this was absolutely ocular arts, without any doubt. And among the people that Yi Yuan knew, only this Lear possessed the moonlight heavenly eye physique. But the problem was that Lear only had crystal formation realm strength. Could it be that Lear deliberately hid her strength? If Lear could really play around with even Zhao Tianyi, then concealing her strength in front of him was not anything impressive as well. Furthermore, the profile of this girl before his eyes was very similar to Lear's. Was it possible for the two of them to be the same person? Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan felt that she should do something. There are recovery medicinal pills in my storage ring, but I can't use any essence energy at all right now. You help me take out, Yi Yuan said. Okay. Xiao Ruyan agreed. Every martial artist had their own unique way of opening their storage rings. As long as Yi Yuan told Xiao Ruyan the way to open, she could open it very quickly. Xiao Ruyan followed Yi Yuan's instructions and finally found the azure profound heart-nourishing pill and let Yi Yuan swallow one. This time, Yi Yuan's injuries were seriously too severe. Even after he consumed the Azure Profound Heart-Nourishing Pill. Yi Yuan's recovery speed was still very slow. After half a day, Yi Yuan finally recovered some strength and could barely manage to stand up. He struggled to come before Lier and reached for her pulse. Towards his savior, Yi Yuan naturally could not let her be in a coma, unchecked. But with this reading of the pulse, Yi Yuan could not help being greatly alarmed. This gorgeous to the extreme girl was actually really that ugly girl, Lier, whom he saved previously. With this, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat baffled. Looking at this, him saving her back then was purely a superfluous action. With the strength that Lier showed, annihilating that group of people was truly too easy. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled the instances in the Eternal Splendor Palace. Thinking about it now, it was actually Lier protecting him in the dark. Yi Yuan suddenly felt that he was so silly. Wasn't diverting attacks, this sort of concept of space, precisely one of the abilities of the moonlight heavenly eye? It was just that the situation back then was too complicated and Yi Yuan did not think too deeply as well. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan's gratitude towards Lier truly could not be any greater. These many months, Lier was actually lurking by his side the entire time and moved to assist when he was in peril. And this time, Lier used the moonlight heavenly eye once more, causing the two kinds of spirit physiques tearing at her divine soul to be even greater, resulting to her ailment to finally erupt. Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely the most painful time for Lier's divine soul. Zhao Tianin was not some garbage opponent. Lier inevitably exhausted considerable soul force to use the moonlight heavenly eye to cast it on Zhao Tianin. This was undoubtedly heaping one disaster on top of another to Lier's present medical condition. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan involuntarily blamed himself immensely and was touched. Looking at it now, Lier most likely followed him and protected him because he saved her and helped her diagnose her medical condition. How could this not move Yi Yuan? Master Senior, is she all right? Xiao Ruyan asked worriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, won't have any major issues for the time being. But what? Xiao Ruyan asked puzzledly. Nothing. I indeed know her, but her current appearance is radically different from the first time I met her, so I didn't recognize. Yi Yuan said. Like I said, how can Master possibly not know Senior? Haha, she won't have any major problem for the time being, but I still have to recover my strength as soon as possible to help her refine some things. Ruyan, I burned 50% blood essence at one go. My body is too weak right now and simply can't refine medicinal pills. These 2 days, I'll guide you by the side. You'll be helping Master in recovering strength as soon as possible, Yuan said. After half a day, Xiao Ruyan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. Master, disciple was fortunate to not have failed the assignment and finally refined the Essence Vigor pill. Although dead tired, Xiao Ruyan appeared rather excited. The use of the Essence Vigor pill was to help martial artists recover blood essence. It was very hard to refine high-level Tier 3 medicinal pill. To Xiao Ruyan, the Essence Vigor pill was exceptionally difficult to refine. With her past standards, it was simply impossible to refine. Yet, during this half-a-day period under Yi Yuan's guidance, she actually refined successfully like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan had quite a number of medicinal herbs left on hand. Scraping it all together, he pooled 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine the essence. Vigor Piu. In order not to waste the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan made Xiao Ruyan simulate many times before agreeing to her getting to work on refining. Not surprising, the first portion was refined into a wasted dreg by her. Later on, she simulated many more times. On the second refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually directly refined a middle-grade Essence Vigor pill. Xiao Ruyan was still drenched in sweat and actually had an aberrant style charm, making Yi Yuan's head swim. Cough, cough. You've worked hard, Yi Yuan said rather embarrassedly. But Xiao Ruyan was in a state of exhilaration right now and did not notice Yi Yuan's embarrassment. Wiping the sweat on her forehead, she said, "Not hard, not hard." Through this half a day of refining, disciple completely has a feeling of being suddenly enlightened all at once. The things that disciple learned in this half a day is simply even more than the things I've learned in the past few years. Xiao Ruyan was not praising Yi Yuan because she had affections for him, but because she really had this sort of feeling. With Yi Yuan's horizons, he had long had a well-thought-out plan on Xiao Ruyan's merits and shortcomings. Guiding Xiao Ruyan was naturally highly tailored to her needs. Quietly, Xiao Ruyan unconsciously took the place of the disciple character and really learned alchemy skills from Yi Yuan. Alchemists all had this neurotic trait. Once they immerse into alchemy skills, they would completely be unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, what Yi Yuan brought to Xiao Ruyan was a brand new world. It was a world that she had never imagined before in the past. Haha, this isn't considered much. You have to study the jade slip I gave you. Well, it will be of great assistance to you. But presently we don't have the time. After I alleviate Miss Lear's symptoms in a little while, we'll immediately head back to the tranquil cloud sect, Yi Yuan said. Ugh! Muttering and muffled groans sounded.
Lear finally slowly woke.
Senior. When Xiao Ruyan saw the situation, she immediately went to support her. Although she woke up, Lear was still feeling groggy. Piercing pain would occasionally transmit from her brain. How long was I unconscious? Lear supported her forehead with her hand and asked rather painfully. Senior, you've already fainted for the greater part of a day already. Master, and I were very worried about your safety. Are you better now? Xiao Ruyan said. Master. Lear did not quite react yet. Involuntarily lifting her head, she just happened to meet with Yi Yuan's gaze. So, you're already awake. Lear suddenly did not quite know how to face
Yi Yuan.
After all, her appearance was rather unexpected. Yi Yuan nodded and said, N. Fortunately, there was Miss Lear helping to guard my heart meridian. Otherwise, I would probably have croaked long ago. Already, great kindness can't be thanked with words.
Miss Lear's sickness.
Leave it to Yi Yuan. Lear's eyelids drooped slightly as she said, So, you already know it's me. But Lear didn't help Mr. Yi for the sake of carrying out this transaction with you. Although Lear's words were quite calm, Yi Yuan still detected a hint of her sullen anger. This Yi isn't making a deal with Miss Lear either. This is a promise. I'm true to my words. No matter how arduous this promise is, this Yi will definitely accomplish it, Yi Yuan said composedly.
Lear trembled slightly.
She could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity and resolution. Accompanying along the way, she had a great understanding of what kind of person Yi Yuan was as well. Yi Yuan saying such words, even if he were to die, he would also fulfill his promise. This man was absolutely true to his words. Thank you. Lear did not decline and just lightly said these two words. Miss Yu accompanied all the way and moved to help out many times. This grace, Yi Yuan engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, if not for Miss Yu making a move this time, this Yi would surely be disgraced to death. Want to thank, it's also me thanking Mississippi. Moreover, in order to save me, Miss did not stint on drawing on the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, resulting in your health condition deteriorating. If this Yi doesn't cure Miss, even I myself won't forgive myself, Yi Yuan said. This shock that Lear received was not small. She said in astonishment, You actually know my surname? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, I should have guessed it long ago. The last time I met Miss Yu, you were just a crystal formation realm martial artist. This Yi even thought that the lower realms gave birth to such a monstrous spirit physique again. Thinking about it now, a natural-born moonlight, heavenly eye physique. Apart from the bright moon cities you family, who else could have such an innate spirit physique? With Yi Yuan said this, Lear was even more shocked beyond belief. You actually even know about bright moon city? You? Just who are you? Yi Yuan said helplessly. This Yi has my own difficulties. This point isn't convenient to disclose. Lear was unbelievably amazed and actually forgot about her headache for a moment. How did a lower realm's puny little martial artist know about the Divine Realm's Bright Moon City? The Bright Moon City's Yu family was renowned throughout the Divine Realm for their ocular arts, and the person who possesses the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique casting ocular arts would even be several times more powerful than ordinary people, and even for the Yu family those who possessed the Moonlight Heavenly Eye was extremely few too. These were all not secrets in the Divine Realm, but Yi Yuan was just a lower realm martial artist with an ordinary background. Just how in the world did he know this information? Lear had a belly full of doubts and suspicions, but she also knew Yi Yuan's character. Since he said that it was inconvenient to disclose, he clearly had things that he found hard to say. She naturally would not press on either. All right then. Since Mr. Yi even knows about Bright Moon City, then I'll reintroduce myself. I'm called Yu Mengli. I'm precisely a member of the Bright Moon City's Yu family. Yu Mengli sucked in a deep breath and said, Yu Mengli. It is as the name suggests. It's a fine name.
Ye Yuan.
Reminisced this name. At this instant Yi Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the one and only time he went to Bright Moon City in his previous life. At that time he answered Bright Moon City's invitation and went to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill for the Bright Moon City Lord. During this trip, he happened to see a girl akin to Rouge and Jade once in Bright Moon City, and that girl's name seemed to be called Yu Mengli. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan finally superimposed that girl's looks and the Yu Mengli before his eyes together. Were the transitions in life actually so coincidental? Sigh. What's the point of a good name either? Everyone says that beautiful girls often have tragic lives. To think that I can't escape being strung along by fate either, Yu Mengli said with a dimmed expression. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and said, Miss Yu doesn't need to be like this. The word crisis conceals profound secrets. As long as you can resolve the conflict between these two kinds of spirit physiques, not only will Miss Yu be no different from ordinary people, you'll even break out from the cocoon to become a butterfly and become a peerlessly powerful existence. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Sigh. So what if invincible under the heaven? Forget it. Forget it. Don't talk about this anymore. Didn't you say that only by refining a Tier 8 medicinal pill can you let my divine soul divide? But Yu Mengli said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Indeed so. Furthermore, you using the power of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye this time already hurt the divine soul further. This caused your conditions flare up to move forward some time. Right now you most likely only have 2 years left. Yu Mengli muttered under her breath. Only 2 years, huh? Yi Yuan said. Miss, you don't need to be disheartened. Although I'm unable to refine Tier 8 medicinal pills within 2 years, I have ways to delay the flare-up of the condition. Oh? What ways? I wonder if Miss Yu has heard of the Azure Spirit Tree before? Yu Mengli nodded and said, It's said that there's a type of tree with a soul that can absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth, can even produce intelligence and cultivate like humans. That's right. The Azure Spirit Tree's tree trunk can secrete a kind of liquid named Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid. This kind of fluid can nourish and repair the divine soul. Although it can't eradicate your illness thoroughly, it can delay the time of flare-up for your divine soul being torn apart, and lessen your pain. These 2 years' time, I'll think of ways to find the Azure Spirit Tree. If Miss Yu can mobilize the Yu family's forces to search for this tree, that would be for the best, Yi Yuan said. Mobilize the Yu family's strength, is it? Yu Mengli seemed to be rather unwilling. Yi Yuan did not know what happened with Yu Mengli and the Yu family. Presumably, there was some problems going around, so he advised, doesn't matter. There are still 2 years. I'll definitely find the Azure Spirit Tree. For you. Yu Mengli nodded and said, Then, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan said, Miss you wait for me for half a day first. I just happen to still have some medicinal herbs on hand that can help you make some medicinal soup. Although it's not very effective against your condition, it can alleviate the agony of your divine soul ripping. Yi Yuan swallowed the essence vigor pill that Xiao Ruyan refined and spent several hours on refining the medicinal strength. His injuries finally improved a little and he could use some essence energy too. Yi Yuan came in front of the square cauldron and injected some essence energy. Inside, the square cauldron's radiance showed slightly. Next, Yi Yuan retrieved several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them into the square cauldron according to a fixed ratio. Very soon, those medicinal herbs turned into a pool of juice water. Yi Yuan used utensils to ladle the juice water and passed it to Yu Mengli. This, Yu Mengli said hesitantly. Martial artists were not foreign to alchemy, but this sort of mixed medicinal soup was not often seen. Yi Yuan said with a smile, This is 5-flower heart-calming soup, refined using 5 types of Tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals. It has the effects of calming one's nerves. While it's not some miracle panacea, it can alleviate your headache symptom. You try it. Yu Mengli did not doubt Yi Yuan's words and directly tilted her head back and drank it. Very soon, Yu Mengli felt like a gust of cool breeze blew past her divine soul, comfortable to the max. Her initially somewhat agitated emotions calmed down too at this time. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed in shock. A few stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs can actually formulate out such a miraculous medicinal soup. To think that Tier 4 medicinal herbs could actually have an effect on me. Truly inconceivable. With Yu Mengli's realm, Tier 4 medicinal pills were simply of not much effect at all. But Yi Yuan used 5 types of Tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals and could actually formulate out a medicinal soup that was effective on her. How could she not be astounded? It just has the effect of calming one's mind. It has no effect on your ailment at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly. His present realm was too low. At the very best, he could only refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. It did not have any effect on Yu Mengli at all. This is already very impressive. Yu Mengli sighed in admiration. Yeah, master. This is simply too miraculous. How did you do it? You must teach me later. Xiao Ruyan also gasped with admiration. She was long stupefied from watching by the side. In this short while, Yu Mengli's complexion was already much better compared to before. One had to know that Yu Mengli was a character who was even more powerful than the Wind Emperor. A couple of Tier 4 medicinal herb mixed together actually had an effect on her. You want to learn, so I'll just teach you later on. But you'd best not reach for what's beyond your grasp. One step at a time. In here requires the use of the formations path. With your present standards, you're unable to concoct it, Yi Yuan said. Fine. I'll just slowly learn. Stingy. Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips and actually acted like a spoiled little girl. Facing 2 beauties, Yi Yuan also involuntarily had a feeling of being very fortunate in love affairs. But Yi Yuan did not have the energy to be immersed in love right now. He was rather worried about the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan released Mo Yuntian and the rest from the spatial spirit artifact. They still had vacant looks. During this period of time, Yi Yuan did not undo their divine soul inhibitions. All along, this sort of divine soul inhibitions was different from slave seals. Could be broken to restore one's freedom. After planting a slave seal, the slave would not recognize other people as their master. Furthermore, there would also frequently be transactions and transfers between slaves. Placing slave seals clearly would not do. Hence, when selling slaves, most would set inhibitions on their divine souls to make it convenient for the owners to control. Yi Yuan reached his divine soul into Mo Yuntian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruyan was taken aback from fright. She hurriedly said, "What are you doing, master?" Their divine souls had inhibitions placed by an extremely powerful figure. A moment of carelessness will damage their divine souls. Yi Yuan cautiously helped Mo Yuntian remove the inhibitions while having enough strength to spare to say to Xiao Ruyan, "Just some trifling tricks." Indeed, in an instant, Mo Yuntian's gaze gradually recovered its clarity. When he saw Yi Yuan in front of him, hot tears immediately flowed as he said, "Ju Junior brother, I didn't think that I could still see you one day." Seeing Mo Yuntian like this, Yi Yuan did not feel good in his heart either. This trip deep into the fierce-scale world, Yi Yuan could be said to have 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and nearly lost his life several times. In the end, if not for Yu Mengli making a move, he would even be humiliated by Zhao Tianyin to death. Thinking now, it was still riddled with tribulations. Everything is over. All over.
Ye Yuan comforted.
The two people made some small talk, and Yi Yuan started to remove the divine soul restrictions for the others. When the group of seniors saw Yi Yuan once again, they were all filled with a multitude of feelings and immediately gave rise to the feeling of life after surviving a disaster. The few people made some small talk for a while when Yi Yuan suddenly said, with a sigh, "Sadly, Elder Mei was imprisoned in the depths of the royal palace back then. I didn't save him in time before my identity was discovered." Sigh. Yu Mengli, who had been silently watching these seniors thank Yi Yuan for the entire time by the side, opened her mouth when she heard Yi Yuan mentioned Mei Zhan at this time. "I forgot to tell you. Elder Mei has already been rescued." As she said, Yu Mengli's finger twitched. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Very clearly, Yu Mengli also had an item similar to a spatial spirit artifact. One of them was precisely Mei Zhan, who had not been seen for a long time, while the other person was naturally Yu Mengli's maid, Yen'er. "Miss, why did you only let me out now? I was almost stifled to death,"
Yen'er
said unhappily. "Elder Mei." When everyone saw Mei Zhan, they were all overjoyed. Even Yi Yuan also looked at Yu Mengli with an astounded look, wanting to know what was going here. But he jumped in fright with this look. Yu Mengli changed into that sallow-faced ugly girl again. Furthermore, her realm became Crystal Formation Realm. 2. Yi Yuan had just reunited with his seniors and actually did not when Yu Mengli became like this. But Yi Yuan was well aware in his heart that Yu Mengli did not wish to expose her identity. And these seniors of Yi Yuan been through life and death several times and even had divine soul inhibitions placed by others. How would they still remember this ugly girl whom they had a chance encounter before? Yu Mengli said, "When Mr. Yi was facing off with the Wind Emperor, that mysterious expert sneaked into the royal palace and rescued Elder Mei, and handed him to me." Yu Mengli turned herself into a mysterious expert, while she was just an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even perceived the meaning behind these words. The reason why Yu Mengli arrived late was precisely in order to save Mei Zhan. It was just that she misgauged the situation and thought that Star Abyss could help Yi Yuan withstand for a while. Who knew that the Wind Emperor completely did not care about Star Abyss's face, and directly laid vicious hands on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately understood, and he followed up and said, "So that's how it is. Really too grateful to that mysterious expert. Or else, none of us would be able to return this time towards this woman whose looks were not in any way attractive." The group of seniors all did not pay much attention. Rather, it was Xiao Ruyan that made several people involuntarily look a couple more times. But their focus right now was still on Mei Zhan. Yi Yuan did not dawdle and very quickly helped Mei Zhan remove the divine soul inhibitions too. I actually still have a day where I can see the light of day once more." When Mei Zhan saw everyone, he was also overcome with emotions and his entire being seemingly aged considerably. After a round of small talk, Mei Zhan suddenly said to Mo Yuntian and the rest, "Yi Yuan sneaked into the Fierce Gale World all alone. It was definitely near certain death. The ordeals experienced in between this isn't what we can imagine. And today he actually rescued all of us. Within favor and reason, we should thank him. As he said, Mei Zhen took the lead and gave a solemn bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had yet to support Mei Zhen up in time when the others followed with a solemn bow as well. Elder Mei, senior brothers, rescuing you guys is something within my duty. We have to hurry back to Tranquil Cloud Sect and inform the matter of the fierce Gale World invading to Lord Sect Master, Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have reason to disagree. They packed up and headed towards Cloud Dream Mountain Range. A full day later, Yi Yuan's group finally appeared outside the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, everyone gave rise to a sigh in their hearts. This entire way we've already encountered quite a few waves of fierce Gale World martial artists. Looks like the Cloud Dream Mountain Range has already become their base camp, Mei Zhen said with a frown. There has already been several months' time since the passageway was linked. Fierce Gale World martial artists turning this place into the headquarters. Isn't something strange? Also don't know what Tranquil Cloud Sect is like now. I'm very worried about Lord Sect Master and Master, Mo Yuntian said. There is still several months' time on foot needed from here to the Tranquil
Cloud Sect.
Such a long time, I don't know why kind of unforeseen event will happen either, Mei Zhen said worriedly. The spirit boats on their bodies were long swiped clean by people. Now they were virtually all on their own. Forget about spirit boats, even a single piece of essence crystal was a no. At this time, Xiao Ruyan, who did not speak the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth to say, if it's spirit boat, I still have one here, but it's just a low-grade spirit boat. Everybody was overjoyed hearing this. That's really great. Wonder if Miss Zhao's spirit boat can be lent to us for use? Rest assured, Miss Zhao, as long as we return to the sect, we'll definitely give you sufficient recompense, Mei Zhen said. Along the way, everyone also came to know Xiao Ruyan's origins and identity. As Yi Yuan's presiding chief disciple, everyone would naturally give her sufficient respect. Furthermore, on the way, the blabbermouth Yenner already uttered out the various kinds of things Yi Yuan did in the fierce Gale World. It naturally shocked everyone until they were speechless for a long time. Yi Yuan was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm now. Just in terms of realm, he already caught up to Mo Yuntian, while his combat power even ditched everyone several streets behind. Even Mei Zhen, the sect elder, was far from being Yi Yuan's match anymore. Just based on the match between Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan, apart from the sect Master Luo Qingfeng, most likely nobody in the entire Tranquil Cloud Sect would dare to say that they could definitely win him. If they returned to the Tranquil Cloud Sect, Yi Yuan's position would naturally rise like how the boat rises when the water rise, and become the sect's upper echelon. Everyone also knew that this meant that the day Yi Yuan left the Tranquil Cloud Sect was ever closer. Mei Zhen opened his mouth. It was naturally not nice for Xiao Ruyan to reject. The group rode the flying spirit boat and flew in the direction of the
Tranquil Cloud Sect.
Xiao Ruyan's flying spirit boat's quality was very high. The party only used 7 to 8 days' time to arrive beyond Spirit Blessing Mountain. Through these few days of recuperation and assistance from medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed 70% to 80%. This remaining 20% to 30% was primarily making up for the deficit blood essence. This was awful for other martial artists. But Yi Yuan had his means to make up for these blood essence. It was just that he did not have the necessary medicinal herbs anymore, so he temporarily did not move to refine medicinal pills. Disembarking the spirit boat, everyone arrived outside the sect gates but discovered that there was nobody guarding outside the gates. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he immediately had a bad premonition. Doesn't seem right. Why would there be no disciples guarding the sect gates? Can't be that something happened, right? Mei Zhen's heart fluttered. The sect protecting Grand Array is already broken. Looks like an accident really happened to the sect. Go. Let's hurry over to take a look. Yi, Yuan said somberly. Seeing this sort of situation, everyone's joy from surviving the disaster immediately evaporated into nothing. The group rushed over to the top of the mountain. Traveling to halfway up the mountain, everyone's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Within sight were corpses wearing Tranquil Cloud sect disciple outfits all around. The fresh blood already pooled to form small rivers, flowing quietly down the mountain, looking utterly ghastly. These disciples were all the sect's outer sect disciples. Their strength was not great, but massacring on a large scale like this made Yi Yuan and company's fury ignite all at once. Who did this? Is this wanting to exterminate my Tranquil Cloud sect? To the last one. Mo Yuntian's entire body was trembling. This scene made his fury peak. Blood debts to be paid in blood. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely hack him into pieces. Tian Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. The most composed Ti Wuzhou was also livid at this time, tightly clenching both fists. Clearly, he was trying his best to curb his rage. There seemed to be essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain. There might be a fierce battle happening. Let's hurry over.
Ye Yuan
Suddenly said. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Yuan's perception towards heaven and earth essence energy already reached such a level? Even Mei Zhen could not sense essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain too, but they did not have time to be astonished anymore. Since they returned at such an opportune moment, they naturally had to join the battle and protect the sect. Go! Kill this pack of bastards and avenge these dead disciples.
Mei Zhen
Flashed his long sword and roared. How can my Tranquil Cloud sect's thousands of years of inheritance be eradicated willy-nilly? Those who violate my sect, kill without pardon. Tian Yu yelled. Yi Yuan did not speak and just quietly followed the group of seniors up the mountain. Miss Yu, this matter, leave it to this Yi and my seniors to resolve ourselves. In the future, unless there are no other alternatives, Miss must not draw on soul force. If this continues, even immortals will find it hard to save as well. Yi Yuan transmitted his words.
Lia Knoss.
Many thanks for Mr. Ye's concern, Yu Mengli replied. Further up the mountain there were increasingly more corpses, but among them also had enemy forces' dead bodies mixed inside. Looking closely, everyone was even more taken aback with shock. On the bodies of these enemy forces' disciples were actually wearing the purple mansion.
Sectes Etayer.
This? What's going on here? Could it be that the ones who invaded our Tranquil Cloud sect are actually the Purple Mansion sect? Mei Zhen said in
Surprise.
If one were to say who has the greatest likelihood of invading our Tranquil Cloud sect, it's none other than the Heavenly Sky sect. While the Purple Mansion sect is strong, they actually dare to invade other sects under the
Heavenly Sky Sectes Eyelids.
Mo Yuntian was also unbelievably shocked. The Heavenly Sky sect's might was indisputable. Only by combining the other 7 sects' strength could they maintain a delicate balance with the Heavenly
Sky Sect.
If the other 7 sects had infighting, how could the Heavenly Sky sect let go of such a good opportunity? Could the brains of the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons all be damaged? Did you all forget about Lin Feng? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Everyone was abruptly startled. How could they possibly forget Lin Feng? It was precisely Lin Feng's masterpiece that threw them behind bars and even becoming slaves. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for many years. Their strength is most likely far from as simple as the surface. That Lin Feng's age isn't considered old, and he actually has 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. Not saying that they have large numbers of experts, but concealing a couple of Soul C realm martial artists, it probably isn't that easy for the Heavenly Sky sect to want to discover, Yi Yuan said. With Yi Yuan saying this, everyone's heart plummeted to rock bottom. The Purple Mansion sect was a chess piece buried in the endless world by the Wind Emperor. After so many years of secret development, their strength was most likely already unfathomable. Everyone had a feeling in their hearts that the Southern Domain's situation right now most likely already underwent an earth-shaking change. But these were all for later. Mei Zhen and the others did not dare to dawdle, and sped along the way and arrived at the mountain peak very soon. Within sight, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was already in an upheaval. There were fighting and battle cries all around. Everywhere were dead bodies. The originally quiet and serene Spirit Blessing Mountain was already in an abyss of suffering right now.
Purple Mansion sect bastards.
You will all die a horrible death. Arg! Cried a Crystal Formation Realm disciple, giving a miserable cry and perished, together with a Purple Mansion sect disciple. Yet this was just a minority situation. Regardless whether it was in numbers or strength, the Purple Mansion sect disciples far surpassed the Tranquil
Cloud sect.
Just the Purple Mansion sect's Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were as many as over a dozen, although they were only low-stage Sea Transformation Realm. To deal with some Crystal Formation Realm disciples it was ample, while on the Tranquil Cloud sect side, they actually did not see a single Sea Transformation Realm elder. The battle was simply a one-sided situation. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were facing many people from the other side. Alone, how could they be these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' match? When Mei Zhen and the others saw such a tragic state, how could they hold back? They wielded their swords and were about to charge forward. But before his figure had yet to move, he was held back by someone from behind. Turning around to take a look, it was actually Yi Yuan. Only to hear Yi Yuan lightly leave behind two words as he walked past Mei Zhen. Allow me. Yi Yuan's figure drifted and arrived at the center of the battlefront. Immediately there was a Purple Mansion sect disciple who charged up without fear of death. An azure sword light instantly appeared. That Purple Mansion sect disciple had yet to even react, and his head and body were separated. Looks like this Purple Mansion sect's attack has already thoroughly
Infuriated mysterie.
Yu Mengli said calmly. Truly a bunch of fellows who don't know life from death. They probably don't even know how terrifying Mr. Yi will be once he becomes enraged.
Yannia
also had a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. Towards the Purple Mansion sect's annihilating conduct, Yenner was very disdainful in her heart. What's junior apprentice brother Yi going to do? Tian Yu asked, puzzledly. Mo Yun Tian seemed to have guessed a little and said in shock, he didn't let us attack. Could it be that he wants to deal with all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples alone? What kind of joke is this? There are several hundred Purple Mansion sect disciples here. Furthermore, the vast majority of them are Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Among them, there are even over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Junior apprentice brother Yi He wants to deal with it alone. Tian Yu almost jumped up, but Xiao Ruyan's curled her mouth and said with a proud look, you guys watch. Well, master alone is enough. The group of seniors all exchanged glances and looked at Yi Yuan with disbelief. And at this time, Yi Yuan pointed Songhua's sword at the sky. Countless flower petals started condensing in the air. Is this junior apprentice brother Ye's 1,000 flowing petals? Is there a mistake? How could he condense so much flower petals? Tian Yu had seen Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals once. But back then Yi Yuan was still just a spirit condensation realm martial artist. At that time, although the power of this move was great, it was not formidable to this sort of extent. There were increasingly more and more flower petals condensing in the air. Finally alarmed all of the martial artists present. What's going on here? Why would it rain flower petals from the sky? You dumb *SS. This is formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Somebody is casting a skill. Who actually has such formidable strength? Even First Elder probably can't mobilize such horrifying heaven and earth essence energy either. Right? Quick, look, it's that boy casting it. At this time, there were finally several sea transformation realm martial artists who felt that something was wrong. Somebody shouted out, "Quickly! The few of you go together and finish off that punk. This move of that punk is somewhat sinister." When these words were finished saying over a dozen late-stage crystal formation realm martial artists and several sea transformation realm martial artists abandoned their original opponents and all converged towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, and from his mouth he said coolly, "All of you dregs can go and die already." The flower petals which covered the entire sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment, churning towards the Purple Mansion sect martial artists in clusters. The hundreds of Purple Mansion sect experts present all suffered the assault of the flower petals, and those sea transformation realm martial artists were heavily focused targets. The flower petals gathered on their side were multiple times of crystal formation realm martial artists. After 2 breaths, there were Purple Mansion sect disciples starting to give off miserable cries. After 5 breaths, more and more Purple Mansion sect disciple were giving off miserable cries. For a moment, innumerable tragic cries linked up, reverberating through the skies. Those tranquil cloud sect disciples who stopped could not resist shuddering when they heard their opponents' wretched screams. Under the soaring flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. After 100 breaths, the entire mountain peak was already deathly silent. Apart from Yu Mengli and a small minority, everyone was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. All the tranquil cloud sect disciples were staring fixedly at that young man's figure in the center of the battlefield, speechless from shock. At this very moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god. Even the tranquil cloud sect disciples were not able to easily recognize him. Is it Yi Yuan?" After a long time, someone suddenly asked weakly, finally breaking the battlefield's serenity. Yi Yuan turned around to look. It was actually someone familiar. Senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing. Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Jing's entire body trembled.
Yi Yuan.
"Really you? So you're all right? That's really great." As he was talking, Zhang Jing's eyes actually welled up a little with hot tears. Zhang Jing was the person who led Yi Yuan in the sect. Although the 2 people did not have any deep friendship afterward, time passed and circumstances have changed. Everyone's feelings were seemingly sublimated. Moreover, Zhang Jing had considerable comprehensions after the fight with Yi Yuan. At this time, he had long become a crystal formation realm martial artist. Hence, in his heart, Zhang Jing was still fairly grateful towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan and the others entered deep into the mystic realm, and not a single one actually returned. Everybody no longer held hopes towards their survival. Now, when they met, the agitation in Zhang Jing's heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not just me alone. You look." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Mo Yuntian and the rest also moved closer at this time and gathered together with everyone. When Zhang Jing saw Mei Zhen, Mo Yuntian, and the rest, tears could not resist flowing again. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo. Everybody came back. Truly excellent. We even thought. Zhang Jing choked and did not even finish saying his words. Seeing Zhang Jing so agitated, Mo Yuntian and the rest had a multitude of feelings surge up too. They choked and said, "The mystic realm trip this time was indeed near certain death. It was all thanks to junior apprentice brother Yi that we could return safely." Zhang Jing was surprised, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Again his face showing disbelief. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're actually already at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Yi Yuan's extreme massacring move previously made everyone's mind sustain a tremendous impact, and they forgot about his realm for a moment. Only at this time did Zhang Jing suddenly notice that several months of not meeting and Yi Yuan was actually at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Already increased a full major realm higher than before he left. Such an improvement speed was seriously too outrageous. Furthermore, that move earlier was that really released by a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. Zhang Jing's eye was filled with doubt and felt tremendous curiosity towards Mo Yuntian and the others' trip to the mystic realm. Yi Yuan saw through Zhang Jing's uncertainty and said smilingly, "This matter is hard to say in a single sentence. I'll tell in detail again later on with
Senior.
Senior apprentice brother Zhang's improvement these few months isn't small either." Zhang Jing gave an odd expression and said, could not help laughing, "Don't ridicule me, junior apprentice brother Yi. Compared to you, what does mine even count as?" Yi Yuan chuckled, but then he inquired, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, what in the world happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect, where our sect master, Hall, Head Xiao and the rest? Also, why is there not even a single transformation realm elder in the sect?" Zhang Jing's expression changed, and he said hatefully, "The southern domains skies have completely changed. This purple mansion sect concealed too deeply." Zhang Jing recounted the events that happened to the southern domain these few months briefly to everyone. Turned out that after Yi Yuan and the others left, Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Ling Patian immediately entered close seclusion to cultivate and planned on breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in one go. Luo Qingfeng did not disappoint. A month later, under SkyMapple's assistance, he finally broke through to the Soul Sea realm, becoming the Tranquil Cloud sect's second Soul Sea realm martial artist. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng was a martial artist. His combat power was much stronger compared to SkyMapple's. With Luo Qingfeng, the Soul Sea realm powerhouse, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to stand firmly on this title of 8 great sects. Xiao Jian and Ling Patian also both broke through and left seclusion not long after. The two of them broke through to half-step Soul Sea realm at the same time. Regarding this news, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Before he left, he knew that SkyMaple was refining soul-luring pills and medicinal pills that could aid Sea Transformation realm martial artists to break through. The few of them breaking through was naturally something within reason. Under such circumstances, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to be prospering with each passing day. Yet, over a month ago, all of this underwent a change. The Heavenly Sky sect suddenly took the road to ruin by sending out hero invitations to the 7 great sects, inviting the sect masters of the various great sects to carry out a southern domain sect great meet. Even though Luo Qingfeng broke through to the Soul Sea realm, the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful after all. The sect masters of the 7 great sects still kept the appointment and went to the Heavenly Sky sect. Yet, after half a month, news suddenly came from the 7 great sects, saying that the Heavenly Sky sect forced the 7 great sect masters, requesting the 7 great sects to be merged into the Heavenly Sky sect. The 7 great sect masters refused to obey even in death and were detained by the Heavenly
Sky sect.
With this, the southern domain's 7 great sects completely exploded, all asking to send forces to suppress the Heavenly Sky sect. Right at this time, the Purple Mansion sect came out to raise their fist and shout, asking for the 7 great sects to gather together to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sky sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect naturally had no reason to reject this. Grand Elder SkyMaple and Xiao Jian brought a group of elders and elite disciples, and they joined the expedition's great army. But SkyMaple was wary before he departed, gathering 20 of the sect's genius disciples with good prospects together, and letting a Sea Transformation realm elder lead the team to quietly head for the northern domain. Yet, with this departure, they did not return anymore. A few days ago, only when an elder escaped back to the sect with heavy injuries, did the disciples know that turned out the entire southern domain was hoodwinked by the Purple Mansion sect? The Heavenly Sky sect convening this southern domain sect Great Meet was truly an action seeking their own doom. The Heavenly Sky sect's sect master was very arrogant during the Great Meet and wanted to forcefully integrate the 7 great sects into the Heavenly Sky
sect.
These were all the truth. But the final result was that the Purple Mansion sect's sect master, Mingda, suddenly rose in revolt and took control of the other 7 sects.
Sect masters.
Only then did the 7 great sect masters know that this normally very low-profile Mingda was actually a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. In the southern domain, late-stage Soul Sea realm was basically an invincible existence. Before the southern domain's sect Great Meet, Mingda had long set up a backup plan and took control of the Heavenly Sky sect very quickly, sealing off the news. The Purple Mansion sect at this time, as the second strongest sect, lured out all of the 6 great sects' elite forces under summons. In the end, when they were launching a collective attack, the Purple Mansion sect suddenly launched an attack, catching the 6 sects completely unprepared. Only at this time did the 6 sects know of the Purple Mansion sect's terrifying strength. In this battle, over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses appeared all at once. In the Purple Mansion sect, even if the 6 great sects joined hands, how could they possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match? Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect concealed so deeply, catching everybody completely off guard. With Sea Transformation Realm experts managing the array formation, the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting Great Formation was already practically existing in name only. Under the teaming up of over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm experts, they attacked inside very quickly. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan and the others reached, saving a group of fellow apprentices. Mei Jun and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Even the so-called number 1 great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect, did not have so many Soul Sea realm powerhouses either. Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect's sect master was even a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. The southern domain at this time was already the Purple Mansion sect's world. Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard and asked, "Sect master they all?" Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect imprisoned all of the 7 sects, upper echelons in the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak, and they have 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouse standing guard." When everyone heard that, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. As long as they were alive, there was hope. But Zhang Jing's follow-up words plunged their hearts to rock bottom again. Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect seized a large batch of prisoners. This time, I heard that they would kill a batch every day in front of the sect master and the various sects' grand elders. The goal is in order to make them surrender. I heard that there were already quite a number of the 6 sects, upper echelons that have surrendered. I don't know how long Grand Elder and Sect Master they all can endure. Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of people is really too despicable to actually be able to do this sort of inhuman thing. They will suffer the wrath of heaven." When Mei Jun and the rest heard these words, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and said, "Looks like the Purple Mansion sect has already been engineering this scheme for a very long time. Up until now, the Southern Domain's people are still unaware of what happened." Everyone's faces changed. Only now did they become aware of the severity of the problem. Mei Jun and the rest who went deep into the fierce scale world all knew that this was the Purple Mansion sect being the vanguard. The Purple Mansion sect was still using the identity as one of the 8 great sects right now to unite the Southern Domain. The opposition received would be much lower. But by the time the fierce scale world invaded and the upper echelons of the 8 great sects all surrendered, the Southern Domain could no longer muster up an effective resistance. At that time, the Southern Domain's 8 great sects land would instantly become the fierce scale world's base area. they could easily gain a foothold in the southern domain and launch an attack. On the northern domain, with the fierce Gale world's martial strength, attacking the northern domain was most likely something inevitable. Yi Yuan did not think that just 3 to 4 months' time passed and the matter was already severe to this sort of extent. Zhang Jing perceived Yi Yuan's overtones and noticed that there seemed to be some things that he did not know. He could not resist asking, "Junior, apprentice brother Yi, I wonder, what happened?" Yi Yuan sighed lightly and recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing heard the details, his complexion was deathly pale. Even if he racked his brains, he never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect was actually a chess piece left in the endless world by the fierce Gale world. This way, the southern domain might become the fierce Gale world's territory. At any moment, could it be that they were all going to become another world's martial artist slaves? Zhang Jing could not help shuddering. Right then, a large group of people suddenly rushed up from below the mountain. The one in the lead was actually a 7th level C transformation realm expert. What these people were wearing were shockingly Purple Mansion sect outfits. What a bunch of dunces. Sent them to come to take care of the wrap-up and they were actually killed off by a bunch of trash, said the person with a frown. When Zhang Jing saw the arrival, his expression immediately changed drastically. The strongest here was Mei Jin, but he was only 3rd level C, transformation realm strength as well. Facing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist, no matter how they looked at these people, there was no possibility of survival either. Zhang Jing wielded his sword and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, saying with a grave face, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, when the fighting starts in a while I'll cover for you. You take advantage of the chaos to kill your way outside. With your strength, as long as you don't face up against that 7th level C transformation realm, you should be able to escape." Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan's combat strength earlier. It was overwhelmingly shocking for a moment, but he did not think that Yi Yuan could win a 7th level C transformation realm. Between the two of them was an entire major realm difference. Who knew that Yi Yuan said lightly, "Relax. This kind of trash I haven't taken them seriously. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, you bring the fellow apprentices to fall back. I'll go and have a direct exchange with this bunch of dregs." Mo Yuntian knew that he could not help and said with a nod, "All right, junior apprentice brother Zhang, let's fall back. Don't hinder junior apprentice brother Yi," venting his anger. Zhang Jing was stunned, and his mind was somewhat in a blur.
Vendanger?
Venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? A 7th level crystal formation realm venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? Wasn't this joke a little big? But did senior apprentice brother Mo look like somebody who made jokes? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this strength? Zhang Jing's mind would not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. He also knew that Yi Yuan could cross realms to battle. But leaping an entire major realm to face the enemy was rather exaggerated, right? That move earlier was certainly very strong. But that was a large area.
Slaughtering martial technique.
Was it useful against a 7th level C transformation realm? Mei Jun and Mo Yuntian brought everyone to move back, instantly highlighting Yi Yuan out. When that 7th level C transformation realm saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter, saying, "Ha, your tranquil cloud sect is really pathetic. To actually let a 7th level crystal formation realm boy send himself to death? Hey, that C transformation realm, were you born in the year of the tortoise? To actually send such a boy to come and die?" Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Dealing with you, I alone am sufficient. If you can touch me even a little, consider it my loss. Want me killed or dismembered? Up to you." That 7th level C transformation realm expert was stunned, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly, while the Purple Mansion sect disciples behind him also laughed loudly without stopping. The 7th level C transformation realm turned around and said to the people behind him with a laugh, "Did you all hear that? He said that if I touched him even a little, it counts as his loss." Ha ha ha. Of course I heard that. I even thought that I heard it wrong. Turns out that Elder Do heard the same thing as I did. Is this boy an idiot? I'm dying of laughter. A 7th level crystal formation realm said to a 7th level C transformation realm, "If you touch me, consider it my loss." Ha ha ha. I can't control myself anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is too amazing. To actually send out such a joker. Is this to make us all die of laughter? Ha ha.
I'm dying.
There were quite a few C transformation realm experts in this group of people. Their strength was uncommon. It was more than enough to deal with these Tranquil Cloud sect stragglers and disbanded soldiers. And Yi Yuan's words completely jabbed their funny bone. Towards these people's mockery, Yi Yuan was expressionless. He said lightly, "I'll give you a chance for 10 moves. After 10 moves you won't have any more chances." Ha ha. Du Yushan roamed the southern domain freely for so many years. This is the first time I've met such a funny teenager like you. Killing you is somewhat pitiful. Leaving you behind to be a slave to entertain us brothers is something pretty good. However, you all killed so many people from the
Purple Mansion sect.
I can only send you to go meet King Yama. Finish talking. Du Yushan raised a hand with a smile, striking out a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. This palm seemed slow, but was in reality fast, instantly mustering horrifying heaven and earth essence energy, killing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist was very much as he pleased. Yet, this blast of palm wind passed through Yi Yuan's body just like this. Du Yuqing's smile was frozen on his face, while the laughter of those behind him ceased abruptly. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy, and you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Yeah. Did you hear him talk about 10 moves, so you want to play with him? That move earlier completely did not hurt nor itch. Everyone behind clearly did not believe that Du Yushan could not handle a 7th level crystal formation realm. Yet, Du Yushan knew that he did not hold back in this attack. He used a full 30% strength. 30% strength was not considered much, but it was plenty to kill a 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this boy before his eyes actually evaded easily. It was seriously rather abnormal. Ah, this boy said 10 moves earlier, so this elder thought about playing with him. I want to see how many times he can dodge my attacks. Du Yuqing said with a look of embarrassment. Ha ha, play then, just a bunch of dregs. Let them feel what is called despair. Someone concurred. Hee. Again. I'm going to play around well with this little trash.
Du
Yuqing said with a laugh. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly with his face showing contempt. He extended his hand and beckoned with his finger. The intent of scorn was completely unmasked. Du Yuqing's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you're looking for death." As he said, Du Yuqing's palm assaulted once again. This time he used 70% strength. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One palm passed. Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back. Like that palm earlier completely did not happen. Yi Yuan was still beckoning his index finger with a disdainful look. This time, Du Yushan felt that his face could not hang in there. Gritting his teeth, his entire person vanished from where he stood. Bang! A huge hole was blasted out on the ground behind Yi Yuan.
Du Yushan's figure
Peered, only to see Yi Yuan slowly turn around and say coolly, 7th level C. Transformation realm only has this bit of capabilities? Double up.
Stinkin' brat.
It's you yourself seeking death. You only have yourself to blame for this. Du Yushan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. Du Yushan erupted completely. staring at Yi Yuan and bombarding. Indiscriminately, horrifying heaven and earth essence energy was mobilized, blasting towards Yi Yuan one move after another. Bang! 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 Dirt flew around the place Yi Yuan was standing at, kicking up clouds of dust, and blocking people's sight. In a twinkle, 10 moves passed. Du Yushan actually felt like collapsing. These 10 moves earlier, he already used all of his strength. Under such an attack, Yi Yuan could not possibly survive. Ha ha ha! Still be unbridled with me. This stinking brat really doesn't know how the word death is written. Du Yushan said with a loud laugh. Heh, to actually dare infuriate Elder Du, this boy is really soft in the head. I reckon that he's already blasted into meat paste now, right? However, this boy has some capabilities to actually be able to evade Elder Du's first 3 rounds of attacks. He can also be considered as quite capable, just a self-conceited fool who was insolent because of his ability. Such a person is destined to not live long. The Purple Mansion sex people were perfectly aware of Du Yuqing's attacks. Those few moves earlier were his trump cards. How could Yi Yuan possibly survive under such horrifying attacks? Zhang Jing's expression changed. Du Yushan's attacks earlier were too terrifying. Separated so far away made him feel asphyxiated too. How could a crystal formation realm martial artist possibly survive under such an attack? Zhang Jing was just about to take some action when he was halted by Mo Yuntian. Relax. Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't that kind of wildly arrogant person. Since he dared to receive his 10 moves, he must have a grasp of the situation in his mind. Mo Yuntian's voice had yet to fade when an ice-cold voice came from that disorderly patch of dust as if it came from the underworld. Seriously weak. You dregs from the fierce gale world only have this bit of ability? Since that's the case, then go and die. Hearing this voice, Du Yuqing's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled and a feeling of terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively felt that things were not good and turned around to flee. The sound of a dragon roar came from within the dust. The wind and fire. Colossal dragon carried a voice which made people's heart palpitate, charged over towards Du Yushan with extreme speed. Ah! Help! Du Yushan had yet to run far when he was completely swallowed up by the colossal dragon. The wretched screams entered everyone's ears. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples or the people from the Purple Mansion sect, they were all quaking in their boots with fear, especially the Purple Mansion sect. Each and every one of their faces showed immense shock. A kind of feeling called fear rose up from the bottom of everyone's heart, including those Sea Transformation Realm elders. Even the 7th level Sea Transformation Realm Du Yushan crumbled in one blow. Like so, what did they even count as? Only persisted for a few breaths of time, and then Du Yushan fell completely silent. The wind and fire colossal dragon dissipated. Only a mass of black smoke rose. Du Yushan actually did not even leave behind a corpse. And right then, the dust that was stirred up by Du Yushan's attacks gradually dispersed, revealing that slightly skinny-looking profile of Yi Yuan's. The eyes the Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with was like looking at a primordial behemoth. Half-step Sea Transformation. This? How is this possible? Purple Mansion sect's Sea Transformation Realm elder's old eyes nearly dropped to the ground. A moment ago he was still 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became a half-step Sea Transformation existence. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to turn towards him, and actually flashed him a smile, saying, "Is it very despondent? Now, can you all understand the feelings of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples?" Yi Yuan's smile looked like a completely harmless neighbor's big boy, but who would really take him to be a big boy from next door? This young man was simply the god of death descending upon the world. Run. Quickly run. That Sea Transformation Realm elder turned around and fled. Only then, did the group of Purple Mansion sect disciples startle awake. Abruptly, scattering apart like birds and beasts. Ah! Help! That's a demon! Quickly flee! The Purple Mansion sect disciples instantly fell into a chaotic mess. They wished that their parents had given them a couple more legs to let them run a little faster. Very soon, all of their figures stopped abruptly, as if they were fixed in place, because in front of them, countless flower petals condensed and formed, sealing off all of their escape routes. That sea transformation realm elder who was the first to run clenched his teeth and released his aura fully, wanting to charge past, only to hear slashing sounds echo out. A badly mutilated corpse fell down from the air. This time everyone despaired. Slam! A Purple Mansion sect disciple kneeled down towards Yi Yuan and actually cried, mercy! I know my error. Spare my dog life. Sniff! Sniff! This kneel of his was akin to a plague, instantly infecting all of the Purple
Mansion sect disciples.
The Purple Mansion sect disciple all kneel down towards Yi Yuan, repenting and begging for mercy. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, when you all were killing those fellow sect members of mine below the mountain, did you ever thought about showing mercy? If I didn't make it over here in time today, most likely the Tranquil Cloud sect would not have even fowls or dogs spared anymore, right? Therefore, all of you go and die. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Only a short 3 months or so had passed, and Yi Yuan was already in existence on a completely different level from them, these fellow apprentices. Not only did he rise a full major realm, he even had the strength to instantly kill a 7th level sea transformation realm in terms of combat strength. Already, crossing a major realm to battle. This was something that Zhang Jing did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan accomplished it effortlessly. Recalling back when he left Yi Yuan into the sect, Zhang Jing had a feeling like it was a whole other life. That young man not far away was destined to be someone from a different world. From them mere mortals. A few months of not seeing him, junior apprentice brother Yi actually already matured to such a level. Zhang Jing muttered under his breath. In truth, the astonishment in Mo Yuntian's heart was not much lesser than Zhang Jing's. Although he knew that Yi Yuan's present combat power was stunning, this was his first time truly seeing it. Killing a 7th level sea transformation realm in one move, the shock from such an impact was too great. Hearing Zhang Jing's emotional sigh, Mo Yuntian said in relief, it was also thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the few of us would have long died in a foreign land. These fellow sect apprentices would probably also die without a burial ground. Mei Zhan and the rest crowded in front of Yi Yuan and asked concernedly, Yi Yuan, your body still isn't fully recovered. Are you all right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, not a big issue. Compared to the fight with Zhao Chenggan, this earlier could only be said to be a warm-up. Likewise, 7th level sea transformation realm, the disparity between the two was too great. Mei Zhan nodded and said, good that you're fine. Yi Yuan, you're the Tranquil Cloud sect's final hope now. You must take care not to force things. Thank you for Elder Mei's concern. I'll take notice. Now that the sect is already broken up, where should we go? When Mei Zhan said these words, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan would say. At this time now, Yi Yuan was already where all of Tranquil Cloud sect's hopes lay. Even Mei Zhan, the sea transformation realm elder, also quietly took Yi Yuan as the person in charge of things. Yi Yuan ruminated for a moment and said, since Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest are not dead, we obviously have to think of ways to rescue them. But we aren't the Purple Mansion sect's match right now. Therefore, we can only wait. Wait? Wait for what? Mei Zhan did not quite understand Yi Yuan's intentions, and asked in puzzlement. Wait for an opportunity. I believe that the Purple Mansion sect will discover that something unforeseen happened on here on the Tranquil Cloud sect side. Very soon, they are bound to send even stronger martial artists over here, and What we need to do is to stand fast at this final piece of locus of the southern domain and wait for the northern domain's response, Yi Yuan said. When these words of Yi Yuan came out, everyone's faces changed. You're saying, we are to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death? Mei, Jin asked in surprise. That's right. But, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong and that there are already very few Sea Transformation Realm martial artists that can threaten your
Existence.
But you have to know that the Purple Mansion sect has over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses.
Mei Zhen reminded.
He did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from, although it was hard to comprehend that Yi Yuan could deal with Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. The reality happened right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. Yet to say that Yi Yuan could deal with Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, he would not believe it even if he was pummeled to death either. Take 10,000 steps back to say, even if Yi Yuan could really deal with Soul Sea Realm martial artists, the Purple Mansion sect had over a dozen Soul Sea Realms. Could it be that Yi Yuan could sweep them clean all at once? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Of course I won't be foolish enough to clash head on with Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. However, we still have the sect protecting Grand Array, don't we? Sect protecting Grand Array? Mei Zhen was stunned, and then he said in bewilderment, without Soul Sea Realm martial artists or a powerhouse with sect master's level of strength, the sect protecting Grand Array simply can't unleash power at all. Furthermore, even if they are here presiding over the Array formation, they can at most withstand early-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artists. But the Purple Mansion sect's sect master is a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan did not reply Mei Zhen's words, but he swept a glance over the Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining disciples, saying coolly, I wonder if my fellow seniors and juniors can trust me, Yi Yuan? These few hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples remaining could be said to all be the Tranquil Cloud sect's elite disciples. The majority of them were Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. These people all willingly stayed behind to share life and death together with the sect, for the sake of striving for time for that batch of elite disciples to escape. In truth, before this, they had the chance to flee helter-skelter, but they chose to stay behind to die without prior consultation. From this, it could be seen how great the Tranquil Cloud sect's cohesive strength was. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was unbelievably furious at those Purple Mansion sect disciples who invaded and exterminated every last one of them. Seeing Yi Yuan raising a question, these disciples could not help exchanging glances. Actually, using one's brain to think about it, standing fast and on defensive in the Tranquil Cloud sect was a terrible plan. The Purple Mansion sect practically already unified the Endless World's southern domain. The Tranquil Cloud sect was already a lone island. As long as the Purple Mansion sect wanted, they could focus all of their firepowers to attack the Tranquil Cloud sect, relying on a sect protecting Grand Array at this time to withstand a bunch of Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. This was something that only a moron would do. Yet the problem was that was Yi Yuan a moron? Or perhaps Yi Yuan was deliberately making them jump into a fire pit? If Yi Yuan did it in order to send them to their deaths, why would he take such a superfluous action earlier and save them? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. I believe you. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Our lives were saved by you. You ask us to die. We absolutely won't furrow our brows. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. We'll fight with you. After a moment of silence, those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples supporting voices surged over like floodwaters. Yi Yuan already used strength and used action to thoroughly subjugate them. On the juncture that the Tranquil Cloud sect was already to be annihilated, it was Yi Yuan who came forward and tried and turned back the tides. What right did they have to not trust Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, everyone had a feeling of their hot blood boiling. In this instant, the Purple Mansion sect, which was powerful until it made people feel suffocated, did not seem so scary anymore either. Good. Since my fellow seniors and juniors all trust me, Yi Yuan will all fight a good one with the Purple Mansion sect together. Let them see that our tranquil cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan yelled out loud and clear. F***CK the Purple Mansion sect. We want to make them pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. These people were not foreign to Yi Yuan. Ever since he entered the tranquil cloud sect, he created once miracle after another. And today, who knew if he could create another miracle? Yi Yuan's might already completely stirred up these people's hot blood. These fellow apprentices did not lack the spirit of looking death calmly in the face. What they lacked was powerful confidence. And today, Yi Yuan gave them confidence. Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. He called out in a clear voice, "From today onwards, our tranquil cloud sect will activate the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array and will completely seal the mountain. I'll refine medicinal pills for everybody to raise everyone's strength as quickly as possible. At that time, I'll need to borrow every senior's and junior's strength. We'll defend together the southern domain's final lone island." The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. He first refined several transcendent-grade essence vigor pills, and he finally replenished the lost blood essence fully. As one of the 8 great sects, although the tranquil cloud sect had declined awfully, they still had a considerable reserve of Tier 3 spirit medicines. There were enough for Yi Yuan to refine. When Yi Yuan was refining pills, Xiao Rian acted as an assistant by the side. She took Yi Yuan's entire pill refinement process fully into her eyes. Coming out from the pill refinement room, Xiao Rian's entire person was in a state of stupor. Only when she observed Yi Yuan's pill refinement in close distance did she finally know how formidable this master she acknowledged. Yi Yuan was clearly refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, but Xiao Rian actually could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement technique. Xiao Rian's standards were not low, but it was precisely so that she had an even deeper understanding of how high Yi Yuan's standards were. This could be said as unintentionally planting a willow tree, and the willow tree would become a shade. Xiao Rian suddenly felt that she was too fortunate. Not only could she be together with Yi Yuan, but she could also even raise her alchemy skills. Next, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal pills and distributed them to the sect's disciples. The result was that a few days later, columns of essence energy storms formed. In the tranquil cloud sect, there were disciples successfully breaking through everywhere. Many disciples were stuck in the state of peak spirit condensation realm. This batch of medicinal pills created a large batch of crystal formation realm disciples. There were even a minority of peak 9th level crystal formation realm disciples who broke through to the sea transformation realm without a hitch. After consuming the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the strength of the tranquil cloud sect disciples rose a level collectively. After the disciples noticed such a transformation, their admiration for Yi Yuan all reached a degree that could not be surpassed. For a moment, Yi Yuan's prestige reached the pinnacle. His prestige among the disciples right now was most likely no longer inferior to sect master Luo Qingfeng. When the disciples there were all breaking through, Yi Yuan brought Mei Zhen to the center of the tranquil cloud sect's array formation. Yi Yuan, you say that you want to restart the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Could it be that us, these remnant troops and defeated soldiers, can really rely on this grand array to resist those Soul Sea realm powerhouses? Mei Zhen still asked, half believing, half doubtfully. The power of the array formation not only hinged on the rank of the array formation, it even relied on the level of the person controlling the array
Formation.
Right now, the strongest among them was also Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant about array formations and completely could not unleash the power of the grand array. Mei Zhen knew that Yi Yuan's formation path attainments were exceedingly high. However, he was only crystal formation realm even if he managed the array formation. Could he withstand the wanton bombardment of Soul Sea realms? This was not inside the mystic realm where Yi Yuan could play his opponent to. Death inside the array formation. Soul Sea realm martial artists would definitely break the formation with force. When the time came, how should they withstand? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Of course I can't sustain by myself, but don't we still have so many seniors and juniors? Mei Jin said in surprise. But these sect disciples all don't know array
Formation.
Yi Yuan said. Doesn't matter if they don't know. I just need to know.
Mei Jin was speechless.
Up until now, Mei Jin did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do either. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan would not do reckless things and would not treat the lives of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as a joke. Fine then. Even if you have a way, the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array seemed to only be able to deal with early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, right? Mei Jin said. Haha. When I just entered the sect, I discovered that this array formation has many flaws, resulting in the power of the array formation to be greatly discounted. Fortunately, the southern domain still didn't have any formidable adversaries at that time, so the sect could protect itself. Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Mei Jin said with a frown. You mean to say that the power of this array formation far exceeds this? Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 array formation. It is ample to withstand a peak Soul Sea realm's full-powered attack. What does a mere 7th level Soul Sea realm even count as? Mei Jin exclaimed in surprise. There's actually such a thing? But the people in the sect thought that this is a low-rank tier 4 array formation all along. If my conjectures are right, this array formation should have had some losses when the Tranquil Cloud sect was forced to move southwards. Maybe the array formation was missing some necessary parts. Maybe even the array formation itself was lost, and the array master relied on his own comprehension to restore the array formation, but there were deficiencies within.
Yi Yuan
said. In fact, Yi Yuan's conjectures were already very close to the truth. Back then, when the Tranquil Cloud sect moved southwards, large quantities of records all went missing to some extent. Even the two most important articles of the sect's cultivation methods were lost, let alone an array formation. Back then, a Soul Sea realm array master only comprehended this set of array formation to an 80% standard. He could only restore this set of array formation to this degree. The array master later attempted to complete the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, but this set of array formation was rather profound. He did not restore it even till his own death. In a blink, 1,000 years passed. The Tranquil Cloud sect's people had long forgotten this segment of history and even thought that this set of array formation was a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. But the southern domain martial artist's strength was not strong. This set of half-baked sect protecting Grand Array was also barely sufficient to use. However, a late-stage Soul Sea realm martial artist appeared in the southern domain now. This set of array formation was clearly inadequate already. There was actually such a thing. I'm an elder and actually don't know a wit as well, Mei Jin said powerlessly. Yi Yuan said with a smile. With my present realm, I naturally can't set up the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But the sect protecting Grand Array is a complete Grand Array. If it's just modifying a little and completing the array formation, I can still manage it. Unless the fierce Gale World S divine traversing realm powerhouses can cross the passageway, nobody can break in. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Mei Jin was also brimming with confidence at this moment. But he heaved a sigh and said, For our Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's seriously the sect's lucky stars. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Why does Elder Mei say that? Since I joined the sect, I'm naturally a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. When the sect is in trouble, I should offer a portion of strength. We just have to hold on to the Tranquil Cloud sect and the Purple Mansion sect will be unable to set up the situation in the southern domain leisurely. As long as the northern domain reacts, the Purple Mansion sect being destroyed is something inevitable. It's just that we must hurry before the realm passageway completely links up and let the northern domain's various sects know about the events that happened in the southern domain. Mei Zhen perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's word and said somberly, Yi Yuan, don't need to be so courteous with me. Whatever instructions you have, just say it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Elder Mei knows the whole story about the matter. I'm thinking of letting you go to the northern domain to notify the Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and the Profound Ice Sect, these three sects, and make them send people to aid the southern domain and eradicate the
Purple Mansion sect.
This situation at present, only Elder Mei alone has the capabilities to take on this mission. Although he long had expectations, Mei Zhen's expression still changed and he said, Can't another person be swapped to do this thing? I at least have some strength. Staying behind to offer up a portion of strength is good as well. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, The honorousness of your mission is still above defending the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect is just a small plot of land, while what the Fierce Gale world wants to invade is the entire endless world. If the northern domain is ill-informed about the news and doesn't know the Fierce Gale world's ambition, the outcome will be too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, you have to make this trip no matter what. Mei Zhen's expression flickered for a moment and said with Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Mei Zhen definitely won't fail the mission.